Before we begin tonight's investigation, I want to give a huge shout out to Michael and Norman for suggesting this topic. Your ideas help truly shape this channel. If you're enjoying this documentary and finding value in the research we do here, please consider using your hype points on this video. It genuinely helps the channel more than you could possibly know, and it allows us to keep diving deep into these fascinating mysteries. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, whether you're winding down for the night or just starting your day. But only if you want to share, no pressure. Now, let's descend into one of the most controversial construction projects in American history. Marin Cole had been working late in her home office in downtown Denver, reviewing zoning permits for a residential development project, when her computer chimed with the notification. The glow of her monitor was the only light in the room, casting long shadows across walls decorated with framed architectural drawings and her master's degree from the University of Colorado. She almost didn't open it. After 15 years as an urban planner, she had learned to be cautious about late-night emails from unknown senders. But something about the timing felt deliberate, as if whoever sent it knew she would be awake, knew she worked these late hours. The sender line read only, "A friend." No subject line, no message body, just a single attachment. Marin's hand hovered over the mouse. She thought about her father, who had been a structural engineer before his death 3 years ago. He'd taught her to trust her instincts, but also to verify everything. "Buildings don't lie," he used to say. "Paper trails always tell the truth if you know how to read them." Against her better judgment, she clicked it. The image that filled her screen was a blueprint, aged and slightly faded, with the unmistakable header, "Denver International Airport, Sub-Level Construction Plans, January 1993. Marin had seen plenty of DIA blueprints in her career. The airport's construction history was part of local legend, taught in planning courses as a cautionary tale about budget overruns and project mismanagement. But this blueprint showed something she had never seen before. Most people knew that Denver International Airport had underground levels. The automated baggage system that famously failed occupied much of the subterranean space. Public tours occasionally took visitors through the abandoned tunnels, showing off the miles of empty conveyor belts and sorting stations that cost hundreds of millions of dollars and never worked properly. Those tunnels occupied sub-levels 1 through 3. This blueprint showed a sub-level 6, and it extended miles beyond the airport's runways, spreading like roots beneath the eastern plains of Colorado. Massive rectangular chambers were labelled with clinical precision: Environmental Control Station 12, Biological Storage Wing C, Containment Observation Gallery. The technical specifications were extraordinary. Each chamber had ventilation systems more complex than hospital operating rooms. The walls were marked with thickness measurements that suggested bunker-level construction, power systems redundant enough for a military installation. In the bottom right corner, written in faded red ink, were 4 words that made Marin's hands go cold. They built much more than an airport. Find what's beneath. She stared at the screen for nearly 10 minutes, her analytical mind racing through possibilities. It could be a hoax. Conspiracy theorists had been making wild claims about Denver International Airport since before it opened. The internet was full of fabricated documents and photoshopped images designed to fuel paranoia. But something about this blueprint felt different. The technical specifications were too detailed, too precise. The handwriting in the margins matched the style of construction notes from that era, the kind her father had used. The paper grain visible in the scan showed authentic aging, with water stains in the corners that suggested decades of storage in less than ideal conditions. Marin zoomed in on various sections, studying the architectural symbols and measurements. Whoever created this document understood structural engineering at a professional level. The load-bearing calculations, ventilation shaft placements, and electrical grid layouts all followed proper protocols. More than that, they followed protocols from the early 90s, before computer-aided design had standardized everything. These were hand-drawn specifications with the small imperfections and personal touches that marked genuine period documents. If this was a fake, it was the most sophisticated one she'd ever encountered. She saved the file to 3 different locations, printed a physical copy, and spent the rest of the night researching everything she could find about Denver International Airport's construction history. The coffee pot emptied twice. Dawn began to grey her windows, and somewhere in those early morning hours, Marin made a decision that would change everything. She was going to find out if Sublevel 6 was real. The question was whether she was prepared for what that truth might cost. Part 2. The airport that shouldn't exist. Denver International Airport opened on February 28, 1995, 16 months behind schedule and billions of dollars over budget. The official story blamed the delays on the automated baggage system, which had been plagued with technical failures from the beginning. But as Marin dug deeper into the construction records over the next several days, she found inconsistencies that troubled her professional instincts. The airport sits on 53 square miles of land, making it one of the largest airport properties in the world by land area. That's bigger than Manhattan. For a city the size of Denver, the scale seemed excessive, particularly given that the old Stapleton International Airport had been handling traffic adequately. She pulled up satellite imagery, comparing the footprint of Denver International to other major hubs. Chicago O'Hare, one of the busiest airports in the world, occupied less than 8 square miles. Los Angeles International, serving a metropolitan area 3 times Denver's size, sat on just over 4 square miles. Why did Denver need 53? The official explanation was that city planners wanted room for expansion. Fair enough. But why choose a location so far from the city centre? The new airport sat 25 miles northeast of downtown Denver, a significant inconvenience for travellers compared to Stapleton's 6-mile distance. Marin made a list of contractors from public records, cross-referencing names against business registries and construction union databases. She spent the next 3 days tracking down former contractors who had worked on the airport's construction. Most were retired now, in their 60s and 70s, scattered across Colorado and neighbouring states. She presented herself as a researcher, working on a book about major infrastructure projects, which wasn't entirely untrue. She had been writing case studies for professional journals for years, but this research felt different, personal, as if she were following a trail her father would have wanted her to pursue. The first person she interviewed was Thomas Burkhart, who had supervised concrete work on the underground levels. They met at a diner in Aurora, one of those classic American places with red vinyl booths and a smell of coffee and bacon grease that had seeped into the walls over decades. Moran arrived early, choosing a booth near the back with a clear view of the entrance. Thomas arrived exactly on time, a heavy-set man with weathered hands that spoke of 40 years in construction. His eyes were cautious, the way people get when they've learned that talking about certain things carries consequences. He ordered coffee and pie, studied Marin for a long moment, then said, "What do you really want to know?" Marin decided honesty was the best approach. She pulled out a copy of the blueprint and slid it across the table. "The truth about what you built down there." Thomas stirred sugar into his coffee, watching the liquid swirl. He didn't touch the blueprint, didn't even look at it directly, but she could see the recognition in his eyes. "We poured concrete for sections we never saw completed," he said finally, his voice low. "Whole wings got sealed off before we could finish the work. They'd bring in different crews who didn't talk to each other. Every team had its own section, own access point, own supervisor. That's unusual. It's unheard of. On a normal project, you've got coordination, you've got continuity. Guys from different teams eat lunch together, complain about the same problems, compare notes. This was compartmentalized like military work. Nobody saw the full picture. Nobody was supposed to." He took a sip of coffee, grimaced as if it were bitter. "I've been in this business since I was 18. Worked on hospitals, government buildings, even some Department of Energy facilities out west. But I've never seen anything like the security protocols on that airport. The deep sections especially. Did you ever see blueprints for Sublevel 6? Thomas went very still. His coffee cup paused halfway to his lips. "Who told you about Sublevel 6? "So it exists." He set down the cup carefully as if it might shatter. "I never said that." "But you just confirmed it." Thomas looked around the diner, checking the other customers. An elderly couple near the window, a trucker at the counter, a waitress refilling coffee, no one paying attention to them. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. There were sections we weren't allowed to enter, whole areas cordoned off with military-style security, men in suits watching everything, not airport authority, not city inspectors, federal people. They never talked to us directly, just stood there, observing, taking notes, sometimes photographing us while we worked. What were they building? I don't know, but I can tell you what we built to access it. Elevator shafts that went down farther than any airport needs. Reinforced walls thick enough for nuclear bunkers. Ventilation systems with filtration protocols I'd only seen in biohazard facilities. He pulled out his wallet and dropped cash on the table. I've got grandkids, miss. 3 of them. I'd like to keep seeing them. Some things you're better off not knowing. Mr. Burkhart, please, just tell me. You want to know what scares me most. He was standing now, preparing to leave. It's not what they built. It's that after all these years, nobody's asked, nobody's investigated. Every journalist who gets close to this story suddenly drops it. Every researcher who digs too deep finds a new job somewhere else. That tells you something, doesn't it? About how important it is to certain people that nobody knows what's down there. He left without touching his pie. Marin sat in the booth for another 20 minutes, staring at the cold coffee in front of her. Through the window she could see the mountains to the west, the Front Range rising against the morning sky. Somewhere out there, 25 miles to the northeast, Denver International Airport sprawled across the plains like a secret waiting to be uncovered. She had 2 more contractors to interview, but Thomas Burkhart's fear had told her more than any blueprint could. Whatever was beneath that airport, people had been keeping it hidden for 30 years, and they were still keeping it hidden now. Part 3. The Dedication Stone. The next day, Marin visited Denver International Airport herself. She parked in long-term parking, noting the massive lot that seemed to stretch forever across the plains. The terminal rose in the distance, its white tensile fabric roof designed to resemble snow-capped mountains, or, as some conspiracy theorists claimed, the tents of a massive encampment. She took the train to the main terminal, moving through crowds of travellers with her phone camera ready. She wasn't sure what she was looking for exactly, but she knew the airport's peculiarities were hiding in plain sight. The first stop was the Dedication Stone. It sat in the Great Hall, near the south end of the main terminal, mounted prominently on the floor. Most travellers walked right past it without a second glance, rolling their suitcases over the polished surface, focused on reaching their gates. But Marin knelt down and read the inscription carefully. New World Airport Commission. Below that, a dedication date, March 19th, 1994, and in the bottom corner, unmistakably, the square and compass symbol of Freemasonry. Marin had read about this stone in various conspiracy forums, but seeing it in person sent a chill down her spine. The New World Airport Commission sounded official, important. But according to every public record she could find, no such organisation existed. Not in Colorado, not in federal registries, nowhere. So who commissioned this dedication stone? And why did it credit a fictional organisation? She took multiple photographs from different angles, adjusting for the lighting that streamed through the terminal's windows. Around her, travellers continued their journeys, oblivious to the mystery beneath their feet. A child ran past, chasing a rolling ball. A pilot in uniform walked by, checking his phone. Normal airport life. Utterly mundane. But nothing about this place was mundane. She sat on a nearby bench and started researching on her phone. The Freemason connection was well documented in conspiracy circles, often dismissed as coincidental. Many public buildings had Freemason symbols. It didn't necessarily mean anything sinister. The Freemasons had been involved in construction and civic projects throughout American history, but combined with everything else, it formed a pattern. An airport built far from the city centre, massively over budget, with underground construction that nobody seemed to understand, dedicated by an organisation that didn't exist, and marked with symbols of a secret society. Either this was an elaborate series of coincidences, or something very deliberate was happening here. Marin stood and began walking through the terminal. studying its architecture with new eyes. The Great Hall was massive, with ceilings that soared overhead and windows that flooded the space with natural light. Beautiful in its way, but also excessive, wasteful even. Why build something so large for a city this size? Unless the terminal was designed for purposes beyond commercial aviation, unless it was meant to accommodate something else entirely. Part 4. The Murals of Prophecy. The murals were impossible to miss. Located in the main terminal, the massive paintings by artist Leo Tangumer had become infamous in conspiracy communities. Marin stood in front of them now, trying to understand what she was seeing. The first mural, titled "Children of the World Dream of Peace," showed scenes of destruction that seemed anything but peaceful. Burning forests consumed ancient trees, flames rendered in vivid orange and red that seemed to leap from the wall. Dead animals lay in heaps, their bodies twisted in unnatural positions. Children in caskets, their faces pale and lifeless, lay in rows that stretched into the distance. Above them all, a massive soldier wearing a gas mask loomed over the devastation, holding a rifle and a curved sword. The colours were vivid, almost violent in their intensity. Behind the soldier, crowds of people fled in terror, their faces twisted in anguish, their bodies pressed together in desperate flight. The soldier's gas mask was the most disturbing element. It was rendered with technical precision, every detail carefully painted. The rubber seals, the filter cartridge, the reflective lenses that showed no humanity behind them. This wasn't an abstract representation of war. This was a specific piece of military equipment, painted from reference. Marin moved closer, studying the details. In the background, barely visible among the chaos, buildings burned. And one of those buildings had a distinctive shape. It took her several minutes to recognize it, but once she did, she couldn't unsee it. It was the main terminal of Denver International Airport itself. The second mural depicted transformation. The same soldier from the first painting now lay defeated, broken. His gas mask was shattered, his weapons transformed into plowshares. Children from various nations gathered around, holding implements that had been beaten from instruments of war into tools of peace. Doves flew overhead, their wings spread against a sky of impossible blue. The world bloomed with life and colour, flowers growing from ground that had been scorched and barren. The official interpretation was that these murals showed humanity overcoming war and oppression, moving from darkness into light. A message of hope. But standing in front of them, Marin felt anything but hopeful. The level of detail was disturbing. The dead children looked too real, their features too specific. The environmental destruction showed particular types of collapse. Chemical contamination indicated by the yellow-green tint to the smoke. Biological warfare suggested by the protective equipment worn by the soldier. Ecological disaster visible in the way the trees had been stripped of leaves before burning. These weren't abstract representations of war. They were specific scenarios. Marin took dozens of photographs, documenting every detail. She noticed other travellers stopping to look, some taking quick snapshots with their phones, others moving past with expressions of discomfort. A mother hurried her children along, not wanting them to see. A teenager laughed, making jokes about the creepy artwork. But Marin saw something none of them did. She saw a timeline, a narrative. The murals weren't just showing the past and future of humanity. They were showing a sequence of events. First panel, catastrophe. Second panel, recovery. But what happened between those two moments? What was the transition? She had managed to track down Leo Tanguma's contact information through the artist's gallery in Denver. He was elderly now, living in retirement, but he had agreed to a phone conversation. "People have been asking me about those paintings for 30 years, he said, when she called later that evening. His voice carried the weariness of someone who had answered the same questions too many times. I painted what I was commissioned to paint. The themes were provided to me. Provided by whom? The airport authority, or at least that's who I thought I was working with. Looking back, I'm not entirely sure. The instructions were very specific, very detailed. They wanted particular imagery, particular symbols. They gave me reference photographs for some elements, the gas mask, for instance. They were very insistent that I get every detail correct. Did they explain why? They said it was about humanity's journey, war and peace, destruction and renewal, the triumph of the human spirit over adversity. But honestly, I didn't fully understand what I was painting until it was finished. Some of the symbolism, the specific details they insisted on, I couldn't tell you what they meant. The burning building in the background, Marin said. The one that looks like the airport terminal. Was that in their instructions? There was a long pause. I don't recall. It's been so many years. But now that you mention it, yes. I think they provided a photograph of that element. They were very specific about the architecture. Did that strike you as odd, having the airport shown in a scene of destruction? At the time, no. I was focused on the larger themes, on making the work powerful and meaningful. It was only later, after the murals were installed and I saw them in context, that I began to wonder. Why would you commission artwork showing your own building being destroyed? What message were they trying to send? What do you think they were trying to say? Leo was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer, almost reluctant. I think there are people who knew exactly what they wanted those murals to say, and I think they chose me because I could paint what they described without asking too many questions. I was young, I needed the work, I believed in the message of peace overcoming war. I didn't realise until much later that I might have been part of something bigger, something I still don't fully understand. Do you think the murals are a warning? I think they're a story, but whether it's a story of what has been, what could be, or what will be, I honestly can't say. After the call ended, Marin returned to the airport. It was evening now, the terminal quieter as the day's flights wound down. She stood in front of the murals for another hour, photographing every detail as the light changed, as shadows deepened in the corners of the painted scenes. One detail caught her attention that she hadn't noticed before. In the second mural, the one showing peace and renewal, the children held a dove between them. And behind that dove, barely visible in the background, was a shape, a rectangle. When she zoomed in with her phone camera, she could make out details. A door, sealed shut, with a symbol painted on its surface. The same symbol that marked the dedication stone, the square and compass of Freemasonry. The children in the mural weren't just celebrating peace, they were standing guard over something, protecting it, or perhaps keeping it contained. Part 5. The runway pattern. That evening, back in her apartment, Marin pulled up satellite imagery of Denver International Airport on her laptop. From ground level, the airport looked like any other modern transportation hub, but from above, the runway configuration revealed something unusual. The 6 runways formed a pattern that, depending on how you looked at it, resembled a swastika. She traced the lines with her finger on the screen, following the angles. Runway 16, right 34 left, ran northeast to southwest. Runway 16 left 34 right parallel to it. Runway 725 crossed them, running east to west. And the 3 shorter runways filled in the spaces, creating angles that definitely formed a shape that made her uncomfortable. Official explanations attributed this to wind efficiency. Denver's weather patterns required runways positioned to handle crosswinds from multiple directions. The configuration was purely functional, designed by computer models to maximize operational capacity under challenging wind conditions. The front range created turbulent airflows, downdrafts, sudden shifts. The runways needed to accommodate approaches from any direction. But Marin had studied airport design in graduate school. She knew dozens of major airports around the world, all dealing with complex wind patterns, and none of them had runway configurations that looked anything like this. She spent hours comparing DIA's layout to other airports. Hong Kong, notorious for its challenging winds. Wellington, New Zealand, one of the windiest airports in the world. Chicago O'Hare, dealing with lake effects and prairie weather. None of them had patterns like this. She reached out to a former FAA airport planner named Richard Voss, who had worked on airport designs throughout the western United States in the 80s and 90s. It took several calls to track him down, but she finally found him living in retirement in Boulder, a modest ranch house with a stunning view of the Flatirons. They met on a Saturday afternoon. Richard was in his early 70s, thin and sharp-eyed, with the careful speech pattern of someone who chose his words deliberately. He invited her into a living room lined with bookshelves filled with technical manuals and aviation history. Photographs on the walls showed airports under construction, Richard in various hard hats and safety vests, shaking hands with officials whose faces Marin didn't recognise. The runway pattern, he said, studying the satellite images Marin had brought, spreading them across his coffee table. Yes, I remember the controversy when these designs were first proposed. There were concerns about the optics, about what people might think when they saw this from above. But it was built anyway. It was built exactly as specified, despite objections, despite alternative designs that would have worked just as well for wind coverage. He traced his finger across one of the runways. This configuration isn't just about wind patterns, it's a directional code. What do you mean? Richard stood and retrieved a file folder from his study. Inside were yellow documents, old FAA memos, design specifications from decades ago. During the Cold War, certain airports were designated as emergency contingency sites, places where government aircraft could land if primary locations were compromised. These airports had specific runway patterns that could be recognised from high altitude, even without radio communication. Visual codes that pilots could identify and understand the purpose of the facility from the air. He pulled out one document showing similar runway patterns at various military installations. You see these angles? They're not random. They're navigational aids for pilots who need to identify secure locations quickly. You're saying Denver International Airport was designed as an emergency government landing site. Richard looked at her carefully, as if weighing how much to reveal. I'm saying the runway pattern serves multiple purposes, and one of those purposes has nothing to do with commercial aviation. Look here. He pointed to a section of the pattern. These angles would be visible from 50 miles away to a pilot at altitude. They'd know immediately that this facility had specific capabilities, specific resources. Why haven't you spoken about this before? Because I like my quiet life, Miss Cole. I like watching the sunset from my porch and visiting my grandchildren. There are some truths that cost more than they're worth. He handed back the satellite images. But I'll tell you this. When I heard they were building that airport so far from the city, with so much underground construction, with security protocols I'd never seen on a civilian project, I knew something else was going on, and I decided I didn't want to know what it was. But you kept the documents. Insurance, he said simply, in case someone ever asked the right questions, in case someone needed to know the truth. He walked to his window, looking out at the mountains. You're not the first person to come asking about Denver International, but you're the first one who's gotten this far. The others, they either stopped digging or... He trailed off. Or what? Or they had accidents. Strange coincidences. Job offers in other cities that were too good to refuse. That's how they operate. They don't threaten directly. They just make continuing more trouble than it's worth. Marin felt a chill run through her. Who are they? Richard turned from the window. That's the question, isn't it? And I honestly don't know the full answer. Federal agencies, military intelligence, contractors with security clearances so high they don't have names. People who believe that national security justifies any level of secrecy. Maybe they're right. Maybe what's beneath that airport needs to stay hidden. Or maybe transparency and truth matter more than security, he shrugged. That's not for me to decide. I'm just an old airport planner who wants to see his grandchildren grow up. Part 6. The tunnels that failed. The automated baggage system was legendary in engineering circles as one of the most expensive failures in infrastructure history. Designed to transport luggage through miles of underground tunnels, using computer-controlled carts travelling up to 20 miles per hour. The system was supposed to revolutionise airport operations. Instead, it mangled luggage, crashed constantly, and was abandoned before the airport even opened. The official cost, $400 million, wasted. But Marin had found something interesting in the construction records. The tunnel system was far more extensive than necessary for a baggage system, and many sections of the tunnels had never been used for baggage at all. She managed to gain access to the maintenance areas through a contact in airport operations, a technician named James who owed her a favour from a previous consulting project. She had helped his department with an efficiency analysis 2 years ago, saving them from budget cuts. He agreed to give her an unofficial tour of the abandoned sections. "This is completely off the record," he said when they met at the service entrance early one morning. "If anyone asks, you were never here." "Understood." They entered through a service elevator in Terminal A, descending past the active baggage levels into older, darker sections. The elevator car was industrial, scarred with years of use, smelling of metal and grease. It descended for what felt like a long time, the numbers on the panel counting down: 3, 4, 5. When the doors opened, they stepped into a different world. The air smelled of concrete dust and stale ventilation. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting shadows that seemed to move. The temperature was cooler than above, the humidity different. Marin could hear water dripping somewhere in the distance, an irregular rhythm that echoed through empty spaces. Most of this was supposed to be demolished after the system failed, James explained as they walked through a wide concrete corridor. But demolition costs money, and there was no real reason to remove it. So it just sits here, miles of empty tunnel. The scale was staggering. These weren't narrow maintenance crawl spaces. They were wide enough to drive trucks through, tall enough to require safety railings along the upper walkways. The walls were reinforced concrete, far thicker than necessary for a baggage system. Marin ran her hand along the surface, feeling the smooth finish of professional construction. "Why would they overbuild like this?" she asked. James shrugged. "Official answer is they expected future expansion, but between you and me, this looks more like bunker construction than tunnel construction. See these walls? They're built to withstand serious pressure. I've seen specs on some of these sections. The concrete is reinforced with enough rebar to handle a building collapse above it. You don't need that for baggage carts." They walked for nearly 20 minutes, passing through section after section of identical corridors. The tunnels branched, intersected, formed a maze that would be impossible to navigate without the colour-coded markers painted at intervals on the walls. Red for north-south corridors, blue for east-west, green for service tunnels. But there were other colours too. Yellow markers that James avoided. White markers that led to locked gates. "What do those colours mean?" Marin asked. "Yellow is sections that are still active for utilities. Power conduits, water mains, that kind of thing. White is restricted access. Beyond my clearance." "How much of this tunnel system is restricted?" "More than half, maybe 2/3. I've been working here for 8 years, and I've only seen maybe 30% of what's down here." They reached a junction where 3 tunnels met. James stopped, checking his phone as if confirming their location. "This is as far as I'm cleared to go," he said. "Beyond here you need special authorization, Homeland Security level clearance, for abandoned baggage tunnels. That's what I said when I first started working here. Never got an answer that made sense." He pointed down the leftmost corridor, which disappeared into darkness beyond the range of the fluorescent lights. "That tunnel runs east, way past the runways, goes for miles according to the old maps, but it's not on any current airport schematics. It's like they erased it from the official records." "What's down there?" "No idea, and I don't ask. People who ask too many questions about the deep sections tend to get reassigned, or fired." He checked his phone again. "We should head back. Shift change happens soon, and I'd rather not explain why I'm down here with an outside consultant." Marin took photographs of everything, noting the junction point on her mental map of the airport. The tunnel James indicated aligned almost perfectly with the sub-level 6 sections from the anonymous blueprint. As they walked back toward the elevator, she heard something. A sound like voices, distant and muffled, coming from one of the restricted corridors. She stopped, straining to listen. "Don't," James said quietly. "Just keep walking." "Did you hear that?" "I hear lots of things down here, and I've learned that the smart move is to pretend I didn't." He kept walking, and after a moment Marin followed. But she couldn't shake the sound of those voices, because they hadn't sounded like maintenance workers or security guards. They had sounded urgent, almost frightened, as if something in those tunnels was worth being afraid of. Part 7. The Men Who Went Missing. Back in her office, Marin began compiling a list of key contractors who had worked on the airport's underground construction. The list was surprisingly difficult to assemble. Many records were incomplete or had been archived in ways that made them nearly impossible to access. Some documents had been digitized with OCR errors that garbled names. Others existed only on microfiche and county records offices that kept limited hours. It took her nearly a week to compile a comprehensive list, cross-referencing construction permits, union databases and payment records. Eventually she identified 3 names that appeared repeatedly in connection with the deepest construction levels: Howard Trent, electrical systems specialist Miguel Perez, tunnelling engineer Everett Shaw, structural engineer she started with Howard Trent. According to public records, he had worked for an electrical contracting firm based in Denver throughout the 90s. His work on the airport project ended in 1995, coinciding with the airport's opening. His name appeared on dozens of permits and inspection reports for the underground electrical systems. After that, his trail went cold. No tax records after 1998, no death certificate, no forwarding address, no social media presence, though that wasn't unusual for someone his age, but also no obituary, no property records, no vehicle registrations. He simply disappeared from all public databases as if he had never existed beyond 1998. Marin tried to track down family members. She found a sister living in Grand Junction who agreed to a brief phone call. Howard was always paranoid, the sister said. Her name was Ellen, and she sounded tired. After he finished work on the airport, he became convinced someone was watching him, following him. He'd call me at strange hours, saying his phone was tapped, his apartment was bugged. I thought he was having some kind of breakdown. Mental health crisis. Did he say why he thought he was being watched? He said he'd seen things during the construction, things he wasn't supposed to see, rooms that weren't on the official plans, people who didn't belong. He tried to report it to his supervisor but was told to mind his own business. After that, the paranoia got worse. Then one day he just vanished, packed up his apartment in the middle of the night and left. I haven't heard from him since. Did you report him missing? Of course. Police said there was no evidence of foul play. Adults have the right to disappear if they want to. They filed a report, but nothing came of it. Eventually, I just accepted that Howard didn't want to be found. Maybe he finally got away from whatever was scaring him. Or maybe, Marin thought, whatever was scaring him found him first. Miguel Perez's story was different, but equally troubling. He had continued working in construction for several years after the airport opened, primarily on government contracts, mining operations, tunnel boring projects, underground infrastructure. Exactly the kind of specialised work that would make him valuable to certain agencies. In 2003, he died in what was officially ruled a workplace accident. The details were vague. Something about a toolshed collapse at a site in Colorado Springs. Marin requested the accident report through public records requests. It took 3 weeks to arrive, and when it did, the document was heavily redacted. Entire pages were blacked out. The cause of death was listed simply as blunt force trauma. No further details provided. The investigation had been conducted not by local police but by federal workplace safety inspectors. The site where the accident occurred had no other identifying information. Just a permit number that led nowhere. She tried to contact Miguel's family. His widow had remarried and moved to Texas. When Marin called, the woman refused to discuss her first husband's death. I was told not to talk about it, she said. I was told that for my own safety and the safety of my children, I should never discuss what happened to Miguel. That's all I can say. Who told you that? People in suits, federal people. They visited me after the funeral. They said Miguel's death was connected to classified work and discussing it publicly could compromise national security. They didn't threaten me directly, but the implication was clear. So I moved away, I remarried, I started over, and I don't look back. That left Everett Shaw. Finding Shaw took considerable effort. He had moved multiple times since leaving Colorado, each time covering his tracks carefully, but Marin finally located him through a property record in Wyoming, listed as the owner of a small ranch outside the town of Pinedale. She called first, but the number was disconnected. She tried emailing, but the address bounced back. Finally, she decided to drive up and knock on his door. The ranch was isolated, accessible only by a dirt road that wound through pine forests and open meadows for miles. A hand-painted sign near the entrance read "No trespassing, serious." Below it, a second sign, "Property under video surveillance." Marin parked near the gate and walked the remaining quarter mile to the main house, noting the camera mounted on a tree near the entrance. The property was well maintained but austere. A weathered log structure with smoke rising from the chimney, a barn that looked recently painted, a garden plot covered for winter. She was halfway across the yard when a man emerged from the house holding a rifle. "That's far enough," he called out. He didn't point the weapon at her, but he kept it ready. Marin raised her hand slowly. "Mr. Shaw, my name is Marin Cole. I'm an urban planner from Denver. I'd like to talk to you about the airport project." The man was in his 60s, lean and weathered, with grey hair pulled back in a ponytail. His face was deeply lined, carved by weather and worry. He kept the rifle pointed at the ground, but didn't lower it completely. "I haven't worked on that project in 30 years. Got nothing to say about it. Please, just 5 minutes. I drove 4 hours to get here." Something in her voice must have reached him. Shaw studied her for a long moment, his eyes moving from her face to her car to the road beyond, as if checking whether she'd been followed. Finally, he jerked his head toward the house. 5 minutes, then you leave and you don't come back, and you never tell anyone where you found me." Inside, the house was surprisingly comfortable. Books lined the walls, technical manuals mixed with philosophy and history. A wood stove radiated heat. The furniture was simple but well made. On a desk near the window, Marin saw surveillance monitors showing different angles of the property. Shaw poured coffee without asking if she wanted any, then sat across from her at a rough wooden table. The rifle leaned against the wall within easy reach. "Why are you really here?" he asked. Marin pulled out a copy of the blueprint she had received and slid it across the table. "Someone sent me this. I've been researching the airport's construction, trying to verify if it's real. I've talked to other contractors. Most are too scared to say anything, but I think you know the truth." Shaw looked at the blueprint for a long time. His hands trembled slightly. Whether from age or emotion, Marin couldn't tell. "Where did you get this?" "It was sent anonymously. Is it real?" He didn't answer directly. Instead, he stood and walked to a closet, rummaging through boxes until he found what he was looking for. He returned with a yellowed folder containing his own set of construction documents, pages covered with his handwritten notes and calculations. "We were divided into specialized teams," he said quietly, spreading the documents across the table. "Different contractors for different sections. No one was supposed to see the complete picture, but I kept copies of everything. Force of habit from 40 years in the business. My father taught me to never trust that someone else had the records you might need someday." He pulled out several documents showing various levels of the underground construction, each more complex than the last. Sublevels 1 through 3 were the baggage system. Everyone knew about those. Sublevel 4 was supposed to be mechanical systems, HVAC, power distribution. Sublevel 5 was utilities and emergency backup power, redundant systems that could keep the airport operational during a crisis. And Sublevel 6? Shaw met her eyes, and she saw something in his gaze that made her understand why he lived out here, alone, watching his perimeter with cameras and keeping a rifle within reach. "We were told to build containment rooms, not storage, not utility spaces, containment. With pressure seals, air filtration systems rated for biological hazards, reinforced observation windows made of material I'd only seen in military applications. The specifications were unlike anything I'd worked on in civilian construction, and I'd been building for 40 years at that point. What were they designed to contain? They never told us. But I can tell you what they built. Holding chambers with walls thick enough to survive a direct missile strike, environmental testing labs with equipment that could monitor conditions down to parts per million, a central vault with security protocols I'd only seen in military installations, multiple redundant power sources, air systems that could maintain positive pressure for months, water filtration that could purify anything. The whole level extended for miles way beyond the airport property boundaries. We tunnelled under federal land BLM territory, areas where no one would notice construction. Why would they build something like that? Shaw leaned back in his chair, his eyes distant. I've spent 30 years trying to answer that question. My best guess. It's a research site. Something they needed to keep hidden, secure and accessible only to people with the highest clearances. During the Cold War, the government built facilities like this all over the country. Underground bases, continuity of government sites, research installations studying things the public wasn't supposed to know about. Most people think that ended when the Soviet Union fell, but I think they kept building, and Denver International Airport was the perfect cover. He pulled out another document, this one a rough hand-drawn map. This is my reconstruction of Sub-Level 6's layout based on what I saw, and what I could piece together from talking to other contractors who'd work on adjacent sections. The main access points are here and here. He pointed to locations near Terminals B and C. But there are other entrances, emergency exits, service tunnels, and connections to other facilities miles away. Connected to what? That, I don't know for certain. But I heard rumours during construction. Whispers among contractors who'd had one too many beers after their shifts. Rumours about connections to Cheyenne Mountain, to NORAD, to other facilities that officially have nothing to do with the civilian airport. One electrician told me he'd wired a tunnel that ran due south for 50 miles. Another guy said he'd installed communication equipment that was hardened against electromagnetic pulses. Military-grade stuff. Why would an airport need that? Marin studied the map, committing every detail to memory. Why are you telling me this? Everyone else I've talked to refuses to say anything. Shaw was quiet for a moment, his fingers tracing the lines on his map. Because I'm old, and I'm tired of carrying this alone. Because Howard is gone and Miguel is dead and I'm probably next. And because someone needs to know the truth before we're all silenced. He looked up at her. Do you know what it's like to live in fear for 30 years? To know that everything you built, every calculation you made, every blueprint you drew was part of something you don't understand, something potentially terrible? Do you think you're in danger? I've been living off-grid for 20 years. I don't use email. I barely use the phone. My property has security that would make a paranoid survivalist proud. I take precautions because yes, I believe talking about this is dangerous. He folded up the maps and handed them to Marin. But I also believe the truth matters more than my safety. So here, take these. Find out what's really down there. Just be careful. People who dig too deep into this tend to have accidents. What kind of accidents? Howard disappeared. Miguel was crushed in a tool shed that somehow collapsed, even though it was new construction that had passed multiple safety inspections. I had a close call myself in 2001. Someone tampered with the brakes on my truck. I survived because I was paranoid enough to check them before driving anywhere important. After that, I moved here. Changed my name on everything except the property deed. Cut ties with everyone from my old life. Do you know who's behind it? Not individuals, but organisations. Federal agencies with budgets so black they don't appear in any public documents. Military contractors who answer to people without names. Intelligence services that operate beyond oversight. The kind of shadow government that conspiracy theorists talk about, except it's real. It's been real since the Cold War and it never went away. It just got better at hiding. Marin took the documents carefully, treating them like the precious evidence they were. Thank you for trusting me with this. Don't thank me yet. This information might just get you killed. Shaw walked to the window looking out at the forest surrounding his property. But if you're going to do this, if you're going to dig all the way down to the truth, then do it right. Document everything. Create redundant copies. Send it to people you trust in different locations. And most importantly, if you find something definitive, something that proves what's down there, don't try to be a hero. Release it all at once. Make it public immediately. That's your only protection. Part 8. The Federal Visit. The men arrived 3 days after Marin returned from Wyoming. She had been working from home, reviewing the documents Shaw had given her and trying to cross-reference them with other construction records when someone knocked on her apartment door at 8 in the evening. Through the peephole she saw 2 men in plain clothes. They looked official in the way federal agents always do. Neat haircuts, conservative suits that managed to be both expensive and deliberately forgettable. Expressionless faces that gave away nothing. She had been expecting this. Shaw had warned her. Thomas Burkhart had warned her. Even Richard Voss in his careful way had warned her. When you start asking questions about Denver International Airport, when you talk to too many people and dig too deep into records that someone wants to stay buried, people notice. Marin considered not answering, but they knocked again, firm and patient, and she knew they would keep knocking until she opened the door. Marin Cole? The first man asked when she cracked open the door, keeping the chain lock engaged. Who's asking? We'd like to talk to you about your recent research activities. He didn't show identification, didn't introduce himself. His partner stood slightly behind him, hands clasped in front, eyes scanning the hallway. I'm not discussing my research with anyone. The second man spoke for the first time. His voice was quiet, almost gentle. Miss Cole, we're not here to threaten you. We're here to give you some friendly advice. Stop contacting former airport contractors. Stop requesting restricted construction documents. Move on to other projects. There are plenty of interesting infrastructure stories that don't touch on matters of national security. I haven't done anything illegal. No one's saying you have. But understand that certain projects have ongoing security implications. Interfering with those projects, even inadvertently through historical research, can lead to complications you don't want. Questions from other agencies, difficulties with future employment, problems that would make your life significantly less pleasant. The first man pulled a business card from his pocket and slipped it through the gap in the door. It was blank except for a phone number. If you decide you want to discuss what you found, call this number. Someone will listen. But if you continue down your current path, we can't guarantee your safety. Not because we would harm you, but because you're getting close to things that other people we don't control, might want to remain hidden. Is that supposed to be reassuring? It's supposed to be honest. There are forces at work that are bigger than any individual, bigger than any single agency. Some things are classified for good reasons. Some secrets exist because knowing the truth would cause more harm than maintaining the lie. They turned to leave. But as the second man descended the stairs, something fell from his pocket. A small laminated card which he didn't seem to notice. Marin waited until they were gone, counting to 60, listening for the sound of car doors, an engine starting. Only then did she open her door fully and retrieve the card. It was an access badge for the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. She stood in her apartment doorway, holding the badge, trying to understand what it meant. DTRA was a Department of Defense organization focused on countering weapons of mass destruction. Chemical weapons, biological threats, nuclear materials. They worked on preventing the proliferation of WMDs, responding to biothreat scenarios, developing countermeasures against radiological attacks. Why would DTRA care about an airport, unless the airport was involved in exactly those kinds of threats? Unless Sub-Level 6 was a research facility studying the very things DTRA was designed to counter, or perhaps containing them. Part 9. The Cheyenne Mountain Connection. The Defense Threat Reduction Agency badge changed everything. Marin spent the next week researching DTRA operations and historical government programs related to continuity of government and bio-threat response. What she discovered painted a disturbing picture. During the Cold War, the United States had built extensive underground facilities designed to preserve government functions in the event of nuclear war. Some were well known. The bunker beneath the Greenbrier Hotel in West Virginia, where Congress would relocate. Mount Weather in Virginia, the Emergency Operations Center for Executive Branch. Raven Rock in Pennsylvania, the Pentagon's alternate command center. But there were others, classified sites that appeared only as rumours and declassified hints in historical documents. Site R, Site E. The dozens of facilities that fell under the umbrella of continuity of government planning but were never officially acknowledged. The declassified documents she could find revealed a massive infrastructure of underground installations built throughout the 50s, 60s and 70s, designed to preserve American government and military capability in the event of catastrophic attack. And according to reports from various investigative journalists and researchers who had spent years tracking these sites, the construction never stopped. Even after the Cold War ended, even after the Soviet Union fell, the underground facilities continued to expand and upgrade, because the threats didn't end with nuclear war. Biological weapons, genetically engineered pathogens, chemical agents that could devastate populations, these threats were harder to detect, harder to defend against, and potentially more dangerous than nuclear weapons because they could be deployed with far less infrastructure. Marion found references in government documents to strategic biological repositories and continuity of species programs. The language was bureaucratic, deliberately vague, but the implications were clear. The government had been collecting genetic samples, storing biological materials, preparing for scenarios where human DNA itself might need to be preserved. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault in Norway was a public example of this thinking. A facility built deep in Arctic permafrost, designed to preserve seeds from every known crop species in case of agricultural collapse. It was openly acknowledged, even celebrated. But what if there were similar facilities for human genetic material? What if someone had decided that preserving the human species required the same kind of ark? And where would you build such a facility in the United States? Somewhere secure, somewhere with extensive underground construction that wouldn't attract attention, somewhere with connections to military command structures like NORAD, somewhere like Denver International Airport. Cheyenne Mountain, home to NORAD, was 75 miles south of Denver. It was one of the most famous military installations in the world, carved deep into granite, designed to withstand a direct nuclear strike. The installation could seal itself off from the outside world, operating independently for months if necessary. But even Cheyenne Mountain needed support infrastructure, supply lines, personnel transit, emergency protocols for moving critical assets quickly from vulnerable locations to protected ones. What if Denver International Airport wasn't just an airport? What if it was part of a larger continuity of government network, a hub in a system of underground facilities designed to preserve not just government functions, but human capability itself? Marin created a map showing all the known underground facilities in Colorado and Wyoming. Then she added the tunnel networks from Shaw's documents, extending them based on the geological surveys and transportation corridors that made sense for underground construction. The pattern was undeniable. They formed a constellation of connected sites with Denver International Airport at the centre. Lines radiated outward, south to Cheyenne Mountain, west toward various military installations in the Rockies, north toward Wyoming facilities, east into the plains where surveillance and early warning systems had been built during the Cold War. She found references in old military reports to strategic relocation routes and emergency population management scenarios. One document, partially declassified in 2007, mentioned genetic preservation protocols and biodiversity contingency planning without providing any specific details about where these programs were implemented. Another document, from a 1980s congressional hearing on civil defense, contained a single telling line: the committee recommends continued funding for underground biological repositories, with primary sites to be established in geologically stable regions with existing federal infrastructure. Geologically stable regions, like the Front Range of Colorado, existing federal infrastructure, like a major airport built on federal land with extensive underground construction. In the event of a catastrophic attack or breakdown of civil order, certain facilities would become operational. People deemed essential to national security would be moved to protected locations. Genetic samples would be secured, research materials would be preserved, and the infrastructure for that movement needed to be built in advance, hidden within civilian projects where it wouldn't attract attention. Denver International Airport, with its massive underground construction, its federal involvement, its connections to military installations, made perfect sense as part of that infrastructure. But that didn't explain the containment rooms, or the observation galleries, or the specific reference to anomalous biological specimens. That suggested something beyond just genetic storage, something beyond just continuity of government. That suggested they were studying something, containing something that required the kind of security protocols normally reserved for the most dangerous materials on Earth. Part 10. The infiltration. Marin knew she needed to get into sub-level 6 herself. The documents and witness testimonies had given her the outline, but she needed proof. Physical evidence. Photographs that couldn't be dismissed as fabrications or misinterpretations. She spent 2 weeks planning her approach. Getting into the secure areas of the airport would require either extensive hacking of security systems, which was beyond her capabilities, or finding someone with access who could help her. The answer came from an unexpected source. One of her college classmates, a woman named Patricia Chen, worked as a facilities manager for the airport authority. They had stayed in touch sporadically over the years, meeting for coffee every few months to catch up on their careers and lives. Patricia had been with the airport for almost a decade, long enough to have access to areas most employees never saw. Marin invited her to lunch at a quiet restaurant in Cherry Creek and carefully broached the subject. "I'm working on a research project about underground construction," she explained, after they had ordered and exchanged the usual pleasantries about work and family. "Particularly the older sections of the airport that aren't in regular use anymore. I was wondering if you could give me a tour of some of those areas for the book I'm writing." Patricia looked uncomfortable. She set down her fork and studied Marin with an expression that was hard to read. "Most of the old tunnel sections are restricted. Even I don't have clearance for everything down there. But you have clearance for some areas." "Some, yes. The decommissioned baggage tunnels, certain mechanical sections, emergency access routes that haven't been used in years. But Marin, there are places down there that nobody talks about. Places that technically don't exist on any current airport maps. If you're asking me to take you to those places, the answer is no. I could lose my job, possibly face criminal charges if I accessed restricted areas without authorization. I'm not asking you to risk your career. Just show me what you're allowed to show me. That's all." Patricia studied her for a long moment. "Why is this important to you? You're not writing a book about infrastructure. You're looking for something specific. What is it?" Marin considered lying, constructing some plausible cover story. But Patricia deserved the truth. They had been friends for over 15 years. Patricia had always been honest with her. So Marin explained everything. The anonymous blueprint, the contractor interviews, the federal visit, the connections she had uncovered between the airport and government programs that officially didn't exist. Everything. When she finished, Patricia was quiet for several minutes, pushing food around her plate without eating. The restaurant buzzed with lunchtime conversation around them, people discussing business deals and vacation plans, normal life carrying on while they talked about conspiracies and underground facilities. "I've worked at that airport for 10 years, Patricia said finally, and there are things I've seen, things I've noticed that never made sense. Security protocols that seem excessive for a civilian facility, sections that require federal clearances to access, deliveries that arrive at odd hours with military escorts, trucks with no markings. I always assumed it was related to post-9/11 security measures, heightened vigilance. But maybe it's more than that. Maybe it's always been more than that. Will you help me? I'll show you what I can access. But we do this my way, during a maintenance shift when fewer people are around. And if we get caught, the story is we were just doing a routine inspection of systems that haven't been checked in a while. Plausible deniability. Understood. Understood." They scheduled the tour for the following Tuesday, during the overnight shift between 2 and 4 in the morning when airport traffic was minimal and most of the facility staff was at reduced capacity. Part 11. Descent into Sub-Level. 6. Patricia picked Marin up at 1:30 in the morning from a parking garage 3 blocks from the airport. They drove separately to a service entrance on the eastern perimeter of the airport property, far from the main terminals and the areas where late-night travellers might see them. This entrance is used mainly for maintenance crews and contractors, Patricia explained as she swiped her access card at a plain metal door marked only with a number. Security is lighter here, but we still need to move carefully. There are cameras in most sections and the security centre monitors everything. Won't they notice us? I filed a maintenance inspection request for tonight. As far as the system knows, we're checking HVAC systems and electrical panels in the lower levels. Normal work. But we'll need to stick to areas where that story makes sense. They entered through the metal door into a concrete corridor lit by industrial lighting. The air was cool and slightly damp, carrying the smell of machine oil and ozone. The floor was painted concrete, marked with yellow safety lines and directional arrows that had faded over time. Patricia led them through a maze of passages, each turn taking them deeper into the facility's infrastructure. They passed through sub-level 1, where the active baggage systems hummed and clicked, automated carts moving luggage between terminals. The sound echoed off concrete walls, creating a rhythm that was almost hypnotic. They descended further into the abandoned sections. Sub-level 3 was where the failed baggage system equipment sat in silent rows, a graveyard of broken conveyor belts and rusting machinery. Everything was covered in dust, untouched for years. The air here was staler, the temperature cooler. "This is normally as far as I go," Patricia said. They stood at a junction where a locked gate barred further progress. A sign read, "Authorised personnel only, federal clearance required." Beyond the gate, the character of the tunnels changed. The lighting was newer, LED instead of the older fluorescent fixtures. The walls were smoother, more finished. This wasn't abandoned infrastructure. This was actively maintained. "Can you open it?" "My card technically has clearance, but there's a log. If anyone checks, they'll see I accessed this area outside of normal maintenance hours. They'll have questions." "I understand if you want to turn back." Patricia hesitated, her hand on the card reader. Marin could see the conflict in her friend's face, weighing curiosity and loyalty against career and safety. Finally, Patricia swiped her card. The lock disengaged with a heavy clunk that echoed through the tunnels. "No going back now," Patricia whispered. Beyond the gate, everything was different. The passages were climate-controlled, the temperature precisely maintained. Digital keypads controlled access to various doors. Security cameras mounted in protective housings tracked their movement, red lights indicating active recording. They descended 2 more levels via a service stairwell that seemed to go down forever. Marin counted the steps. 53, 54, 55. At the bottom, they emerged into a corridor unlike anything in the upper levels. This was sub-level 5. And it was definitely not abandoned. Climate control units hummed in the walls. Digital keypads controlled access to various doors, each requiring card authentication and presumably tracking every entry. The floors were polished concrete, clean and well maintained. The walls were painted institutional white, marked with coloured lines that indicated different zones and purposes. "We shouldn't be here," Patricia whispered, even though they appeared to be alone. "This area is definitely off limits." But Marin had come too far to turn back now. She moved forward, checking doors, searching for any way down to the 6th sub-level. She knew from Shaw's documents that the access point should be near this location, somewhere in this section of sub-level 5. She found it near the end of the corridor, an elevator shaft with buttons labelled 1 through 5 and a blank button at the bottom of the panel. No label, no indication of what the blank button led to. But Marin knew. This was the entrance to sub-level 6. Patricia saw what she was looking at. "That button requires a keycard I don't have. I've seen it before, but never had authorization to use it. I've never been to whatever level that accesses. I don't even know if anyone on my team has." Marin examined the panel. There was no label, no indication of what the blank button led to, but she knew from Shaw's documents that this was it. The final level. The place where the truth was hidden. She pressed the button, not really expecting it to work. But to her surprise, the elevator engaged. The blank button glowed red, and she heard the mechanism activating above them. "How did you do that?" Patricia asked, her voice tight with nervousness. "I don't know. Maybe the security protocols are looser during maintenance hours. Maybe your card has more access than you thought." The elevator arrived with a soft chime. The doors opened to reveal an interior that was immaculately clean, stainless steel walls reflecting the LED lighting. Marin and Patricia exchanged glances. "Last chance to turn back," Marin said. "We're already caught on camera. Might as well see what we came for." They stepped into the elevator. Marin pressed the blank button. The doors closed, and the elevator began to descend. It took a long time, much longer than the descent between normal floors. Marin watched the digital display, but it showed no floor numbers, just a blank screen. They were descending into a part of the facility that officially didn't exist, into sub-level 6. When the doors finally opened, they stepped into a space that took Marin's breath away. This was not a maintenance tunnel. This was not abandoned infrastructure. This was a facility. The corridor stretched ahead of them, pristinely white walls with sealed doors every 30 feet. The air was temperature controlled, filtered, with no hint of the mustiness that pervaded the upper tunnels. Overhead lights were embedded in the ceiling at regular intervals, creating a clinical brightness that reminded Marin of research laboratories or hospital operating theatres. Everything was clean, everything was maintained, everything suggested active use. They walked forward slowly, their footsteps echoing off the walls. Each door they passed had a digital keypad and a small window, but most windows were covered from the inside. The doors were labelled with alphanumeric codes that meant nothing to Marin. A12, B7, C19. About halfway down the corridor they found a door that was slightly ajar. Room designation. Observation Gallery 3. Marin pushed it open carefully. Inside was a large observation room. One wall was entirely glass, looking into a chamber beyond. The chamber was empty now, but the walls showed signs of heavy use. Scuff marks that looked like something had been thrown against them. Discoloration in places where chemicals or biological materials might have been present. Mounting points on the floor and ceiling where equipment had been installed and removed. The observation room itself contained equipment racks, now mostly empty. Along one wall, metal shelves held dozens of identical sealed containers. Each container was about the size of a shoebox, made of some kind of specialised alloy, with temperature gauges on the sides and biohazard warnings stamped on the tops. Marin examined one of the containers. It was heavy, carefully sealed. The temperature gauge read -20 degrees Celsius. A numeric code was stencilled on its side, but no other identifying information. No labels indicating what was inside. "These are biological storage containers," Patricia said quietly, joining her at the shelves. "We use similar ones in the airport's quarantine facilities for handling potentially contaminated materials. But these are much more sophisticated, military grade, the kind of thing you'd use for long-term storage of hazardous biological materials." They explored 3 more rooms, finding similar setups. Observation areas overlooking empty chambers, storage facilities with specialised equipment, sealed rooms with reinforced walls and sophisticated ventilation systems. Everything spoke of active research, careful containment, protocols designed to handle materials that required the highest levels of security. In the last room they checked, Marin found something that made everything clear. On a door at the far end of the chamber, painted letters were visible beneath layers of grime and half-hearted attempts to cover them with white paint. Someone had tried to erase these words, but they showed through. Anomaly Containment, Section A. The letters had faded, been partially obscured, but they were unmistakable. This wasn't a storage facility. This wasn't a government bunker. This was a containment site for something that required isolation, observation, and federal security. Something anomalous. Patricia was taking photographs with her phone, documenting everything. The empty chambers, the storage containers, the labels on equipment racks, the warning signs, evidence that sub-level 6 was real and active. "We need to go," she said, checking the time on her phone. "We've been down here too long. If security's watching the cameras..." An alarm began to sound. Not loud, but persistent. A red light started flashing above the elevator. They ran. Part 12. The Blue Horse. They made it back to the service entrance without encountering security, but Marin knew their time had run out. By morning, someone would review the access logs and camera footage. Patricia would be questioned about why she had accessed restricted areas during a supposed maintenance inspection. The facility would know they had been there. In the parking garage, Patricia handed Marin a USB drive. "Everything I photographed. All of it. Take it. I'll claim I was doing a routine inspection if anyone asks, but I don't think they'll believe me. I'll probably be fired, maybe prosecuted, but at least we'll have proof. I'm sorry I got you involved in this. Don't be. I've been ignoring my instincts about this place for years. Every time I saw something that didn't make sense, every time I encountered security protocols that seemed excessive for a civilian facility, I told myself it was none of my business, that there were good reasons for everything. But maybe it's time someone actually looked at what's down there." She got into her car, started the engine. "Be careful, Marin. Whatever this is, it's big and dangerous. People don't build facilities like that without being willing to protect them." Marin drove home as dawn broke over Denver. She was exhausted, running on adrenaline and too much coffee, but her mind wouldn't stop racing. She thought about everything she had discovered: the containment chambers, the biological storage, the federal security, all hidden beneath an airport that shouldn't have needed any of those things. And she thought about something else, something she had noticed during all her research but hadn't fully connected until now: the Blue Mustang statue. Everyone who visited Denver International Airport knew about the statue. It was impossible to miss. A 32-foot sculpture of a rearing horse, painted bright blue with glowing red eyes. Locals called it Blucifer, a name that captured both the statue's demonic appearance and its dark history. The sculptor, Luis Jimenez, had been killed during its construction when a section of the statue fell on him, severing an artery in his leg. He bled to death in his studio before help could arrive. The statue was unveiled in 2008, 13 years after the airport opened. The official explanation was that it represented the wild spirit of the American West, a symbol of freedom and untamed nature. But the statue had always generated controversy. Parents complained that it gave their children nightmares. Some people claimed to see the red eyes glowing in the dark, visible from the highway miles away. Local legends sprang up about the statue being cursed, about Jimenez's death being a sacrifice, about the horse being a guardian of something beneath the airport. Marin had always dismissed these stories as simply bad art combined with urban legend, but now she pulled up photographs and technical specifications of the statue's construction. The statue weighed 9,000 pounds. Its internal structure was made of steel armatures and support brackets. Complex engineering required to keep the rearing horse balanced on its hind legs. The plans showed a sophisticated system of internal supports, anchoring deep into the ground to prevent the massive sculpture from toppling. And those support brackets, those internal structures, those anchor points that extended deep underground, looked remarkably similar to the containment bracket designs she had seen in the Sub-Level 6 blueprints. The same angles, the same reinforcement patterns, the same engineering principles used for structures that needed to withstand extreme stress. What if the statue wasn't just art? What if it was a marker, a symbol visible from the air indicating the location of the facility below? She spent the morning researching the statue's design process, its funding sources, the decision to place it exactly where it stood. The more she learned, the more deliberate everything seemed. The statue sat on the western edge of the airport property, at the end of the main access road. Directly beneath its location, according to Shaw's maps, was one of the primary access points to Sub-Level 6. It was a sign. A massive, impossible-to-miss sign, telling anyone who knew what to look for exactly where the underground facility could be accessed. The glowing red eyes visible from miles away. A beacon. a navigational aid for aircraft that needed to find this facility quickly, even without radio contact. The blue colour? Blue was the NATO standard for identifying biological hazards. The rearing horse, positioned as if about to strike. A warning, a symbol of power and danger. And Jimenez's death? Marin didn't want to believe it was intentional, but the timing was suspicious. He had completed the statue. He knew how it was built, where the anchor points were located, what lay beneath. Had he asked questions? Noticed things? Discovered the truth about what his statue was really marking? She couldn't prove any of this, but the pattern was there, visible once you knew how to look. Part 13. The Truth Hidden from the Public. With all the pieces assembled, Marin began to see the larger picture. In the documents Patricia had photographed, there were references to something called MK Denver. The name appeared on file labels, on storage containers in the observation rooms, on digital displays that Patricia had captured in her photos. Marin searched for any mention of MK Denver in public records and found nothing, but she did find references to other MK programs from the Cold War era. MK Ultra, the notorious CIA mind control experiments that tested LSD and other drugs on unwitting subjects. MK Search, its successor program, which expanded the research to include hypnosis and behavioral modification. MK Naomi, focused on biological weapons and incapacitating agents. The MK designation seemed to be associated with classified research projects that pushed ethical boundaries, programs that operated in the shadows of government oversight, studying things that the public wasn't supposed to know about. MK Denver could be another program in that lineage, but what was its purpose? In one of Patricia's photos, Marin had caught a clear image of a document lying on a desk in one of the observation rooms. She zoomed in, enhancing the image as much as possible using photo editing software. The document header read, MK Denver, Population Continuity Through Genetic Preservation, Phase 2 Implementation. Below that, a list of objectives. Maintain viable genetic samples of strategic personnel. Create controlled environment storage for biological materials. Establish protocols for rapid DNA sequencing and analysis. Develop containment procedures for anomalous biological specimens. Coordinate with DTRA for biothreat response scenarios. This wasn't just a bunker. It wasn't just a storage facility. This was a genetic vault, similar to the seed vaults built to preserve plant species in case of global catastrophe. But instead of seeds, they were preserving human genetic material, DNA of strategic personnel, whatever that meant. Government officials, military leaders, scientists, people deemed essential to rebuilding civilization if catastrophe struck. And there was that word again, anomalous biological specimens. What did that mean? What kind of specimens required containment in a secure underground facility with federal oversight and military-grade security? Marin found another photo that provided a clue. Patricia had photographed a wall chart in one of the labs, a timeline showing different phases of the MK Denver program. Phase 1, 1975 to 1988. Sample collection and storage protocols established Phase 2, 1989 to 2003. Facility construction and anomaly containment procedures. Phase 3, 2004 to present. Unknown, listed only as operational contingency. The timeline suggested that MK Denver had been running for almost 50 years. It had begun during the Cold War, continued after the Soviet Union fell, and was still active now. But what was Phase 3? What operational contingency required a facility this size, this secure, this hidden? Marin spent hours going through every photo Patricia had taken, every document visible in the images, looking for more information. She found references to other programs with cryptic names: Genetic Arc Protocol, Biodiversity Contingency, Species Preservation Initiative. All of them seemed to be connected to MK Denver. All of them suggested preparation for some kind of catastrophic event that would threaten human survival. But none of them explained the containment chambers. None of them explained why observation rooms had been built with reinforced glass capable of withstanding extreme impacts. None of them explained what anomalous biological specimens meant, unless they had found something that didn't fit existing categories, something that required study and containment because it posed a threat that no one had anticipated. Part 14. The tape. Among the items Patricia had photographed was an old VHS tape, sitting on a shelf in one of the observation rooms. The label, barely legible in the photo, read, "Anomaly Behaviour Footage, 98. Marin needed to see what was on that tape. She knew returning to the airport was reckless. Patricia had almost certainly been identified by now, her access privileges revoked, possibly even detained for questioning. Security would be heightened. They would be watching for exactly the kind of intrusion Marin was planning, but that tape might contain the proof she needed. Visual evidence of what Sub-Level 6 was really for. Something that couldn't be dismissed or explained away. She returned alone that night, using the same service entrance Patricia had shown her. The access card Patricia had given her still worked, which surprised her until she realised it might be a trap. They might be letting her in, watching to see what she would do, who she would contact. But she had come this far. She couldn't stop now. Getting into the underground levels was easier than she expected. The route was burned into her memory. Down the stairs, through the checkpoints, into the restricted zone. She moved quickly, confidently, as if she belonged there, as if she had every right to be in these tunnels at 3 a.m. She made it to Sub-Level 6. The elevator descended with that same unsettling smoothness, carrying her down into a place that officially didn't exist. The corridor was as she remembered it. White walls, sealed doors, clinical lighting. But something was different. She could hear something. A low humming sound, like machinery running behind the walls, and voices distant and muffled coming from somewhere deeper in the facility. She found the observation room where the tape had been. It was still there, sitting exactly where Patricia had photographed it, as if waiting for someone to find it. Marin took the tape and retreated back through the tunnels, her heart pounding every time she passed a camera or heard footsteps in distant corridors. She was certain she would be caught, certain that security was watching her on monitors, letting her get deeper into the facility before they moved in. But no one stopped her. She made it back to the surface, back to her car, back onto the highway, before she allowed herself to breathe normally. Again. Back in her apartment, she set up an old VCR she had kept from college and inserted the tape. Her hands were shaking as she pressed play. The footage that played was unlike anything she had expected. It showed one of the containment chambers from Sub-Level 6, clearly the same room she had seen in person. The timestamp in the corner read August 14th, 1998, 0300 hours. A figure stood in the centre of the chamber. At first it looked human, roughly human-shaped, wearing what appeared to be a hospital gown. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. But as the camera zoomed in, details became clear that didn't make sense. The figure's proportions were wrong. Arms slightly too long, reaching below where the knees should be. Legs bent at angles that suggested additional joints. The head tilted at an angle that should have been impossible without breaking the neck, turned almost backward while the body faced forward. And the way it moved. It didn't walk. It jerked between positions without seeming to transition, as if skipping frames in reality itself. One moment standing still, the next moment across the room, with no visible movement between the 2 positions. Behind the observation glass, several people in full biohazard suits watched, taking notes on clipboards. Their voices came through on the audio, clinical and detached, discussing the subject as if it were a laboratory specimen rather than anything that had once been human. Subject remains non-responsive to verbal commands. Cellular degradation continues at the accelerated rate. Current estimate is 72 hours until complete breakdown. Recommendation: transfer to Cheyenne Mountain Facility for further study under Level 4 containment protocols. The figure in the chamber suddenly moved directly toward the camera, impossibly fast. Its face filled the screen for a moment, features distorted and wrong, eyes that were too large and the wrong colour, mouth opening wider than any human jaw could stretch before the video cut to black. When the image returned, the chamber was empty. The observers were gone. A single voice spoke, barely above a whisper, speaking quickly as if afraid of being overheard. Transfer to Cheyenne Mountain failed. Containment breach during transport. 2 personnel lost. Subject remains active. Keep it here. Maintain sub-level 6 operational status until Phase 3 protocols are implemented. No further attempts to move specimens until new containment procedures are established. The tape ended with one final shot. A blueprint of the entire Denver International Airport with sub-level 6 highlighted in red. In the corner, a handwritten note in the same red ink as the original anonymous blueprint. Sub-level 6 must remain operational until Phase 3. Marin sat in her dark apartment, staring at the static on the television screen. Her mind struggled to process what she had just seen. That figure in the chamber, that thing that looked almost human but wasn't. What was it? Where had it come from? The clinical tone of the observers suggested this wasn't the first time they had dealt with something like this. They had protocols, procedures, language that indicated familiarity with whatever that thing was. Anomalous biological specimen. Not human, not animal, something else. Something that required containment in a facility built to withstand catastrophic containment failures. Something that had killed 2 people during a failed transfer attempt, and they were keeping it at Denver International Airport in sub-level 6 because Cheyenne Mountain had refused to accept it after the transport failure. She now understood what Denver International Airport really was. Not just a transportation hub, not just a government bunker or a genetic vault. It was a containment site, built to isolate and study things that couldn't be explained, things that existed at the edge of scientific understanding. Anomalies. Whether they were products of secret experiments, recovered from unknown sources, or something else entirely she couldn't say. But they were there. Beneath the terminals and runways, beneath the tunnels tourists saw deep in sub-level 6, contained and hidden and watched by federal agencies that officially didn't exist. And Phase 3, whatever that meant, was still coming. Epilogue, the knock at the door. Marin spent the next 2 days organising all her evidence. Photographs, documents, witness testimonies, the tape. She created redundant copies, stored on multiple drives, sent to different locations. She followed Shaw's advice exactly. Document everything. Create backups. Prepare to release it all at once if necessary. She began writing a comprehensive report, detailing everything she'd discovered. She planned to send it to journalists, researchers, advocacy groups, anyone who might be able to corroborate her findings and help make them public. But as she sat at her laptop in a cheap motel room in Colorado Springs, having fled her apartment when she became convinced it was under surveillance, playing the footage one more time to ensure she had captured all the details, someone knocked on her door. 3 precise knocks. A pause. Then 3 more. The pattern was too deliberate to be random, too controlled to be housekeeping or another guest. Marin felt her pulse spike, adrenaline flooding her system. She closed her laptop, walked slowly to the door, and looked through the peephole. 2 men in plain clothes stood in the hallway. Not the same men who had visited her apartment, but the same type. Federal agents or contractors who worked for agencies without names. One of them was holding up a badge she couldn't quite read. They knocked again. The same pattern. 3 knocks, pause, 3 more. Marin didn't open the door. Instead, she returned to her laptop and sent one final email to a list of addresses she had carefully curated. Journalists she trusted, activist organisations focused on government transparency, researchers who had studied classified programs, even a few members of Congress who had shown interest in oversight of intelligence agencies. The email contained everything. All the documents, all the evidence, all the witness statements, the photos from sub-level 6, the contractor testimonies, Shaw's maps, Richard Voss's explanations of the runway patterns, the connections to DTRA and continuity of government programs, and the video from the tape. The email's subject line was simple: Denver International Airport what they built beneath. She pressed send just as the knocking stopped. In the silence that followed, she heard other sounds. Footsteps in the hallway, multiple people, a radio crackling, someone speaking in low tones, the metallic sound of equipment being prepared. They weren't leaving, they were preparing to come in. Marin watched her laptop screen, watching the email progress bar inch forward. 50%, 60%. The files were large, the video file especially. It was taking too long. Outside her motel room, she heard a key card being used in the lock. Not her card. A master key, the kind that maintenance or security would have, or that federal agents would obtain. 70%. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, as if whoever was outside wanted to give her time to realise what was happening, time to understand that there was nowhere to go. 80%. The door opened. 3 men entered, moving with professional efficiency. 2 positioned themselves between Marin and the window. The third approached her calmly, hands visible, showing he wasn't armed. "Miss Cole, we need you to step away from the computer." 90%. "Please don't make this difficult. There are things you don't understand. Information that's classified for reasons beyond your clearance. We need to talk about what you think you've discovered." 95%. Marin looked at the screen, then at the men surrounding her. She thought about Howard Trent, who had disappeared, about Miguel Perez, who had died in a suspicious accident, about Everett Shaw, living in isolation because he knew the truth, about her father, who had taught her that buildings don't lie, and paper trails always tell the truth. 100%. Send complete. The man reached for the laptop. Marin closed it gently, meeting his eyes. "It's already out there," she said. "Everything. All of it. Sent to 50 different addresses. By tomorrow, people will be asking questions. And this time, you won't be able to make the questions go away." The man's expression didn't change. "You have no idea what you've done. No idea what you might have compromised. There are reasons, good reasons, why certain things remain classified. Reasons that have nothing to do with covering up wrongdoing and everything to do with public safety. Then let the public decide. If sub-level 6 is really necessary, if whatever's down there really needs to be kept secret, then make the case. Openly, transparently, but you can't make that choice for everyone." "Sometimes," the man said quietly, "that's exactly what we have to do." He took the laptop. The other 2 men began searching the room, gathering her notes, her phone, anything that might contain additional evidence. "You'll need to come with us," the man said. "We have questions, many questions, about how you accessed restricted areas, who helped you, what else you might have shared. Am I under arrest? That depends on how cooperative you are." Marin stood, knowing she had no choice, but she also knew that the truth was out there now, distributed across the internet in the hands of people who would know what to do with it. The story of Denver International Airport Sub-Level 6 wasn't ending with her detention. It was only beginning. Part 15. 3 weeks later. The story broke on a Tuesday morning. A major investigative news outlet published Marin's email in its entirety, along with extensive verification work. They had tracked down Everett Shaw, convinced him to go on record with his knowledge of the underground construction. They had interviewed former contractors, analysed the blueprints, and sent investigators to the airport to document the visible elements of Marin's claims. Most importantly, they had shown the video from the tape to experts in various fields. Forensic video analysts confirmed it hadn't been manipulated or fabricated. Biologists couldn't explain what they were seeing. Physics professors suggested the movement patterns violated known laws of motion. The story spread rapidly. Within hours, it was trending on every social media platform. Other news organisations picked it up. Congressional representatives started asking questions. Aviation authorities were forced to respond. Denver International Airport issued a statement denying everything. No sub-level 6 existed, they claimed. The blueprint was a fabrication. The video was a hoax. Miss Cole had illegally accessed restricted areas and created an elaborate conspiracy theory. But then an anonymous source within the airport authority confirmed that Patricia Chen had been detained and questioned. for 3 days before being released without charges, that her access privileges had been revoked, that she had been forced to sign non-disclosure agreements under threat of prosecution. More whistleblowers came forward. A security guard who had seen strange deliveries to restricted sections. A contractor who had worked on ventilation systems that served areas not on any official maps. An airport employee who had heard rumours about federal agents operating in the underground levels. The Department of Defense initially refused to comment, then issued a blanket denial. Then, when pressed by congressional committees with actual oversight authority, admitted that certain facilities beneath Denver International Airport serve classified national security purposes that cannot be disclosed publicly, which was as good as a confirmation. 3 weeks after Marin sent that email, she was released from federal custody. No charges were filed, though she was warned that further attempts to access classified information would result in prosecution. Her professional license was suspended pending review. Her apartment had been searched, her computers seized, but she was free, and the truth was out. Public tours of Denver International Airport's underground sections were suspended indefinitely. The airport authority announced a comprehensive review of all underground facilities. Congressional hearings were scheduled to investigate what exactly the federal government had built beneath a civilian airport and why. Shaw called her from a burner phone, his voice shaking. "I never thought I'd see this day. Never thought anyone would actually get the truth out there. How are you holding up?" "I've been better, but it was worth it. Be careful, this isn't over. The people who built Sub-Level 6, who've been running whatever programs are down there, they're not going to give up just because some journalists asked questions. They'll regroup, relocate, cover their tracks, but at least now people know. At least now they'll be watching." Patricia reached out through a lawyer, unable to contact Marin directly due to the NDA she had signed. The message was simple. Thank you. Worth it. As for Marin, she spent her days following the unfolding story, watching as investigators dug deeper into the history of Denver International Airport as more information emerged about continuity of government programs and classified research facilities. She didn't know what was really in Sub-Level 6, didn't know what that figure on the tape was or where it had come from, didn't know if MK Denver was still operational or if the facility had been emptied in response to her revelations. But she knew this. For 30 years, something had been hidden beneath Denver International Airport. Something important enough to require massive underground construction, federal security, and decades of secrecy. And now, finally, people were asking the right questions. Whatever Phase 3 was, whatever the planners of Denver International Airport had intended, it would now happen under public scrutiny rather than in complete darkness. Buildings don't lie, her father had taught her. Paper trails always tell the truth, and in the end, the truth had been worth everything it cost. The story of Denver International Airport wasn't ending. It was only beginning. Epilogue 2. The response. 6 months after the story broke, Denver International Airport remained at the centre of a national controversy. Congressional hearings had revealed bits and pieces of the truth. Yes, Sub-Level 6 existed. Yes, it had been built as part of a classified continuity of government program. Yes, it served purposes beyond civilian aviation. But the full truth remained classified. The Department of Defense invoked national security concerns, refusing to disclose the specific nature of the research conducted there or what was currently stored in the facility. The video of the anomalous figure was analysed by every major intelligence agency and dismissed as either a fabrication or, in the carefully worded statement from one official, visual documentation of classified research that cannot be publicly discussed. Which raised more questions than it answered. If the video was real, what was it showing? If it was a fabrication, why would someone go to such lengths to create it? Marin wrote a book about her investigation. It became a bestseller, part memoir, part exposé. She spoke at universities, appeared on podcasts, became an advocate for government transparency and oversight of classified programs. She never got her professional license back. The Urban Planning Board ruled that her actions had violated ethical standards, regardless of the public interest her investigation served. But she found other work, consulting for oversight committees, helping journalists investigate other classified facilities, teaching courses on government secrecy and the public's right to know. Shaw died 8 months after the story broke. Natural causes, according to the death certificate. Heart attack. He was found in his Wyoming ranch, his security system mysteriously disabled. Marin didn't believe it was natural, but she couldn't prove otherwise. Patricia never spoke publicly about what she had seen. The NDA she signed was ironclad, but she sent Marin a card every year on the anniversary of their descent into sub-level 6. No words, just a single image, a photograph of the blue Mustang statue, its red eyes glowing in the night. And Denver International Airport continued to operate. Millions of travellers passed through its terminals every year, rolling their luggage across the Masonic dedication stone, walking past the controversial murals, landing on runways arranged in that suspicious pattern. Most of them never wondered what lay beneath their feet, never questioned why the airport was built so far from the city, why the construction went so far over budget, why security seemed excessive for a civilian facility. But some did. And those questions led to more investigations, more revelations, more truth emerging from the shadows. The full story of Sub-Level 6 might never be told. Some secrets are buried too deep, protected too well, deemed too dangerous for public knowledge. But at least now people knew to ask. At least now the facility beneath Denver International Airport operated with the knowledge that someone was watching. Someone was asking questions. Someone had pulled back the curtain, even if just for a moment, and seen what lay beneath. And that, Marin thought, was enough. For now. Before we begin tonight's journey into one of the most suppressed mysteries on Earth, if you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It genuinely helps the channel grow in ways you might not realise, and it allows us to keep bringing you these deep dives into the unknown. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. No pressure though, only if you feel like sharing. Now let me ask you something. What if everything you've been told about Antarctica was a carefully constructed lie? What if the frozen wasteland at the bottom of our world isn't just ice and penguins, but something far more terrifying? Something that would fundamentally change how we understand human history itself? Think about it. Antarctica is the 5th largest continent on Earth, larger than Europe, nearly twice the size of Australia. It contains 70% of the world's fresh water locked in ice that's been accumulating for millions of years. It holds vast mineral deposits, untapped oil reserves, and resources that could make a country unimaginably wealthy. And yet, for over 60 years, the entire world has agreed to leave it completely alone. During the Cold War, when the United States and Soviet Union were locked in a desperate race for resources, technology, and strategic advantage, when proxy wars were being fought on every continent for the smallest geopolitical gains, these two superpowers came together with their allies and signed a treaty that effectively said, nobody touches Antarctica, nobody claims it, nobody exploits it, nobody even militarizes it. And that treaty has never been broken. Not once. Not by any nation. No matter how desperate for resources or strategic position. Doesn't that strike you as strange? Doesn't it make you wonder what could possibly be important enough to make enemies cooperate so completely? Tonight, we're going to talk about satellite images that shouldn't exist. Government cover-ups spanning 8 decades, and a secret so profound that sworn enemies became allies to keep it buried under 2 miles of ice. We're going to follow the trail of 2 people who got too close to the truth and paid the ultimate price. This is the Icewall dossier. The satellite image that shouldn't exist, January of the year 2013. NASA's MODIS satellite passes over Queen Maud Land, Antarctica, as it does every few days, capturing thermal and visual data of the frozen continent below. The images are routine, processed by automated systems, filed away in massive databases that few people ever examine. But one person did examine them. Emily Vance was a geologist at the University of Colorado, specialising in glacial formations and subsurface imaging. She had spent the better part of a decade analysing satellite data, looking for patterns in ice movement, thermal signatures, anything that might tell us more about the mysterious continent that covers more area than Europe and remains less explored than the surface of Mars. Her office was small, cramped with filing cabinets and computer equipment, the walls covered with maps and printed satellite images marked with her handwritten notes. She'd always been meticulous, the kind of scientist who checked and rechecked her data, who never made claims she couldn't back up with evidence. On a cold January morning, drinking her third coffee of the day, Emily pulled up the latest raw data from Queen Maud Land. She'd requested it specifically because she was working on a paper about ice sheet dynamics in that region. The data came in as usual, transmitted from NASA's archive to her university system. What she saw on her screen made her set down her mug very carefully, coffee sloshing over the rim onto the papers scattered across her desk. She didn't notice. There, in the raw thermal imagery, was a shadow. Not just any shadow, but a perfectly rectilinear one, forming what looked unmistakably like the outline of a massive buried structure. The edges were too straight, too deliberate. The angles were too precise, meeting at exactly 90 degrees in multiple places. Emily's first thought was equipment malfunction. Satellites can produce artifacts, especially in extreme environments like Antarctica, where ice can create unusual reflections and temperature gradients. She'd seen plenty of false positives in her career. But this was different. She pulled up the processed, public-facing version of the same image that had been released on NASA's website. The shadow had been smoothed out, normalised, blended into the surrounding terrain. The metadata attributed it to sensor distortion caused by atmospheric conditions. Emily sat back in her chair, her mind racing. She pulled up the raw data again and began running analysis protocols. She measured the angles, calculated the dimensions, ran thermal gradient comparisons with the surrounding area. The structure, if that's what it was, would be enormous, approximately 1,500 metres on its longest side, roughly rectangular in shape, buried under what her calculation suggested was approximately 3 kilometres of ice. But somehow, impossibly, it was still creating a measurable thermal signature. Not much, just a few degrees warmer than the surrounding ice, but consistent, deliberate. Emily knew glacial formations. She knew ice dynamics. She knew what natural thermal variations looked like in Antarctic ice. This wasn't that. She spent the rest of that day pulling every piece of historical satellite data she could access for Queen Maud Land, going back years, looking for the same signature, tracking whether it had changed or remained constant. What she found made her blood pressure spike and her hands shake as she typed notes. The thermal signature had been there for at least 20 years, as far back as her satellite data went. Consistent, unchanging, the same shape, the same temperature differential, the same precise geometric outline. For 2 weeks, Emily became obsessed. She stopped sleeping normally, catching a few hours on the couch in her office between analysis sessions. She cross-referenced everything she could access: ice thickness measurements, seismic data from Antarctic research stations, historical expedition reports, geological surveys. She reached out to colleagues carefully, asking if anyone else had noticed anomalies in Queen Maud Land data. Most dismissed her questions with friendly but uninterested responses. A few admitted they'd seen strange things in Antarctica data over the years, but had been told not to pursue those lines of inquiry. One colleague, a remote sensing specialist named Thomas Reed at MIT, told her something that made her pulse quicken and confirmed her darkest suspicions. They spoke on the phone late one night. Thomas sounded nervous, speaking quietly as if someone might be listening. "Emily, I'm going to tell you something that could get me in trouble. The image processing algorithms for Antarctic data, They're not just correcting for sensor errors, they're programmed to smooth out certain types of anomalies automatically. Geometric patterns, thermal inconsistencies above certain thresholds. They've been doing this since the early 2000s. Why? Emily asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. Because someone doesn't want us seeing what's really down there. I figured this out about 5 years ago when I was working on improving the algorithms. I tried to ask my supervisor about it and was told in very clear terms that the parameters were set by NASA leadership in consultation with the Department of Defense and were not to be questioned or modified. Emily thanked him and hung up. She sat in her dark office, the only light coming from her computer monitors, and realised she was holding information that could change everything. But she also realised she was in danger. 3 weeks after Emily first saw that satellite image, after she'd compiled all her data, after she'd written her analysis and prepared her evidence, she disappeared. Her apartment was found neat and orderly, bed made, dishes washed and put away. Her car was in its assigned parking space in the underground garage. Her phone, when police tried to call it, went straight to voicemail. Her email showed no concerning messages, no signs of distress. The university filed a missing person report. Local police investigated, interviewed her colleagues and friends, searched her apartment and office. They found no evidence of foul play, no indication of where she might have gone or why. The detective assigned to the case told Emily's sister that sometimes people just needed to get away, to start over somewhere new. Maybe she'd been under stress. Maybe she'd met someone. Maybe she'd just decided to leave her old life behind. But Emily's sister knew better. Emily wasn't the type to disappear without telling anyone. She was careful, organised, responsible. If she had planned to leave, she would have said something. The case went cold within 2 months. But before she vanished, Emily Vance had mailed a package to her friend Mark Kelton, a journalist who specialised in the kinds of stories that made governments uncomfortable. She'd addressed it by hand, using an old address she'd memorised years ago, and mailed it from a post office 3 towns away from Boulder. She'd taken precautions, she'd known the risk, and she'd made sure that even if they got to her, the truth would still have a chance. The real history. They tell us Mark Kelton had known Emily since graduate school at Columbia. They'd met in an interdisciplinary seminar on climate science and investigative journalism, one of those experimental courses universities sometimes offer to encourage cooperation between departments. Emily had been the scientist who could explain complex geological concepts in ways that made sense. Mark had been the journalist who could take those concepts and turn them into stories people would actually read. They'd stayed friends over the years, meeting occasionally for coffee when work brought them to the same city, exchanging emails about interesting articles or unusual research findings. Their friendship was built on mutual respect and a shared belief that truth mattered, even when it was inconvenient or uncomfortable. So when her package arrived at his apartment in Brooklyn on a Tuesday afternoon in February, 2 days after she was reported missing, Mark knew immediately that something was very wrong. The package was padded, addressed in Emily's careful handwriting. No return address. Postmarked from a small town in Colorado he'd never heard of, dated 4 days earlier. Mark lived in a 4th-floor walk-up in Park Slope, the kind of place that attracted struggling journalists and artists who didn't mind the lack of an elevator or the temperamental heating. He'd been working from home that day, following up on sources for an article about municipal corruption in Newark. When the package arrived, delivered by a postal worker who had to buzz repeatedly because Mark was wearing headphones, he signed for it without thinking much about it. Packages weren't unusual. Review copies of books, documents from sources, the occasional gift from his mother who still worried he wasn't eating properly. But when he saw Emily's handwriting, his stomach dropped. He set the package on his small kitchen table and just stared at it for several minutes. Emily wouldn't have mailed him something without mentioning it. They'd exchanged emails just 3 weeks ago. A casual conversation about a paper she was working on. She'd seemed fine, excited about her research, no indication that anything was wrong. Mark opened the package carefully. Inside was a USB drive. A handwritten note folded around it, and a photocopy of what looked like an old newspaper article. The text in Spanish, the paper yellowed and aged. The note was brief, written in Emily's neat script. Mark, if you're reading this, I'm either being paranoid or I'm in serious trouble. Either way, you need to see what's on this drive. Look into Operation High Jump. Look into why 12 countries banned everyone from Antarctica right after Bird came back. This is bigger than anything I've ever seen. I've included my encryption key using our old system. You'll remember. Be careful. Destroy this note after you read it. Emily. Mark read the note 3 times, his journalist's mind already cataloguing questions. Why was she being cryptic? What had she found? And why did she feel the need to tell him to destroy the note? He looked up Emily's name on his phone, searching for news. That's when he found the missing person report, posted by the Boulder Police Department just 2 days earlier. Emily Vance, geologist, 34 years old, last seen leaving her office at the University of Colorado 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks. She'd mailed this package before disappearing, which meant she'd known something was about to happen. She'd prepared for it. Mark's hands were shaking slightly as he picked up the USB drive. It was a standard thumb drive, unmarked, the kind you could buy at any electronics store. He turned on his laptop and hesitated for just a moment before plugging it in. The drive appeared on his desktop, showing a single encrypted folder. The encryption was serious, military-grade stuff, not something you'd use to protect casual files. Emily's note mentioned their old system, an inside joke from graduate school about how to create memorable passwords. They'd both been fans of an obscure science fiction novel from the 1980s, and they'd developed a method of creating codes based on chapter numbers and character names from that book. It took Mark 15 minutes to work out the password, trying different combinations until the encryption unlocked. When it did, he found himself looking at dozens of files organised in careful folders. Satellite images, declassified documents, research notes, historical records, and one folder simply labelled Evidence. Mark clicked on the research notes folder first. Emily had been methodical, documenting everything she'd found with timestamps, sources, her own analysis. The first document was dated January 19th, 2013, titled simply Queen Maud Land Anomaly, Initial Observations. He started reading, and as he did, the world outside his Brooklyn apartment seemed to fall away. But first, he needed to understand the official story, the history everyone thinks they know. In August of 1946, just 1 year after the end of World War II, the United States Navy launched the largest expedition to Antarctica in history. Called Operation High Jump, it involved over 4,000 personnel, 13 ships including an aircraft carrier and a submarine, and numerous aircraft. The fleet included some of the Navy's most advanced vessels, fresh from victory in the Pacific. The official mission, as stated in Navy documents, was to establish a permanent US presence on the continent, conduct scientific research, and test equipment in extreme cold weather conditions. Personnel training for cold weather operations was listed as a secondary objective, presumably to prepare for potential conflicts in Arctic regions. On paper, it made sense. The world was entering the Cold War. The Arctic and Antarctic regions might become strategically important. Testing equipment and training personnel in polar conditions seemed like reasonable military planning, but the scale of the operation was unprecedented. No country had ever sent such a massive force to Antarctica. For comparison, most Antarctic expeditions of that era consisted of a few dozen people at most, a single ship, maybe a few aircraft for reconnaissance. Operation High Jump looked less like a research expedition and more like a military invasion. The operation was led by Rear Admiral Richard Byrd, already famous for his polar explorations. Byrd had flown over the North Pole in 1926 and over the South Pole in 1929. He was celebrated, trusted, the kind of man whose reports would be taken at face value by both the military and the public. The expedition departed Norfolk, Virginia in early December of 1946. They arrived in Antarctica in January of 1947, during the Antarctic summer when the weather was most favourable. The plan was to spend 6 to 8 months mapping the continent, establishing research stations and conducting their various official objectives. But something went wrong. Operation High Jump was terminated abruptly in late February, after just 8 weeks in Antarctica. The fleet withdrew rapidly, leaving equipment behind, abandoning planned research stations half-built. Official Navy records provide no clear explanation for the early termination. Some documents cite unexpected weather conditions, which makes little sense given that they arrived during summer, the best time for Antarctic operations. Other records simply note that the mission objectives had been sufficiently accomplished, despite the fact that most of the planned work remained unfinished. Personnel who served on Operation High Jump were reportedly debriefed extensively upon their return. Many were required to sign non-disclosure agreements, unusual for what was supposed to be a scientific research mission. And then there was Admiral Byrd's stop in Chile. Before returning to the United States, Byrd's ship docked in Valparaiso, Chile. On March 5th, 1947, he gave an interview to El Mercurio, one of Chile's most prominent newspapers. The reporter was a man named Lee Van Atta, an experienced journalist who specialised in military affairs. According to the published article, Byrd made a statement that would haunt conspiracy researchers for decades. The Admiral stated that he did not want to scare anyone, but the bitter reality was that in the case of a new war, the United States would be attacked by aircraft that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Read that again. Aircraft that could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. This was 1947. Jet aircraft were still new technology. The sound barrier hadn't been broken yet. The idea of aircraft that could travel from the South Pole to the North Pole at high speed was far beyond anything in the known capabilities of any military in the world. What kind of bitter reality had Byrd encountered in Antarctica that would make him warn of such a threat? The El Mercurio article was published in Chile and picked up by a few South American papers, but it never appeared in any American newspaper. Not in the New York Times, not in the Washington Post, not in any of the major outlets that normally covered stories involving famous military figures and potential threats to national security. The interview was effectively buried, forgotten by mainstream history, remembered only by those who kept asking uncomfortable questions about what really happened during Operation High Jump. Mark found a scanned copy of the original El Mercurio article in Emily's files. She'd included a translation and notes about how difficult it had been to verify the quote. How many researchers had dismissed it as mistranslation or sensationalism? But Emily had tracked down other sources. A radio interview Byrd gave to a Texas station shortly after returning, in which he spoke vaguely about mysteries at the poles before being cut off. An internal Navy memo, partially declassified, that referenced Operation High Jump encountering unexpected resistance, and recommended further investigation with appropriate military support. Unexpected resistance in Antarctica, where the only inhabitants were penguins and seals. Mark added this to his growing list of questions, and then he moved on to what happened next, because the timeline was crucial. Then came December of 1959, 12 years after Operation High Jump, 12 years after Admiral Byrd's cryptic warnings. Representatives from 12 nations gathered in Washington to sign what would become one of the most unusual international agreements in human history, the Antarctica Treaty. The 12 original signatories were the United States, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, France, Norway, Belgium, Japan, South Africa, Argentina, Chile, Australia and New Zealand. These weren't random countries. They were the major powers of the era, including nations that had territorial claims in Antarctica dating back decades. The treaty contained several provisions that seemed, on the surface, admirably progressive. It declared Antarctica a zone of peace. It banned military activity on the continent. It prohibited nuclear testing and the disposal of radioactive waste. It suspended all territorial claims. It banned mineral mining and commercial exploitation. And it established that Antarctica would be used only for peaceful scientific research, with findings shared openly among all nations. It sounds wonderful, doesn't it? A continent dedicated to science and peace, protected from the greed and violence that plague the rest of the world. But consider the context. This was 1959. The Cold War was at its peak. The United States and Soviet Union were locked in an ideological struggle that would dominate global politics for the next 3 decades. They maintained massive military forces aimed at each other. They competed viciously for influence in every corner of the globe. They built nuclear arsenals capable of destroying civilization multiple times over. These were nations that couldn't agree on anything. They fought proxy wars in Korea, in Vietnam, in Africa, in South America. Every resource, every strategic position, every potential advantage was contested. And yet, when it came to Antarctica, they came together with a spirit of cooperation that existed nowhere else on Earth. Think about what they agreed to give up. Antarctica is approximately 14 million square kilometres. For context, that's larger than Europe, nearly twice the size of Australia, bigger than the United States and Mexico combined. It's the 5th largest continent on Earth. It contains roughly 30 million cubic kilometres of ice, representing about 70% of the world's fresh water. In an era when water scarcity was already becoming a global concern, this alone should have made Antarctica incredibly valuable. Geological surveys, even the limited ones conducted before the treaty, indicated vast deposits of coal, iron ore, copper, gold and rare earth elements. The seas around Antarctica are rich with fish and other marine life. Oil deposits in the continental shelf could potentially rival those in the Middle East. By any rational calculation, Antarctica should have been divided up, exploited, fought over. Nations should have been rushing to claim territory, establish bases, extract resources before their rivals could. Instead, they all agreed to leave it alone. The treaty went into effect in June of 1961 and remains in force today. More countries have signed on over the years, bringing the total to over 50 nations. It's been amended and expanded, most notably with the Protocol on Environmental Protection added in 1991, which indefinitely banned mining and oil exploration. But the core principle has never changed. Antarctica belongs to no one and everyone. It is not to be touched except for carefully monitored scientific research. And here's the most remarkable thing. The treaty has never been violated. Not once. Not by any major power. During the Cold War, both superpowers maintained bases in Antarctica, sometimes just a few kilometres apart. Soviet and American personnel were working in close proximity, in one of the most remote and hostile environments on Earth. If either side had wanted to conduct secret military research, to test weapons, to hide nuclear materials, Antarctica would have been the perfect place. Isolated, difficult to monitor, far from prying eyes. But they didn't. Or if they did, both sides tacitly agreed never to call each other out on it. Mark found a declassified CIA memo from 1974 in Emily's files. It was an assessment of Soviet activities in Antarctica, analysing whether they were complying with the treaty. The conclusion was that, as far as intelligence could determine, the Soviets were conducting only legitimate scientific research. The memo noted this as unusual given Soviet behaviour in other international agreements and recommended continued monitoring. Emily had highlighted one line in particular. Soviet compliance with Antarctica treaty provisions exceeds their compliance with any other international agreement, including nuclear test ban treaties and weapons reduction protocols. Reason for this disparity remains unclear. Even the CIA, with all its resources and expertise in Soviet behaviour, couldn't understand why the Russians were so scrupulous about following the Antarctica Treaty, unless there was something in Antarctica that both sides wanted to keep hidden. something more important than strategic advantage or resource exploitation, something that made cooperation not just preferable, but absolutely necessary. Mark leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes. He'd been reading for hours, and the implications of what he was discovering were overwhelming. The official history of Antarctica made no sense when you actually examined it. The pieces didn't fit. The motivations were wrong. The behaviour of governments was inexplicable, unless you assumed they knew something they weren't telling anyone. Between 1955 and 1958, something called Operation Deep Freeze established permanent American bases on the continent. McMurdo Station, Byrd Station, Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. These weren't temporary research camps. They were permanent installations, built at enormous expense in some of the most inhospitable conditions on Earth. The official reason was scientific research, to study ice cores, climate patterns, the upper atmosphere. But construction crews who worked on these bases would later tell stories that didn't quite add up. Stories about being restricted from certain areas, about equipment being brought in that had nothing to do with weather stations or research labs, about sections of the bases that they weren't allowed to build that were constructed later by military personnel with high-level security clearance. Mark read through all of this, the official history, and started noting the things that didn't make sense. The questions that should have been asked but never were. Why did Operation High Jump end so abruptly? Why did Admiral Byrd talk about an enemy that could fly from pole to pole? Why did the entire world agree to leave Antarctica alone? And most importantly, why did Emily Vance disappear after seeing something in satellite data from Queen Maud Land? The answers, Mark would discover, were all connected, and they were all buried under the ice. The part they don't tell us Mark's investigation led him first to the Nazis, not because he wanted to wade into that particular conspiracy theory swamp, but because the evidence kept pointing there, and Emily's files contained information that was difficult to dismiss. Between the late 1930s and 1945, during some of the most desperate years of the war, Nazi Germany sent multiple expeditions to Antarctica, specifically to a region of Queen Maud Land that they claimed and named Neuschwabenland, or New Swabia. This isn't disputed history. The photographs exist in German archives, in Norwegian collections, in museums that document the era. Images of German ships in Antarctic waters, German planes with swastikas on their tails, photographed from the air during survey flights, and most tellingly, photographs of planes dropping metallic rods into the Antarctic ice, each rod marked with a swastika flag. The official explanation, both from Nazi records and from historians who later studied the expeditions, was that these were territorial claim markers. Germany was staking its claim to a portion of Antarctica, establishing sovereignty that could be recognised under international law. But why? Germany in the late 1930s was preparing for war. Resources were being mobilised. The military was expanding. Every ship, every plane, every kilogram of fuel and metal was precious. The Nazi regime was building tanks and submarines and fighter aircraft as fast as their factories could produce them. Yet they diverted significant resources, repeatedly, to send expeditions to one of the most remote and hostile places on Earth. A frozen wasteland thousands of kilometres from Germany, offering no obvious strategic value, no resources that couldn't be more easily obtained elsewhere. The first major German expedition left Hamburg in December of 1938 aboard the ship Schwabenland. The expedition was led by Captain Alfred Richer and included a team of scientists, military personnel and 2 flying boats designed for long-range maritime reconnaissance. They arrived in Antarctica in January of 1939 and spent several weeks surveying an area of roughly 600,000 square kilometres. The flying boats took over 11,000 photographs, creating the most detailed maps of that region that had ever been produced. And they dropped those flagged rods, lots of them, scattered across Queen Maud Land, claiming the territory for the Third Reich. Germany never did anything with that territory, never established bases there, never sent settlers or scientists for extended stays. The claim was noted by other nations and largely ignored. When the Antarctica Treaty was signed in 1959, all territorial claims, including Germany's, were suspended. So why go to all that trouble? Mark found speculation in Emily's files. Articles from conspiracy theory websites, blog posts, forum discussions. Most of it was wild speculation, easily dismissible. Stories about secret Nazi bases, about Hitler escaping to Antarctica after the war, about flying saucers and secret technology. The usual noise that obscures any attempt to find real answers. But Emily had also found something else. Testimony from people who'd been there. In 1978, a man named Hans Meyer gave an interview to a German magazine. Meyer had been a junior officer on the Schwabenland expedition, barely 20 years old at the time, and he'd kept quiet about his experiences for nearly 40 years. According to Meyer, the expedition's true purpose wasn't just to map the coastline, they were looking for something specific. Thermal vents in the ice that might indicate geothermal activity below, areas where the ice was thinner or where there were signs of cavern systems underneath. And they found them. Meyer claimed that the flying boats had detected several areas where the ice showed unusual characteristics. Discoloration that suggested melting and refreezing, temperature variations visible in the snowpack, and in one location, what appeared to be an opening in the ice, a natural shaft descending into darkness. The expedition had neither the time nor the equipment to explore these findings thoroughly. They documented the locations, took photographs and measurements, and returned to Germany with their data. Meyer suggested in the interview that follow-up expeditions had been planned, expeditions that would have brought drilling equipment and cave exploration gear. But then the war started, and whatever the Nazis might have found in Antarctica became secondary to the immediate struggle for survival and conquest. The interview was published in a small circulation magazine and largely forgotten. Emily had tracked down a copy and included a translation in her files. Mark found corroborating evidence in unexpected places. Norwegian archives contained reports from whalers and explorers who had encountered German activity in Antarctica during this period. Some mentioned German ships in areas far from the known expedition routes. Others reported seeing German aircraft over inland regions, far from the coast, where no logical reason existed for their presence. One Norwegian report dated March of 1939 described encountering a German base camp deep in the interior of Queen Maud Land. The Norwegians had been conducting their own survey work and stumbled upon the camp unexpectedly. According to their report, the Germans were hostile, ordering the Norwegians to leave immediately, threatening to confiscate their equipment if they didn't comply. Base camps require substantial resources to establish and maintain. You don't set them up unless you're planning extended operations in an area. What were the Germans doing so far inland, in conditions that would have been brutally difficult even by Antarctic standards? The Norwegian report was filed with their government and apparently shared with the British. No diplomatic protest was lodged. No demands for explanation were made. The incident was simply noted and forgotten. And then there was the question of what happened during the war itself. Mark found fragmentary evidence, nothing conclusive but suggestive. Supply ships leaving German-held ports in Norway during the early years of the war, ostensibly heading for U-boat patrols in the South Atlantic. But some of them took routes and carried supplies that didn't quite match submarine resupply missions. Submarines themselves, toward the end of the war, embarking on long-duration patrols to the South Atlantic and not returning for months. Several U-boats that left German ports in late 1944 and early 1945 were never accounted for, listed as lost to enemy action or scuttled, but no wreckage was ever found. And then, in May of 1945, after Germany surrendered, 2 German submarines surfaced in Argentine ports, U-530 and U-977. They surrendered to Argentine authorities months after the war in Europe had ended. The submarines had been at sea for months, far longer than standard patrol durations. Their crews were tight-lipped about where they'd been. Argentine authorities turned them over to American control, and the submarines were eventually scuttled. Whatever secrets they carried went down with them. This could all be coincidence. Submarines getting lost, captains trying to avoid capture, the chaos of a collapsing regime leading to confusion and poor record-keeping. Or it could mean that Nazi Germany maintained some kind of presence in Antarctica during the war years. Nothing massive, probably nothing that significantly affected the war effort, but something they considered important enough to continue supporting, even as their nation was being destroyed. And if the Nazis had found something in Antarctica, something that made them continue those expensive, dangerous expeditions even during wartime, then it would explain why the Americans sent such a massive force to the same region just 1 year after the war ended. Operation High Jump wasn't just a research expedition. It was a search and clean-up operation, finding and securing whatever the Nazis had discovered. And based on Admiral Byrd's cryptic warnings about aircraft that could fly from pole to pole, what they found wasn't just hidden Nazi bases or abandoned equipment. They found something much worse. Mark dug deeper into the timeline. Operation High Jump ended in February 1947. The Roswell incident occurred in July of that same year. The Air Force became an independent branch of the military in September, and Project Sign, the first official Air Force investigation into unidentified flying objects, began in 1948. The National Security Act was passed in 1947, creating the CIA. A lot of things changed in 1947, right after Byrd came back from Antarctica. But the most interesting thing Mark found was in Project Blue Book, the Air Force's official investigation into UFO sightings from 1952 to 1969. Blue Book collected reports from all over the world. Sightings were documented from every continent, every climate, every type of terrain. Thousands of reports over 17 years, except from Antarctica. Not a single Blue Book entry comes from Antarctica. Not one report from any of the research stations, from any of the pilots flying over the continent, from any of the support personnel stationed there. For a period when UFO sightings were being reported globally with increasing frequency, the complete absence of any reports from Antarctica is statistically impossible, unless those reports existed but were filed somewhere else. Mark found a taped interview from 1978 with a former Blue Book archivist named James Harder. In it, Harder says something that would become crucial to Mark's investigation. We weren't allowed to file polar sightings. They went somewhere else, separate chain of custody. I asked about it once and was told in no uncertain terms to never ask again. Somewhere else, a separate program, more classified than Blue Book, specifically for Antarctic incidents. Mark started to realise that the cover-up wasn't just about one expedition or one discovery. It was systemic, spanning decades, involving multiple countries and multiple levels of government. Whatever was in Antarctica was important enough to change how the entire world operated. Modern discoveries. They can't explain. Emily's USB drive contained something Mark found particularly compelling. A folder titled Modern Anomalies, filled with news articles, scientific papers, and internal documents that she'd somehow acquired. The first file in the Modern Anomalies folder concerned Lake Vostok, and as Mark read through Emily's research, he began to understand why she had become so convinced that something was being hidden. Lake Vostok is one of the largest subglacial lakes on Earth, roughly the size of Lake Ontario. It sits beneath Vostok Station, a Russian research base in East Antarctica, one of the most remote and inhospitable places on the planet. The lake itself is buried under more than 3.5 kilometres of ice. Scientists had known about the lake's existence since the 1970s, when radar surveys first detected the massive body of liquid water hidden beneath the ice. But it wasn't until the 1990s that they began to understand just how remarkable Lake Vostok really was. The lake had been sealed off from the surface for at least 15 million years, possibly much longer. It existed in complete darkness, under immense pressure from the weight of the ice above. The water was kept liquid by a combination of pressure, geothermal heat from below, and the insulating effect of the ice sheet. This meant that Lake Vostok was potentially one of the most isolated and pristine environments on Earth. If life existed there, it would have evolved separately from the rest of the biosphere for millions of years. The potential scientific value was enormous. It could tell us about ancient climate conditions, about the limits of life in extreme environments, about evolution in isolation. International teams began planning how to reach the lake without contaminating it. The Russians had been drilling at Vostok Station since the 1970s, taking ice cores for climate research. By the late 1990s, they were getting close to the lake itself. And then they found something unexpected. In 2001, as the drill approached the lake, instruments detected a magnetic anomaly. Not in the water, but beneath the lake bed. Something metallic, massive, and completely out of place. Geophysicist Michael Studinger, working on the project, was quoted in a scientific journal as saying, "We don't know what it is. It shouldn't be there." The anomaly was huge, roughly the size of Manhattan. The magnetic reading suggested it was composed primarily of metal, but the composition didn't match any known natural formations. It wasn't iron ore, wasn't magnetic minerals concentrated by geological processes. And it was in a pattern, not a random deposit, but structured, organised. Emily's files contained the original magnetic survey data, presumably obtained from a source she never named. Mark looked at the images, the false colour representations of the magnetic readings, and felt a chill despite the warmth of his apartment. The central anomaly showed a roughly circular shape, but with irregular extensions radiating outward in what looked almost like corridors or passages. Surrounding it at precise intervals were 6 smaller anomalies. The pattern was too regular, too geometric. Natural geology doesn't work that way. Ore deposits don't arrange themselves in perfect circles with smaller deposits positioned at equal intervals around them. Nature produces chaos, irregularity, organic shapes. This looked designed. The Russian team halted drilling approximately 130 metres above the lake. Officially, this was to avoid contamination, to give time to develop better procedures for breaching the lake without introducing surface microbes. But drilling never resumed. The project was abandoned. The site was closed. Vostok Station continued to operate, but the drilling program, which had been running for over 30 years, simply stopped. Emily had found communications between American and European scientists urging the Russians to continue. The potential discoveries were too important. New sterilization techniques had been developed. The risk of contamination could be managed, but the Russian Academy of Sciences refused, and according to one intercepted communication that Emily had somehow acquired, they did so under direct pressure from the Kremlin, which had itself been pressured by the US State Department. Mark found a memo from the National Science Foundation, partially redacted, discussing the Vostok situation. The visible portions referenced strategic considerations and international security concerns, and recommended that American scientists cease publicly advocating for continued drilling. Strategic considerations for a lake that had been isolated for millions of years. What strategic concerns could possibly apply? Unless someone knew what was down there, and knew that reaching it would be dangerous. Not scientifically dangerous, not environmentally risky, but dangerous in ways that justified high-level government intervention. Emily had included a timeline in her notes. The magnetic anomaly was detected in 2001. By 2003, all discussion of drilling to the lake had ceased in official scientific publications. By 2005, funding for the Vostok drilling project had been officially terminated. And then, in 2012, the Russians announced they had reached the lake after all. A brief media celebration, claims of scientific achievement, promises of discoveries to come, but no discoveries were ever announced. No papers published about what they'd found. The Russian team released a statement saying the water samples had been contaminated during extraction and were useless for analysis. Mark didn't buy it. Neither had Emily. Drilling teams don't work for over 3 decades to reach a unique environment and then contaminate their first samples through careless handling. These were experienced scientists and engineers. They would have taken every precaution. More likely, they found something in those samples, something that made them realise the lake was better left unexplored, or something that confirmed what the magnetic surveys had suggested, that beneath Lake Vostok, buried under ice and water and sediment, was something that shouldn't be there, something that called into question everything we thought we knew about our planet's history. The second file concerned the Pyramid Mountains. In 2012, satellite imagery of the Ellsworth Range in Antarctica went viral on conspiracy theory websites. The images showed 3 mountain peaks arranged in a nearly perfect line, each one pyramid-shaped, with smooth faces and sharp angles. Government geologists quickly released statements calling them natural formations, weathered by wind and ice into coincidentally pyramid-like shapes. But independent researchers ran the numbers. The alignment was too precise, the angles too similar. The probability of 3 mountains weathering into identical pyramid shapes and arranging themselves in a perfect line was astronomically low. Emily had included thermal scans of the area. The Pyramid Mountains showed different heat signatures than the surrounding peaks. Not dramatically different, but measurable. Enough to suggest that they were either composed of different material, or there was something beneath them generating trace amounts of heat. The third file was the one that made Mark's hands shake as he read it. November 8th, 2016. Election Day in the United States. One of the most contentious, watched, and important political days in modern American history. On that day, Secretary of State John Kerry got on a plane and flew to Antarctica. The trip was sudden and unexpected. Kerry's public schedule had shown him in New Zealand, attending conferences on environmental policy. But on November 8th, he diverted to McMurdo Station. The official explanation, given days later, was that Kerry wanted to see the effects of climate change firsthand and meet with scientists studying ice loss on Election Day. During a race that could determine the future of American climate policy, instead of being in Washington or appearing on news programs or making calls to key states, the Secretary of State was at McMurdo Station. Mark found the internal travel logs. Emily had gotten them from a source she never named, someone inside the State Department who apparently trusted her enough to leak classified itineraries. Kerry didn't just visit McMurdo Station. His team travelled to the Dry Valleys, a region of Antarctica so arid that no ice or snow accumulates, and then they travelled to a third location, listed only as Ross Ice Shelf Restricted Zone 7. There was no public information about Restricted Zone 7. No scientific papers mentioned it. No photographs existed. It was a blank spot, administratively existing but practically invisible. What could be important enough to pull a Secretary of State away from his duties on one of the most important days in American politics? Mark added this to the growing list of questions that shouldn't have answers, but clearly did. The journalist who finds the thread for 3 months. Mark Kelton pursued the story carefully. He was a good journalist, and good journalists know when they're chasing something that could get them killed. Emily's disappearance had taught him that. He reached out to sources carefully, never revealing the full scope of what he knew. He filed Freedom of Information Act requests for documents that seemed tangentially related, hoping to find breadcrumbs that might lead somewhere useful. Most of his requests were denied or returned so heavily, redacted as to be useless. But a few came back with information that helped him piece together the larger picture. One document, a declassified internal memo from the United States Antarctic Research Program, dated 1983, mentioned something called ancient thermal cavities and subglacial habitability protocols. The memo was 3 pages long, but 2.5 of those pages were blacked out. What remained was tantalizing and terrifying. The visible text read, "Following survey results from Mount Erebus excavation, recommend implementation of Quarantine Protocol 12 for all future subsurface exploration. Temperature measurements consistent with engineered heat sources. Further investigation suspended per international agreement." Engineered heat sources. Not geothermal, not volcanic, engineered. Mark spent weeks trying to find more information about what happened at Mount Erebus, the active volcano in Antarctica, in the early 1980s. He found scattered references to American and New Zealand teams conducting research there, but nothing about excavations or discoveries or anything being sealed off. Until he found a retired geologist named Patricia Winters, who had worked on the Mount Erebus project in 1982. They met in a coffee shop in Seattle. Patricia was in her 70s now, retired from the University of Washington, and initially reluctant to talk. But Mark had learned how to earn trust, and after their second meeting she started to open up. "We found caves," Patricia told him, her voice quiet. 3 of them, leading down into the rock beneath the volcano. The temperature inside was wrong, too warm, even accounting for geothermal activity, and the walls, they were too smooth in places, not carved, not natural erosion, something else. "What happened?" Mark asked. "Military showed up, said we were done, sealed the caves with explosives and concrete. We were told to sign non-disclosure agreements and never talk about what we'd seen. Most of us complied. What choice did we have?" "But you're telling me now?" Patricia looked out the window at the Seattle rain. "I'm old. I've kept this secret for over 30 years. Emily Vance's disappearance was in the news. I recognised her name from the Antarctic research community. If they're disappearing people, if they're still covering this up, maybe it's time someone knew the truth." She leaned forward. "Those caves weren't natural, Mark, and whatever heated them wasn't from our world." The missing Norwegian expedition. Mark's investigation kept leading him back to 1959, the year the Antarctica Treaty was signed. It was clearly a pivotal year, the moment when the world decided collectively to lock down the continent. What happened that year to prompt such an unprecedented agreement? He found the answer in a nearly forgotten incident that had been reported briefly at the time, and then vanished from public discussion. In June of 1959, a Norwegian research expedition of 8 scientists and support personnel travelled to Queen Maud Land to study ice cores and glacial movement. They were experienced, well-equipped, and supported by the Norwegian Polar Institute. After 3 weeks of radio silence, which wasn't unusual given the remote location and unreliable communications of the era, the Norwegian government requested an international search effort. The Americans, the British and the Soviets all sent search teams. They found the Norwegians' base camp intact. Equipment was in place, supplies were untouched, the radio was functional, but the 8 team members had vanished. No bodies, no signs of struggle, no indication of where they had gone or what had happened to them. The search teams found only one thing: a recording on the base camp's logging tape, a voice note that was part of their daily documentation routine. The recording, made by expedition leader Harold Svensson, said, "We found the opening. It's real." And then nothing. The tape recorder had continued running for several more hours, capturing only ambient wind and the occasional crack of shifting ice. The Norwegian government filed an official inquiry. It went nowhere. The incident was classified as an unexplained disappearance, attributed to the harsh Antarctic conditions, though this explanation made no sense given the state of the camp. Not a single country demanded further investigation. The incident was quietly forgotten. 6 months later, those same countries signed the Antarctica Treaty. Mark found this pattern again and again. Something would happen in Antarctica, something that should have sparked international outrage or at least curiosity, and instead there would be silence. Coordinated, deliberate silence. The Soviet defector. Mark's breakthrough came from an unexpected source, through a connection that took weeks to establish and required careful navigation of international scientific networks. Through a contact at a Russian scientific journal, a researcher who had published some of Emily's work years earlier, he learned about Anatoly Semyonov, a retired geologist who had worked at Vostok Station during the early 1980s, during some of the first deep drilling operations, before the project became heavily restricted and classified. Semyonov had immigrated to Canada in the mid-90s, part of the wave of Russian scientists who left after the Soviet Union collapsed and funding for research dried up. He was living quietly in Vancouver, working part-time as a consultant for mining companies, keeping his head down, staying out of the spotlight. It took Mark a month to track him down. Phone numbers that didn't work, addresses that led to empty apartments, false starts and dead ends. But Mark had learned patience during this investigation, and eventually he found the right connection through a mining company in British Columbia that had employed Semyonov as a geological consultant. The first phone call was brief. Anatoly was suspicious, guarded, unwilling to discuss his time in Antarctica. Mark explained that he was investigating the disappearance of a friend, that he had evidence suggesting Antarctic research was connected to her vanishing. He didn't push. He simply asked if they could meet just to talk. 3 days later, Anatoly called back and agreed to meet. They met at Anatoly's apartment, a small place in East Vancouver with a view of the harbour. The apartment was neat, sparse, the home of someone who had learned to live with very little. Books lined one wall, most in Russian, some in English. Scientific journals, geological surveys, the tools of a man who still loved the work even if he no longer did it professionally. Anatoly was in his 70s, thin and weathered, with the look of someone who had spent years in harsh conditions. His English was heavily accented but clear, precise in the way of scientists who had learned the language for their work. When Mark arrived, Anatoly made tea using an old samovar, a piece of Russia he'd brought with him across the world. They sat at a small table by the window, and for the first few minutes they talked about nothing important. The weather, Vancouver, the differences between Canadian and Russian winter. Then Anatoly studied Mark for a long time, his eyes sharp despite his age, evaluating. "You look like someone who has seen the documents but doesn't yet believe them," Anatoly said finally. "This is good. Skepticism keeps you alive. But you're here, which means part of you already knows the truth. You just need someone to confirm it." "What can you tell me about the Vostok anomaly?" Mark asked. Anatoly smiled without humour, an expression that suggested both sadness and relief, as if he'd been waiting decades for someone to ask the right questions. "Which one? There are 7. This stopped Mark cold. Everything he'd read, everything in Emily's files had only mentioned the single large anomaly detected in 2001. The Manhattan-sized magnetic signature that had made headlines in scientific circles before being quietly forgotten. "Tell me about all of them." Anatoly got up slowly, moved to a bookshelf and pulled out a worn notebook. He brought it back to the table and opened it to pages filled with hand-drawn diagrams, notes in Russian, calculations and measurements from decades ago. "We found the first anomaly in 1982, Anatoly said. "I was young then, 34 years old, part of the deep drilling team. We had instruments that could detect magnetic variations in the ice, crude by today's standards, but adequate. We found something metallic deep below us, beneath the lake bed. The instruments couldn't tell us much, just that it was there, and it was large." He pointed to a diagram in his notebook, a rough sketch showing depths and measurements. "We reported it to Moscow. They sent more scientists, better equipment. We mapped the anomaly more precisely, and then we found the others, 6 more anomalies, arranged in a perfect circle around the first one, each approximately half a kilometre across. The central one, the first one we detected, approximately 2 kilometres. Anatoly looked at Mark. "Do you understand what I'm telling you? Perfect circle, perfectly spaced. 7 objects arranged in a geometric pattern. Nature does not do this." "What did Moscow tell you to do?" "Nothing at first. We waited for instructions. We kept drilling, kept taking measurements, kept documenting everything. I thought we were on the edge of the greatest discovery in the history of geology. Proof of something beneath the ice that would rewrite our understanding of the planet." Anatoly paused, sipped his tea, looked out at the harbour. "Then the Americans arrived. In the middle of Antarctic winter. You have to understand, nobody travels to Antarctica in winter. It's insane. The temperatures drop to 70 or 80 degrees below zero. Storms that can kill you in minutes. Aircraft can't fly safely. Ships can't navigate through the ice. But they came anyway. A US Air Force transport specially equipped for extreme cold. They landed at Vostok in June of 1982, in total darkness, in conditions that should have made landing impossible. They brought 3 scientists and 2 military officers. What did they want? They met with our team leader privately. I wasn't allowed in the meeting. None of us junior researchers were, but afterward, everything changed. We were told to stop drilling immediately, told to pack up the magnetic sensing equipment, told never to speak about what we'd found, not to each other, not in our reports, not to anyone. The Americans ordered you to stop. Anatoly shook his head. No, Moscow ordered us to stop, but they ordered us because the Americans asked them to. This was 1982, height of the Cold War. We were not friends. We were enemies, pointing nuclear weapons at each other, fighting proxy wars around the world. American and Soviet scientists sometimes cooperated on research, but having the US military show up at a Soviet base and make demands, that should have caused a diplomatic incident, maybe worse. But it didn't. No, Moscow complied immediately, and over the next few weeks I understood why. Other researchers from America, from Britain, from France, they started arriving, all of them asking about our findings, all of them with the same message: stop investigating, the project was shut down, our team was split up, sent to different stations. We were all made to sign papers promising never to discuss what we'd found. Mark leaned forward. What do you think is down there? Anatoly opened his notebook to another page, showed Mark a more detailed diagram of the 7 anomalies. Pattern was unmistakable, a central object surrounded by 6 others in a perfect hexagonal arrangement. The anomalies are metal. We analysed the magnetic signatures as precisely as our equipment allowed. The composition doesn't match anything in our databases of earth minerals. Not iron, not nickel, not any combination of elements we know. And the pattern, the geometry, it's deliberate. This is not a natural formation. This is not ore deposits. This is a structure. How old? We took ice cores from directly above the central anomaly. The ice at that depth is ancient, over 1 million years old. Whatever is down there has been buried for at least that long, possibly much longer. The lake bed itself shows sediment layers suggesting the objects have been there for millions of years. Anatoly closed his notebook, held it for a moment as if weighing whether to continue. In 1985, I was reassigned to a different station, but before I left Vostok I spoke with the team leader who had met with the Americans. He was drunk, which was not unusual at Vostok. The isolation, the darkness, it made men drink. He told me something I have never forgotten. What did he say? He said the Americans brought photographs, satellite images from other parts of Antarctica, images showing similar magnetic anomalies, more circles, more geometric patterns. He said there are dozens of these sites across the continent, maybe more, all buried under ice, all carefully hidden, and he said the Americans told him that world governments had agreed in 1959, when they signed the Antarctica Treaty, that these sites would never be disturbed, never investigated, never revealed to the public. Anatoly looked at Mark with eyes that held decades of kept secrets, of knowledge that had eaten away at him all these years. "Why are you telling me this now?" Mark asked. "Because I'm dying. Cancer. Doctors say 6 months, maybe less. I've carried this secret my whole life. Kept quiet because I was afraid, because I had a family, because I wanted to live out my years in peace. But your friend, this woman who disappeared, if they killed her for getting too close to the truth, then the time for silence is over. What do you think is down there? Really?" Anatoly was quiet for a long moment, choosing his words carefully. "I think we are children playing in a house built by someone else. We've convinced ourselves that we built this house, that we're the first to live here. But the real architects left evidence of their work buried in the foundation. And that evidence terrifies those in power. Because it means everything we've been told about human history, about being the first civilization on Earth, about our place in the cosmos, all of it might be a lie. He tapped the notebook. The pattern under Vostok, those 7 objects in perfect geometric arrangement, they're not alone. According to what the Americans told my team leader, the entire continent is dotted with similar sites. Some small, some massive, all buried, all ancient, all suggesting that something built structures on Antarctica before the ice came, something that wasn't human. Mark felt the familiar chill, the vertigo of standing at the edge of something vast and unknowable. "Will you let me copy your notes?" he asked. Anatoly smiled sadly. "I was hoping you would ask. I made copies for you already." He reached under the table and pulled out a folder, handed it to Mark. Inside were photocopies of his notebook pages, decades of observations and measurements, preserved in the meticulous handwriting of a scientist who knew he was documenting something world-changing. "Be careful," Anatoly said. "Whatever is buried under Antarctica, governments have spent decades keeping it secret. They have killed to protect this secret. Your friend learned that. Don't let her death be meaningless." Mark left Vancouver with Anatoly's notes, understanding that he now held evidence that could change everything. But evidence was useless if no one would listen. Evidence could be dismissed, debunked, hidden again. He needed to find the actual sites. He needed proof that couldn't be denied, and that meant going to Antarctica himself. The Queen moored land architecture. Armed with Anatoly's information and Emily's files, Mark spent months analysing everything he could find about Queen moored land. The region was roughly the size of Spain, claimed by Norway but never developed, never exploited despite its potential resources. Why? He found his answer in ground-penetrating radar data from a Norwegian survey conducted in 2007. The data was public, part of the International Polar Year research initiatives, but it had been processed and simplified for publication. Emily had obtained the raw data. Mark didn't ask how. When he overlaid the raw radar scans with thermal satellite imagery and historical photographs going back to the 1940s, a pattern emerged that made his stomach drop. The mountain range in Queen moored land wasn't entirely natural. Beneath the peaks, the radar showed straight lines, perfect angles, corridors that connected for kilometres underground. And beneath it all, approximately 3 kilometres under the ice, was a massive hexagonal structure. Each side of the hexagon measured roughly 5 kilometres. Perfect geometry, too precise to be natural formation. Natural geological processes don't create hexagons. Wind erosion, water flow, tectonic pressure, all of these create organic, irregular shapes. Nature abhors straight lines and loves chaos. But here, buried under millions of tons of ice, preserved in the frozen darkness for potentially thousands or millions of years, was architecture. Mark created a 3-dimensional model using the data, plotting the structure in relation to the surface features above it. The hexagon sat at the centre of the mountain range, perfectly positioned. The caves and thermal anomalies that various teams had discovered over the decades all connected to it, forming a network that radiated outward like spokes on a wheel. This wasn't a random discovery. This was a complex, planned structure, and someone had known about it, or at least suspected it, since at least the 1940s, since Admiral Byrd, since the Nazis. Emily's final note. Mark had been through Emily's files dozens of times, but he decided to do a forensic analysis of her laptop's hard drive, searching for anything she might have written and deleted, any fragments of information that might have been automatically saved. In the temporary files folder, he found an email draft that had never been sent. It had been auto-saved by her email program the day before she disappeared. The recipient field was blank. She had been writing it, but hadn't decided who to send it to yet. Or maybe she realised before finishing that sending it would be dangerous. The email read, "I don't know who I can trust with this information, but I can't keep it to myself anymore. The satellite data is conclusive. There's something under the ice in Queen Maud Land. Something massive. And it's not natural. I've cross-referenced everything I can find. The thermal signatures, the geometric patterns, the historical expeditions. They all point to the same conclusion. It's not human. Whatever built this came long before us. Long before any civilization we have records of. And the world governments have known about it since at least the 1940s. That's what Operation High Jump was really about. That's why the Antarctica Treaty exists. That's why no one is allowed to explore freely. They're not protecting resources. They're protecting a secret. The secret that we weren't first. I'm going to release this. I have to. This is too important to keep hidden. But I need to be careful. I need to make sure the data gets to enough people that they can't suppress it all. If you're reading this and I'm not around to explain it further, please follow the evidence. It's all there. You just have to be willing to see it. The email ended there. Incomplete. Unsent. Mark saved a copy and encrypted it, along with everything else he'd gathered. He created multiple backups and distributed them to people he trusted, with instructions to release everything if anything happened to him. He was getting close to something. He could feel it. And he suspected that feeling was exactly what Emily had felt in those last days before she vanished. The greatest secret treaty never declared. The final piece of Mark's investigation came from an unlikely source, a retired State Department official named Margaret Chen, who had worked in the Bureau of Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs during the Reagan administration. Margaret reached out to Mark after reading one of his carefully worded articles about Antarctic anomalies in an online investigative journalism platform. She said she had information that might interest him. They met in Washington, in a public place. Busy. Restaurant, midday crowd. Margaret was in her 80s, sharp-minded and direct. "You're asking the right questions," she told Mark, "but you're not going to find official documentation of what you're looking for. It doesn't exist in any archive or filing system. What am I looking for? Protocol 12. Though it's never been called that officially. There's no treaty text, no signed document, no memorandum of understanding. It's an arrangement between the major powers, an understanding that gets passed down from one administration to the next, one government to the next." "What does Protocol 12 say?" Margaret leaned back in her chair. "I only know what I was told when I was read into certain Antarctic oversight responsibilities. The protocol has one purpose: prevent disturbance of subsurface structures, full suppression of all anomalies, absolute denial of anything that doesn't fit the official narrative. Why? I was never told why, just that it was essential to global stability. That knowledge of what's under the ice could destabilize governments, religions, our entire understanding of human history, that it was better to keep it buried. What is under the ice? I don't know the details. I only handled diplomatic coordination, making sure all parties stayed committed to the arrangement. But I can tell you this, every major government knows something is there. They've all agreed to keep it secret, and they've all agreed that anyone who threatens to reveal the secret becomes a problem that needs to be solved." Margaret looked at Mark with something like pity. "You should stop. Whatever you think you're going to accomplish by exposing this, it's not worth your life." But Mark had gone too far to stop now. Emily deserved justice, or at least the truth. And if what he suspected was real, humanity deserved to know. The final revelation. In June of 2021, Mark Kelton flew to Chile. He had arranged, through carefully cultivated contacts, to join a private expedition to Antarctica launching from Punta Arenas. Not a government operation, not affiliated with any official research program. A wealthy entrepreneur who wanted to see the continent and had the money to make it happen. Mark planned to use the cover of this expedition to reach Queen Maud Land. He had GPS coordinates from Emily's files, locations where the thermal signatures were strongest, where the structure beneath the ice came closest to the surface. He didn't tell anyone exactly what he was planning, but he had prepared. He had distributed his files. He had written detailed instructions for publication if he didn't return. Mark checked into a hotel in Punta Arenas on June 15th. He met with his expedition contact on June 16th. On June 17th, he disappeared. His room was empty. His belongings were gone. Hotel staff said he had checked out normally, but there was no record of him boarding any flight or ship. His credit cards stopped being used. His phone went dead. Mark Kelton vanished as completely as Emily Vance had, but Mark had taken precautions. A week after his disappearance, his younger brother Alex received a package. It had been mailed from Punta Arenas on June 16th, the day before Mark vanished. Inside was a notebook filled with Mark's handwriting, observations, theories, names and dates, and on the last pages, something else. GPS coordinates, precise locations in Queen Maud Land, a warning written in Mark's neat script. They didn't hide Antarctica because of resources, they hid it because the first civilization wasn't ours. And on the final page, a hand-drawn sketch. Mark had copied it from some source, probably Emily's files or something he'd discovered in his investigation. The sketch showed a massive hexagonal structure, drawn in cross-section, as if viewed from the side. The hexagon was buried under layers representing ice, depth markers indicating approximately 3 kilometres down. Inside the hexagon, Mark had drawn what looked like a cityscape. Towers, corridors, geometric shapes that could be buildings or could be something else entirely. And at the bottom of the sketch he had drawn symbols. The symbols looked like writing, but not in any language Alex recognised. Not human language. The characters were too angular, too precise, mathematical almost. And beneath them, Mark had written 3 words in English. Older than us. Alex Kelton sat in his apartment in Brooklyn holding his brother's notebook, looking at that final sketch, and realised that Mark had found something that humanity wasn't supposed to know. Something buried under the ice. Something waiting. The notebook is still in Alex's possession. He's shown it to a few people over the years. Most dismiss it as conspiracy theory nonsense. A few take it seriously. None have succeeded in mounting an expedition to verify the coordinates, and in Antarctica, beneath 2 miles of ice, in the frozen darkness of Queen Maud Land, the hexagonal structure remains, untouched, unexplored, hidden, waiting for the day when the ice finally melts, or when humanity finally develops the courage to confront what lies beneath. The Icewall dossier remains open. Emily Vance and Mark Kelton remain missing. And the greatest secret on Earth remains buried under the coldest, most isolated place on the planet. But secrets don't stay buried forever. Eventually, the truth finds a way out. The question is, when it does, will we be ready for what it means? Make sure to leave your video ideas in the comments below. The encrypted file arrived at 3:47 AM on a Tuesday that would later be erased from official records. Rebecca Martinez didn't hear the notification. She was already awake, staring at the ceiling of her Brussels apartment, unable to shake the feeling that someone had been watching her building for the past 3 nights. The paranoia was new, the insomnia wasn't. When you spent 15 years documenting suppressed historical records for the International Archives Initiative, sleep became a luxury reserved for people who didn't know what they knew. Her phone buzzed again, then again. She rolled over, squinting at the screen. 23 messages, all from the same encrypted number, all sent within the last 90 seconds. The final message was simple. Open the packet, then run. Victor. Rebecca's hands trembled as she sat up. Victor Molnar, Hungarian intelligence defector. She'd met him exactly once 6 months ago at a cafe in Vienna, where he'd passed her a napkin with a single word written in barely visible pencil. Seraphim. She'd researched the term obsessively after that meeting, found nothing conclusive. Historical references to angels, to divine beings, to mythological guardians. Nothing that explained why a career intelligence officer would risk his life to whisper it to her. Now he was telling her to run. Rebecca pulled on jeans and a sweater, her heart hammering. The packet sat on her kitchen counter, where the courier had left it the previous evening. Plain manila envelope, no return address. She'd been too exhausted to open it, planning to examine it properly in the morning with coffee and her recording equipment. She didn't have that luxury anymore. Inside the envelope was a USB drive and a single sheet of aged paper, protected by archival plastic. The document appeared to be a photocopy of a diplomatic memorandum, dated 1952, bearing the seal of the Belgian royal household. Most of it was in French, but one phrase had been highlighted in yellow, the ink faded but still legible. Préserver la lignée des Séraphins à tout prix. Preserve the Seraphim bloodline at all costs. Beneath it, in Victor's handwriting, it was never about religion, it was about species. Rebecca heard footsteps in the hallway outside her apartment. Slow, deliberate, stopping directly in front of her door. She grabbed her laptop bag, shoved the USB drive into her pocket and went out the window. The train to Amsterdam gave Rebecca 4 hours to examine the contents of Victor's USB drive, without worrying about being cornered in a confined space. She'd chosen a middle car, positioned herself where she could watch both entrances, and created 3 separate cloud backups before the train even left Brussels. The drive contained 47 files, medical records, genetic sequencing reports, internal memos from private genetics companies spanning 2 decades, and one 70-page white paper that made her hands shake so badly she had to set down her coffee. The title page read, S-Helix Variant Analysis, Preliminary Findings and Containment Protocol, authored by Helix Genomics SA, Zurich. Date, September 2019. Classification, internal review only. Rebecca began reading. The document described a genetic anomaly first identified in 2003 during routine ancestry testing conducted by a California-based consumer genetics company. A wealthy client, name redacted, had submitted their DNA for analysis and received results that triggered automatic flagging within the company's quality control systems. The anomaly wasn't a mutation. It was a structural variant in what geneticists typically classified as junk DNA, the 98% of the human genome that doesn't code for proteins. Except this particular sequence wasn't junk. It was organised, intentional, and it appeared in exactly the same location across multiple unrelated individuals who submitted samples over the following months. By 2008, private genetics companies had identified the variant in 14 distinct family lineages, some European aristocracy, some Middle Eastern royal families, a handful embedded in American banking dynasties and political families. The pattern was impossible to ignore. They called it the S-Helix variant. Publicly, it was dismissed as a benign evolutionary remnant, a footnote in genetic diversity studies. But the internal communications told a different story. Rebecca scrolled through email chains between geneticists who'd stumbled onto the variant. The earliest exchanges were cautious, professional, scientists sharing anomalous data, requesting peer review. But as months turned into years, the tone shifted. Confusion gave way to concern. Concern gave way to something that looked a lot like fear. One email from 2006, sent by a lead researcher at the California company to her supervisor. I've been running the S-Helix sequence through every comparative analysis tool we have. It doesn't match any known primate DNA. I expanded the search to all mammalian genomes in our database. Nothing. I even ran it against our limited reptilian and avian samples. The structure is completely novel. But here's what's keeping me up at night. It's not random. Random junk DNA has statistical markers we can identify. This sequence has intentional structure. It's like finding a paragraph of Shakespeare in the middle of random letter sequences. Someone wrote this, something wrote this, and it's sitting in the genome of some of the most powerful families in the world. The supervisor's response had been brief. Delete this email. We'll discuss in person. But the emails continued, routed through personal accounts, encrypted services, back channels. Rebecca found a thread from 2009 where 3 geneticists from different companies, competitors technically, were sharing data in secret. I've confirmed the variant in 7 of my flagged samples, one wrote, all from families with documented lineages going back at least 5 centuries. Old money, old power. This isn't random distribution. Same here, another replied. But here's what I can't explain. Why is it only expressing in some family members? I've got siblings where one carries active S helix and the other shows no trace. It's not following Mendelian inheritance patterns. The third geneticist's response was the most unsettling. Because it's not being inherited. It's being activated. I think we're looking at dormant code that switches on under specific conditions. Like a program waiting for the right input. Rebecca sat back, watching Belgian countryside blur into Dutch flatlands through the train window. Dormant code, waiting for input. She kept reading. One memo, dated March 2011, from the Chief Science Officer of Helix Genomics to an unnamed recipient. We've run the S-helix through every comparative database available. Primate, mammalian, vertebrate. The sequence doesn't match anything in the known biological record. More concerning, when exposed to specific electromagnetic frequencies in laboratory conditions, the variant exhibits responsive behaviour. It's not just sitting there, it's listening. Rebecca read the sentence 3 times. It's listening. The memo continued with technical details that made her head spin, frequency ranges, resonance patterns. But the conclusion was clear. When synthetic S-helix sequences were exposed to electromagnetic radiation in specific frequency bands, particularly those used in cellular communications and Wi-Fi networks, the DNA structure changed configuration. Not degraded, changed, unfolded, like it was receiving a signal. Another memo from 2015 referenced a consultation with a retired geneticist named Emil Voss, formerly of the Max Planck Institute. His assessment had been suppressed within hours of submission. The S-helix is not random genetic drift. It's architecture. Whoever designed it understood genetics at a level we're only beginning to approach. This isn't human DNA contamination. This isn't viral integration. This is something else. Something not entirely human, but not random. I've spent 40 years studying genetic mutations and evolutionary biology. Nothing in my experience prepared me for this. The S-helix isn't evolving toward anything. It's already complete. It's been complete for thousands of years, just waiting. The question isn't what it is. The question is what happens when it fully activates. The white paper included appendices with case studies. Rebecca read through them with growing unease. Case study A7. Female, age 34, investment banker, New York. Submitted DNA for ancestry testing in 2014. S-helix variant confirmed. Follow-up interview, conducted under guise of routine customer service, revealed subject had recently begun experiencing unusual clarity in pattern recognition. Subject reported ability to see market trends before they manifested in data. Subject attributed this to years of experience. Genetic counselling recommended. Subject declined further contact. Case study. B12. Male, age 41. Mid-level diplomat, Brussels. S-helix variant confirmed during routine security clearance medical screening. Subject demonstrated abnormal stress response during psychological evaluation. Decreased cortisol under pressure. Enhanced cognitive function during crisis simulation. When asked about this, subject stated, "I've always been good in emergencies. It's like everything slows down and becomes clear." Subject showed no awareness of physiological abnormality. Case study C3. Female, age 28, software engineer, Silicon Valley. S-helix variant confirmed. Subject sought genetic testing after experiencing what she described as feeling like I'm interfacing with code instead of reading it. Neurological evaluation showed unusual synchronization between visual cortex and pattern recognition centers. Subject was developing AI algorithms with efficiency that puzzled her supervisors. "It's not that I'm smarter," subject reported. "It's that I can see how the systems want to organize themselves." Case after case. People living normal lives, excelling in their fields, unaware that their DNA contained something impossible. The white paper concluded with a recommendation that made Rebecca's stomach turn. Given the potential implications for global security and social stability, we recommend indefinite classification of S-helix findings under existing national security protocols. Public disclosure could trigger widespread panic and destabilization of affected family structures, many of whom occupy positions of significant political and economic influence. Furthermore, preliminary psychological assessment suggests that informing S-helix carriers of their genetic status may trigger latent activation events. Recommend strict information containment and monitoring protocols. Translation: don't tell anyone, don't ask questions, pretend it doesn't exist, and whatever you do, don't tell the people who carry it. Rebecca leaned back in her seat, processing what she'd read. 14 bloodlines, positions of influence, a genetic marker that responded to electromagnetic signals. People who were getting better at their jobs, better at seeing patterns, at handling stress, at interfacing with complex systems without understanding why. She pulled up her research notes on Victor's original message. Seraphim. She'd found references in ancient texts, beings described as divine messengers, often depicted with multiple wings and eyes of fire. But she dismissed it as metaphor, religious symbolism. What if it wasn't? What if the ancient texts were describing real beings? Not supernatural entities, but a different species, or a hybrid species, that had walked the earth and interbred with humans. What if their descendants were still here? Her phone buzzed. Unknown. Number. The message was brief. Victor is dead. You have what he died for. Use it. They're already watching you. Rebecca looked up sharply, scanning the train car. Business travellers, students, an elderly couple sharing a thermos of coffee. No one paying attention to her, but the message felt like ice water in her veins. The train suddenly felt very small. She went back to the files, pulling up a document she'd initially skipped over because it seemed like a bureaucratic personnel memo. Now she read it carefully. It was from Helix Genomics, dated 2018. A termination letter for one of the geneticists who'd been sharing information in those encrypted email chains. Effective immediately, your employment with Helix Genomics SA is terminated. Severance package and confidentiality agreement enclosed. Failure to comply with NDA terms will result in immediate legal action and potential criminal prosecution under Swiss national security statutes. All research materials, including personal notes and communications, are property of Helix Genomics and must be surrendered. Rebecca cross-referenced the name. Thomas Brenner, the geneticist who'd written, "It's like finding a paragraph of Shakespeare in random letter sequences." She searched for his name online, found an obituary from 2019, heart attack at age 43, no prior history of cardiac issues. She searched for the other two geneticists from that email thread. One had died in a car accident in 2017. Single vehicle collision, no witnesses. The other had simply disappeared in 2020, left for a conference in Singapore, never arrived, never seen again. 3 scientists who'd shared information about the S-helix variant, all dead or missing within 4 years. Rebecca looked at Victor's message again. Then run. She was beginning to understand why. Rebecca spent 3 days in Amsterdam, moving between internet cafes and using burner devices to research without leaving a digital trail. She needed to understand the historical context. If the seraphim were real, if they'd existed in some form throughout human history, there would be evidence, fragments, patterns. She started with Mesopotamia, in the cradle of civilization where writing itself was born. The earliest references appeared in pre-Sumerian archaeological fragments recovered from sites in modern-day Iraq and Syria. Most were heavily damaged, but one partially intact tablet from approximately 4000 BCE contained a passage that had puzzled archaeologists for decades. Rebecca found it in a digitized archive from the British Museum, catalogued but not widely published. The translation had been completed in 1952 by a scholar who'd later withdrawn from academic life entirely. His notes, attached to the file, were illuminating. This text does not fit established Sumerian mythology. It predates the pantheon we associate with later Mesopotamian culture. The language is Proto-Sumerian, possibly older. What disturbs me most is the specificity. This is not myth. This reads like a historical account. The tablet itself, what remained of it. In the time before the great cities, the seraphim ruled from the mountain places. They were flesh-born, not spirit-born, and their skin gleamed like beaten gold when seen in the light of the horizon sun. They taught the people to mark the stars and to divide the year. They showed the way of numbers and the growing of grain. They took mates from among the people, but only those of certain blood. Their children were mighty, and their children's children built the first walls. The seraphim knew what was coming. They prepared chambers beneath the mountains. They said, "We go down into the deep earth, but our blood remains in you." When the sky speaks with lightning that is not lightning, when your children build towers that think, then our children's children will remember what they are. Their rule was law, until the fire came from the sky and the earth shook. The seraphim went beneath. Some of the people went with them. Most stayed above. The seraphim said, "We do not die, we wait. Keep the blood pure. When we wake, you will wake." Rebecca read it 3 times, each reading making her hand shake more. When your children build towers that think. That was written 4,000 years before computers existed. She found corroborating references in fragments from other ancient cultures, each adding pieces to the same impossible story. The Nag Hammadi Library, a collection of early Christian and Gnostic texts discovered in Egypt in 1945, contained multiple references to beings called Watchers, or Seraphim, who descended to Earth and took human wives, producing offspring. But the Gnostic texts added details that mainstream religious scholarship often glossed over. Rebecca found a passage in the secret book of John that had been partially censored in most published translations. The Watchers were not of heaven, though they came from above the mountains. They were not spirit, though they lived longer than the generations of men. They were flesh, but flesh unlike ours. They saw what humanity would become and planted themselves in our lineage, so that when the time of great change arrived, some among us would be prepared for transformation. They did not come to judge or to save. They came to ensure the seed would survive what was coming. They mixed their essence with clay, and from this came those who could walk between worlds. These children appeared human, but carried within them the potential for something more. Egyptian records told similar stories, but with different emphasis. Rebecca found references in a doctoral thesis about the priest dynasties along the Nile that had never been widely distributed. The scholar had translated hieroglyphics from a tomb in Saqqara, dated to the early dynastic period around 3000 BCE. The Neteru came from the place where the 2 rivers meet the mountains. They were not gods, but the children of gods, and they taught the kingmakers how to preserve the divine blood through the generations. The Neteru could see in darkness. Their eyes reflected copper in lamplight. Their skin in certain seasons showed patterns like serpent scales beneath. They took only those of pure lineage as consorts. When the great death came from the sky, the Neteru went into the hidden places. They said, "Your children will not remember us as we are. They will make us into stories and paintings. This is as it should be, but some will carry our seed forward, sleeping in their flesh until the world is ready." The scholar's footnote on this passage was chilling. Note: the hieroglyphic for Neteru in this context does not match standard divine terminology. It appears to be a specific designation for a separate category of being. The literal translation might be closer to those who transform, or those who are both. The text is very clear. These are not supernatural entities, but physical beings with unusual biological characteristics. Rebecca found similar patterns in Sumerian king lists, ancient Hebrew texts, and even fragments from the Indus Valley civilization. Always the same core elements: beings who looked almost human, who lived among humans, who interbred with select human lineages, who enforced strict rules about bloodline purity, who possessed biological traits that set them apart: reflective eyes, unusual skin, enhanced abilities, and always the same instruction: The blood must not be diluted. She found the most explicit reference in a section of the Book of Enoch that had been removed from most canonical versions but survived in Ethiopian Orthodox tradition. This version included chapters that Western churches had deemed too problematic to include. Chapter 72, verses 14 to 19, "And the watchers made a covenant among themselves, saying, Let us preserve the blood without dilution, for the day of awakening approaches, and our children's children must be ready to receive what we have planted within them." They chose their mates with great care, testing bloodlines across generations. Those families they blessed with their seed, they also blessed with knowledge, how to maintain power across time, how to build systems that endure beyond single lives, how to recognize others of the hidden bloodline. And they said, "When the world fills with invisible fire, when the air itself carries thought, and the machines of men begin to wake, then our children will begin to remember. They will not know why they are different, only that they are. They will rise to positions of influence without understanding it is their nature to rule, and when enough of them have awakened, we will emerge from the places we have slept, and the separation between our kind and yours will end." This is not conquest, this is transformation. You're becoming what we always were. Rebecca sat back from the computer screen in the Amsterdam cafe, where she'd been working for 6 hours straight. Her coffee had gone, cold long ago. The sun had set outside without her noticing. The pattern was undeniable. Across thousands of years, across completely separate cultures that had no known contact with each other, the same story emerged. Non-human or partly human beings had interbred with select human populations. They'd done so systematically, carefully, maintaining bloodline purity across generations. They'd taught these families how to maintain power and influence, and they'd promised, or prophesied, that when humanity reached a certain level of technological development, the dormant genetic material they'd planted would activate. Their descendants would begin to wake up. Rebecca thought about the S-helix variant, the genetic marker that responded to electromagnetic frequencies, the marker that was appearing in families with documented lineages going back centuries, the marker that was activating more frequently as technology advanced, when the air itself carries thought. Wi-Fi, cellular networks, the invisible electromagnetic ocean that humanity had created in just the last few decades, when the machines of men begin to wake, artificial intelligence, neural networks, systems that learned and adapted and showed signs of genuine emergent behaviour. The ancient texts weren't prophecy, they were prediction, instructions left by beings who understood how human civilization would develop, because they designed it to develop that way. Her phone buzzed. A new email from an address she didn't recognise, archival.ghostprotocol.proton.me. The subject line, "You're looking in the right places, but you're missing the modern confirmation." The email contained a single attachment, a scanned page from what appeared to be a 1987 medical document, bearing the letterhead of a European royal family she immediately recognised. The header read, "Annual Hematological Assessment, Type S Classification." Rebecca downloaded the file, her hands shaking. The Ghost Protocol had found her, and they were feeding her exactly what she needed to know. The question was why. The 1987 document was clinically detailed and utterly damning. It described routine medical screening conducted on members of a specific aristocratic bloodline, names redacted throughout, but the family crest visible in the top corner made their identity unmistakable to anyone familiar with European monarchy. The assessment focused on what they termed Type S hematologic differentiation, a cluster of physiological characteristics that appeared consistently across certain family members but not others. The findings were extraordinary. Stress response. Type S individuals exhibited abnormal cortisol regulation. Under extreme stress conditions, their hormone levels dropped rather than spiked, resulting in enhanced cognitive function during crisis situations. Standard fight-or-flight response was replaced by what the document termed cold clarity response. One annotation, handwritten in the margin, Subject C7 exhibited near-complete emotional detachment during simulated crisis. Heart rate decreased, pupil dilation reversed, described feeling perfectly calm, like watching from outside. This is not normal stress response. Cellular regeneration. Documented healing rates 40-60% faster than baseline human norms. Scarring minimal or absent in most cases. One subject had recovered from a compound fracture in half. The expected time with bone density measurements showing no evidence of prior injury. The medical examiner's note: I've been practicing orthopaedic medicine for 30 years. This is not possible. The bone structure shows remodelling that would typically take months, but occurred in weeks. Either our dating methods are wrong, or something in this subject's biology is accelerating cellular repair at rates I cannot explain. Neurological profile. Near complete absence of degenerative brain disorders across 7 generations of tracking. No Alzheimer's, no Parkinson's, no dementia. Average lifespan exceeded regional norms by 12 years. Immune function. Natural immunity to specific viral infections that should have no genetic basis for resistance. Several type S individuals had been exposed to influenza outbreaks that sickened entire households, but never developed symptoms themselves. Temperature regulation. Baseline body temperature, 1.2 degrees Celsius, lower than human average. Temperature variance under stress conditions exceeded normal human parameters. Ocular characteristics. Noted: unusual reflective quality to iris under specific lighting conditions. 3 subjects exhibited what the examiner described as possible nictitating membrane reflex when startled by sudden stimuli. The examiner's note on this finding: I thought I was mistaken, but I've now observed this in 3 separate subjects. During startle response, there's a lateral movement across the eye that occurs too quickly for conscious control. It resembles the third eyelid found in reptiles and birds. This should not exist in human anatomy. The document concluded with a section titled Generational Transmission and Activation Patterns. Type S characteristics do not appear in all offspring, suggesting recessive inheritance or conditional expression. Approximately 30% of children from confirmed type S parents exhibit full phenotype. However, we have documented cases of phenotype emergence in adults who showed no signs in childhood or adolescence. This suggests the type S classification is not purely genetic in the traditional sense, but may involve activation triggers we have not yet identified. Recommend continued monitoring of type S individuals and their offspring to determine what environmental or developmental factors trigger full expression. The final note, stamped in red ink: classified, Royal Household Medical Records, unauthorized distribution prohibited. Rebecca cross-referenced the date. 1987. The same year, personal computers began entering middle-class homes across Europe and North America. The same year, cellular networks started expanding beyond experimental urban deployments. Technology. She thought about the Swiss white paper. This helix reacts to electromagnetic signals at frequencies outside standard human neural resonance. Her anonymous correspondent sent a second email while she'd been reading, check the 2001 leak, Phase 4. That's when they stopped monitoring and started managing. Rebecca knew exactly what that meant. In 2001, a contractor working for a US intelligence agency had leaked a series of classified briefings to a journalist who'd later died in what was officially ruled a suicide. The leaked documents had covered everything from surveillance programs to foreign policy assessments. Most had been dismissed as conspiracy theory, or redacted into meaninglessness by the time they reached public circulation. But one briefing had stuck in the collective consciousness of researchers who worked in Rebecca's field. It was titled Phase 4, Behavioural Management of Type S Infiltrates. She'd read it years ago during her doctoral research on suppressed intelligence documents, dismissed it as disinformation designed to discredit legitimate leaks. Now she pulled it up again with completely different eyes. The briefing was structured as a strategic assessment, dated March 2001, prepared for select members of a Congressional Intelligence Oversight Committee. The document had been leaked in fragments, complete pages interspersed with sections that had been redacted or destroyed. But enough remained to paint a disturbing picture. Subject: strategic assessment. Type S: infiltrate management. Classification: TS SCI, no fawn executive. Summary: Phase 4 represents the transitional period during which Type S individuals embedded in positions of influence become aware of their differentiated status. Historical precedent suggests this awareness can trigger unpredictable behavioural changes and potential destabilisation of existing power structures. Unlike previous phases focused on identification and monitoring, Phase 4 requires active management protocols to ensure smooth integration of emerging Type S consciousness into existing governance and economic frameworks. Background: Type S infiltrates are not external agents or foreign operatives. They're intergenerational insertions, individuals born human but carrying genetic markers that activate under specific environmental conditions. Many Type S individuals reach adulthood, marry, raise families, and hold positions of significant influence without conscious knowledge of their differentiated status. Redacted section, approximately 2 pages. Identifying characteristics. Physical, variable. Most Type S individuals are phenotypically indistinguishable from baseline humans. However, activation events may trigger subtle physiological changes including altered temperature regulation, enhanced pattern recognition capabilities, abnormal stress response, decreased rather than elevated, rapid healing from injury resistance to specific pathogens. Behavioural: Type S individuals demonstrate consistent patterns across cultural and geographic boundaries, gravitate toward positions of systemic influence, policy, finance, research. Exhibit enhanced capability for long-term strategic thinking. Show reduced emotional volatility in crisis situations. Demonstrate unconscious coordination with other Type S individuals. Express feeling different or separate from baseline humans, often from early childhood. Redacted section, approximately 3 pages. Activation. Triggers. Intelligence assessment has identified 3 primary trigger categories. Technological exposure. Prolonged interaction with advanced computational systems in electromagnetic environments. Correlation between Type S activation events and proximity to high-frequency electromagnetic fields exceeds 78%. Specific frequency ranges, redacted, appear to trigger genetic expression changes. Genetic awakening, proximity to other activated Type S individuals. Subjects report sensing others of their kind, though mechanism remains unclear. May involve electromagnetic sensitivity or pheromone response. Crisis response. Extreme stress or survival situations that force physiological differentiation to manifest. Multiple documented cases of latent Type S individuals exhibiting enhanced capabilities during life-threatening situations, followed by partial or full awareness of their differentiated status. Phase 4. Characteristics. Phase 4 begins when a critical mass of Type S individuals become aware of their differentiated status. Current intelligence suggests we are entering Phase 4 now. Indicators include increased private communication networks among confirmed Type S individuals, formation of informal alliance structures across political and national boundaries, attempts to access classified research on S-helix genetic markers, increased interest in historical records regarding redacted strategic implications. Traditional security frameworks are inadequate for addressing emergent Type S consciousness. These individuals are not hostile foreign actors. They are embedded in critical infrastructure, political leadership, scientific research, and cultural influence positions. Many have security clearances. Some have access to classified information regarding their own status. Forceful containment or exposure strategies carry unacceptable risk. Type S individuals in intelligence positions could leak classified information. Type S individuals in policy positions could destabilize governance structures. Coordinated Type S response to persecution could trigger, redacted, public exposure, could trigger mass panic and social destabilization. Recommended management approach. Phase 4. Management should focus on controlled integration rather than containment or exposure. Objectives. Monitor Type S communication networks without triggering defensive responses. Provide limited, controlled disclosure to select Type S individuals to prevent independent information gathering. Establish informal liaison protocols with cooperative Type S individuals in key positions. Prepare public for eventual broader disclosure through gradual normalization, redacted, approximately 1 page. Conclusion. Type S individuals are not the enemy. Intelligence assessment indicates their emergence serves a broader function related to species-level adaptation and technological integration. Their capabilities may prove necessary for humanity's transition to redacted. Premature exposure or forceful containment could trigger defensive protocols we are not equipped to handle. Recommend patience, observation, and strategic cooperation. Redacted section, final page. Rebecca read through the document twice, then cross-referenced it with the information she had gathered. The year the intelligence community officially acknowledged that people with the S-Helix variant were starting to become aware of what they were. The year the strategy shifted from monitor to manage, 24 years ago. Which meant that right now, in 2025, they were deep into Phase 4, possibly approaching Phase 5. She thought about the case studies in the genetic white paper. People who'd described unusual clarity and pattern recognition. People who'd said it felt like they were interfacing with code instead of just reading it. People who didn't know they were different, just knew they were unusually good at what they did. What happened when those people found out why? Rebecca opened her encrypted messaging app and sent a query to a contact she'd cultivated over years of archival work. A former intelligence analyst who'd left the NSA under circumstances that remained unclear, but who still maintained connections in the community. Her message: Phase 4, Type S. What's the current assessment? The response came back in under a minute. You're playing with fire, stop. Rebecca typed, I need to know. 3 minutes passed. Then, Phase 4 went operational in 2003. Phase 5 is already active. You don't want to know what Phase 6 looks like. Seriously, delete everything and walk away. What's Phase 5? Another long pause. Then, integration. They're not hiding anymore. Some of them know what they are, and they're starting to work together. I can't tell you more. I won't tell you more. This is me, as your friend, telling you to stop before you get disappeared like Victor. They killed him for giving you that USB drive. They'll kill you for using it. The chat went offline. Rebecca sat in the Amsterdam cafe, surrounded by ordinary people living ordinary lives, while the foundations of everything she thought she understood about human civilization crumbled beneath her. Phase 5 was active, integration. People with the S-Helix variant, people who'd been living as humans their entire lives, were waking up, becoming aware, and starting to coordinate. The question wasn't whether this was happening. The documents made that clear. The question was what they wanted, and what would happen when enough of them were awake. The security footage was never supposed to exist. Rebecca found it 3 days later, buried in the anonymous file dump that had been steadily growing in her inbox. Someone was feeding her information, someone with access to materials that should have been destroyed decades ago. Someone who wanted her to know the truth, or wanted someone to know, and she was the conduit. The footage was dated August 14th, 2016. Location: a private conference facility outside Caracas, Venezuela. The context was a high-level crisis meeting involving energy ministers, military leadership, and international advisors during Venezuela's economic collapse. The meeting had been recorded using standard security cameras for standard security reasons, but someone had also been running thermal imaging equipment, likely as an additional security measure to detect concealed weapons, unauthorized personnel, or unusual heat signatures that might indicate explosive devices. That thermal equipment had recorded something that defied explanation. The footage showed exactly what you'd expect for the first 90 minutes. Human-shaped heat signatures clustered around a long conference table. Body temperatures ranging from 36.5 to 37.2 degrees Celsius. Normal human variance. People sat, stood, gestured, argued, all perfectly ordinary through the thermal camera's lens. Then, At the 1:34 to 22 mark, something changed. One attendee, seated at the head of the table, identified in the accompanying file notes as a European financial advisor to the Venezuelan government, exhibited a sudden and dramatic temperature drop. Within 45 seconds, their surface temperature fell from 36.8 to 31.70, 5 degrees Celsius. The thermal camera clearly showed the change. The individual's heat signature shifted from warm orange-red to cool blue-green, not gradually. Not the slow cooling that might occur if someone was in shock or hypothermic. Rapidly, deliberately. Like their body had simply decided to regulate temperature in a way that violated basic human physiology. The timestamp corresponded with a heated argument visible in the standard footage. Raised voices, accusations, the kind of high-stress confrontation that should trigger elevated heart rate, flushed skin, increased body temperature. Instead, this person's temperature had plummeted, and their body language became unnaturally calm, precise, controlled. 3 minutes later, their temperature normalized. The argument ended. The meeting continued. The file notes indicated the footage had been flagged immediately by security analysts, escalated to intelligence oversight within hours, and permanently sealed within 72 hours. The financial advisor had left Venezuela the following day and disappeared from all public records. Rebecca found a follow-up memo dated to weeks after the incident. Subject relocated to undisclosed European location. Medical evaluation confirms Type S activation event. Subject now aware of differentiated status. Recommend Phase 5 integration protocols. Subject cooperative and has agreed to voluntary monitoring in exchange for information access regarding origin and purpose of S-Helix variant. They'd made a deal. The person who'd manifested impossible physiology on camera had been given answers in exchange for cooperation. Rebecca wondered what those answers were. What did they tell people when they woke up and realised they weren't entirely human? Her anonymous source sent another compilation. This one was dozens of incident reports spanning 3 decades, all documenting similar thermal anomalies. 1991, Private Estate, Scotland, Security Personnel Report, unusual cold zones detected in the master bedroom suite despite functional heating. Thermal survey shows temperature differential of 3+4 degrees Celsius, concentrated around sleeping area. Estate owner, member of prominent banking family, dismisses concerns. Follow-up investigation terminated at owner's request. 1998, Manhattan penthouse. Building maintenance receives multiple complaints about HVAC malfunction in specific units. Residents report feeling overheated while thermostats register temperatures 2-3 degrees lower than surrounding apartments. Technical inspection finds no mechanical issues. Residents are all from same extended family network. Pattern noted but unexplained. 2004, Geneva Diplomatic Compound. Infrared security sweeps detect cold signatures around 3 specific individuals during high-level trade negotiations. Security team suspects equipment malfunction. Equipment tested and confirmed functional. Individuals show no signs of illness or distress. Incident classified. 2009, Dubai Financial Summit. Private security firm contracted for VIP protection reports. Unusual thermal readings on multiple attendees. Several high-profile executives register surface temperatures 1-2 degrees below expected human baseline. Firm's reports submitted to clients, then immediately classified. Security team members sign expanded NDAs. 2012, London Banking District. Corporate security investigating potential industrial espionage uses thermal imaging during board meetings. Discovers 3 board members consistently register abnormally low surface temperatures during high-stress discussions. Investigation redirected by unknown authority. All thermal footage confiscated. 2016. Washington political fundraiser. Secret Service thermal scanning detects unusual temperature patterns in multiple attendees. Several prominent political figures show decreased surface temperature during public speaking and high-pressure social interactions. Anomalies noted in after-action report but not investigated further. The pattern was undeniable. These weren't equipment malfunctions. These were people whose bodies responded to stress and electromagnetic environments in ways that violated understood human biology. And then there were the eyes. Rebecca found a separate file containing compiled reports from security personnel, journalists, personal assistants, and even entertainment industry professionals. Dozens of observations, each dismissed individually, but forming an impossible pattern when viewed together. Subjects' eyes reflected amber gold under camera flash, similar to animal eye shine, assumed to be lighting artifact. Photographer, 2008. During night vision surveillance, subjects' eyes showed reflective quality not consistent with human eye structure. Equipment tested and confirmed functional. Private Security Report, 2011. I could swear I saw his eyes blink sideways, like not up and down, but from the side. But that's impossible, so I must have imagined it. Political Aid, anonymous interview, 2015. Under UV security lighting, several VIP guests exhibited unusual iris reflection patterns. Copper or gold coloration not typical of human eyes under these conditions. Event Security Log, 2019. The senator's eyes. There was something wrong. During the press conference, when the lights hit him at a certain angle, I saw something move across his eye, horizontally. My colleague saw it too. We both pretended we didn't. Camera operator, confidential testimony. 2021, nictitating membranes. Third eyelids. Reflective tapetum lucidum like nocturnal predators possessed. Biological features that didn't exist in human anatomy. Except they did. In some people, under the right conditions, when stress or environment triggered something dormant to activate. Rebecca's phone rang. Actual voice call, not encrypted message. She stared at it for 3 rings before answering. You need to stop digging. The voice was female, American accent, eerily calm. For your own safety, Rebecca's mouth went dry. Who is this? Someone who's been where you are. Someone who knows what happens when you keep pulling threads. What happens? A long pause. The background noise suggested the caller was outside, wind across the microphone, distant traffic. You start seeing patterns everywhere. You start questioning everyone around you. You start wondering if your boss, your neighbour, your lover, if any of them are carrying markers they don't even know about. The paranoia eats you alive, Rebecca. And the worst part... Rebecca waited, her heart hammering. The worst part is, you'll never know if you're paranoid or if you're right. Because they don't know either. Most of them live their whole lives without ever finding out what they are. They just know they're good at what they do. They just know they handle stress better than other people. They just know they see patterns others miss. And they never question it, because why would they? Are you... Rebecca started. One of them? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I had the test done. Private lab. Cost me $20,000 and 3 years of saved favours. You want to know what they told me? What? They told me the test was inconclusive. They told me the markers were there but dormant. They told me I might be carrying a helix variant or I might not, and there was no way to know unless it activated. And you know what that means? Rebecca did know. You'll never know if your successes are yours or if there's something else driving you. Exactly. I'm a federal judge, Rebecca. I make decisions that affect millions of lives. And now I'll spend the rest of my career wondering if my judgment is mine, or if there's something in my DNA pushing me toward outcomes I don't consciously understand. That's what this knowledge does. It poisons everything. But people deserve to know, do they? What happens when you publish your research? When you tell the world that 14 bloodlines carry non-human DNA? That some of the most powerful people in the world might be a different species and don't even know it? You think that ends well? The truth matters. The woman laughed, bitter and harsh. The truth is that whatever the seraphim were, they're woven so deep into human civilization that you can't separate us anymore. Their descendants are everywhere, in government, in corporations, in universities and hospitals and military command. And most of them are good people trying to do good work. What happens to them when you expose this? They get hunted, tested, quarantined, or worse, they get worshipped, turned into messiahs or demons. Either way, you tear society apart. Is that what you want? I want people to understand what's happening to them. Then you're naive. Victor died trying to get you this information. You think he wanted you to publish it? He wanted you to understand it, to be ready, because Phase 5 isn't about exposure, it's about preparation. Preparation for what? The line went dead. Rebecca sat in the dark of her Amsterdam hotel room, staring at thermal footage of impossible biology and witness reports of inhuman eyes, and realised she'd crossed a threshold she couldn't return from. The French intelligence analyst made contact through a dead drop in Paris. Rebecca travelled there following a coded message slipped under her hotel door. Inside a locker at Gare du Nord, she found a micro SD card and a handwritten note. What you're looking for isn't conquest, it's cultivation. A friend in the directorate. The SD card contained an audio recording, a debriefing session from 2018, conducted in French. Rebecca listened while running translation software. The speaker identified himself only as Asian Mathieu, 15 years in French foreign intelligence. Interviewer: You mentioned a rumour circulating among senior political handlers. Elaborate. Mathieu: Not discussed openly, more like shared understanding among people in these positions long enough. We all noticed patterns, officials who predict policy shifts before they happen, who navigate crises with inhuman calm, who maintain influence across administrations regardless of political changes. Interviewer: Competence could... Mathieu: Not competence. Something else. A colleague, 23 years at the ministry, told me after too much wine. The Seraphim aren't here to conquer. They're here to ensure the planet evolves in a direction compatible with them. Interviewer: Compatible with what? Mathieu: That's the question. Compatible with what they are, what they're becoming. They don't interfere with democracy, they designed it, built the frameworks we operate within, not conspiracy. Architecture, like designing a garden to grow specific plants. Interviewer: You believe this? Mathieu. Pause. I believe there are people in power who think on timescales we can't fathom, working toward objectives that won't be clear for generations. Whether they're consciously aware of being different or if it's instinctive, I don't know, but the difference is real. Rebecca played it again, focusing on one phrase. They designed the systems. The helix responded to electromagnetic frequencies, appeared in bloodlines maintaining power for centuries, activated in response to technology. What if it wasn't reactive but anticipatory? What if these carriers weren't responding to technology, but unconsciously driving humanity toward the thresholds that would trigger their activation? Democracy, capitalism, digital networks, AI. Every major system structuring modern civilization developed by people possibly carrying genetic programming they didn't know existed. Not conspiracy, architecture. Rebecca found the next piece, a partial transcript from a 1974 Bilderberg conference. Unknown speaker. A. The integration timeline assumes continued technological acceleration. If we encounter resistance... Unknown speaker. B. We won't. The pattern is self-reinforcing. Each generation requires more connection, more processing, more interface. They think they're choosing progress. They are, just not for the reasons they believe. Speaker A. When they realise? Speaker B. They won't. By the time enough realise, it won't matter. Systems too integrated, too essential. You can't unplug from infrastructure that keeps you alive. Speaker C. Some will resist. Speaker B. Resistance is part of the design. Creates pressure that accelerates adoption. Resistors aren't obstacles, they're catalysts. Speaker A. Very confident. Speaker B. Very patient. Not a 10-year plan, a 1,000-year implementation. We designed representative government, electoral systems, the frameworks within which choice occurs. The choices themselves are irrelevant as long as the framework endures. A 1,000-year implementation. Rebecca thought about ancient texts, Mesopotamian tablets describing seraphim going beneath. The instruction across cultures, preserve the bloodline. What if it never ended? What if they'd simply changed strategies? stopped ruling openly and built systems that would rule for them. Systems ensuring humanity developed exactly as needed to trigger whatever was encoded in the S-helix. Systems making their emergence not an invasion, but an awakening. Her phone buzzed. "You're close. One more piece. Check your email." The email contained a single PDF. NATO Strategic Briefing Seraphim Protocol 2023 PDF. The NATO briefing was dated October 2023, marked Cosmic Top Secret. Subject: Strategic Assessment, Seraphim Protocol Activation Timeline. Executive Summary. Recent advances in AI, neural interfaces, and global electromagnetic saturation have triggered measurable S-helix activation increases among monitored populations. Analysis indicates humanity is approaching technological thresholds identified in historical Seraphim documentation as return protocol initialization. Key findings: activation has increased 340% since 2020. Correlation with AI interaction, 5G deployment, and neural interfacing devices exceeds 89%. Activated individuals demonstrate enhanced pattern recognition, accelerated learning, and what subjects describe as expanded systemic awareness. Most remain unaware of physiological differentiation. Activated S-helix carriers demonstrate unconscious coordination in policy, technology investment, and social engineering. Emergent collective behavior, not conscious conspiracy. Current rates suggest 15-20% of carriers will achieve full phenotype expression by 2030. Historical documentation suggests this represents critical threshold for return protocol completion. Historical context. Recovered Seraphim documentation indicates original departure was strategic hibernation, not retreat. Genetic architecture designed to remain dormant until humanity achieved sufficient technological sophistication for full Seraphim integration. The S-helix isn't infection, it's preparation. Strategic implications. Traditional security frameworks inadequate. Subjects embedded in critical infrastructure. Political leadership. Scientific research. Cultural influence. Born human. Raised human. Many live and die without activation. Those who activate aren't hostile. Assessment indicates Seraphim agenda aligns with long-term human survival, though definition of human may require revision. Conclusion. Humanity will reach technological thresholds in 5 to 10 years, triggering widespread S-helix activation. Enhanced AI, brain-computer interfaces, global neural networks, not coincidental. These are environmental conditions Seraphim genetic architecture was designed to respond to. The briefing concluded with a final slide. There is no invasion. They are already born. They are waking up. Beneath it, recommended response. Monitor and adapt. Integration inevitable. Resistance counterproductive. Rebecca closed her laptop. Around her, people worked on devices that might be triggering something ancient in genetics, of people they'd known their entire lives. 14 bloodlines, centuries of careful breeding, systems of power immune to change. Technological acceleration everyone assumed was human progress. What if it was? What if some humans had been guiding this trajectory since the beginning? What if democracy, capitalism, technological progress, digital interconnection weren't human achievements influenced by others, but Seraphim achievements implemented through human consciousness, through people who believed themselves human until conditions awakened what had always slept inside them? Her phone buzzed. Genesis. Protocol. Verified a proton.me. You found what Victor died to give you. Now choose. Publish and trigger panic, or wait and watch. Either way, you can't stop what's waking up. We've been waking since you invented fire, since you built cities, since you split the atom. Each threshold brings us closer to what we were always meant to become. You're not being invaded, you're being remembered. Some of us remember better than others. Soon, enough will remember, and then you'll understand. There was never separation. No aliens among you. Only humans who haven't woken yet, and humans who have. Welcome to Phase 5. Rebecca sat very still. In the corner, a woman in a business suit worked on a laptop, fingers moving with mechanical precision. In the right light, her eyes reflected copper. The woman glanced up, met Rebecca's gaze for exactly 1 second, then returned to work. Rebecca looked away, heart pounding. She opened a new document, titled it the Seraphim Program, started typing. She had no idea if anyone would believe her, no idea if publication would change anything, or if the systems were too embedded, too essential to resist. But she typed anyway, because somewhere in 14 bloodlines spread across the world, people were waking to what they'd always been. People in government, corporations, research labs, people who'd lived human lives never knowing they carried something older than civilization, people who were starting to remember, and if the briefing was correct, within a decade enough would be awake that the world would change in unpredictable ways. Maybe that's what evolution looked like. Not external invasion, but internal awakening. Not war between species, but recognition that categories were never as clear as humanity believed. Rebecca kept typing as the sun set over Paris, painting the sky copper and gold. Behind her, the woman in the business suit closed her laptop and left. Her surface temperature, had anyone been measuring, would have registered 35.9 degrees Celsius, 1 degree below normal, and falling. In boardrooms and laboratories, in government offices and university lecture halls, in hospital operating rooms and military command centres, people who'd never questioned their humanity were beginning to feel different, beginning to see patterns invisible to others, beginning to recognise each other across distances that should make recognition impossible, beginning to wake. And the systems they'd built, democracy, capitalism, technology, networks, continued functioning exactly as designed. Not as human systems influenced by hidden forces, but as seraphim systems implemented through human hands, preparing the world for a transformation that had been set in motion 4,000 years ago. Rebecca typed the final line. They're already among us. They always have been. And they are us. She hit save, encrypted the file, sent copies to 3 separate secure servers. Then she walked out into the Paris night, knowing that nothing would ever look the same again. Above her, satellites circled the Earth, transmitting signals at frequencies that made the invisible visible. And in 14 bloodlines scattered across continents, DNA that had waited millennia began to unfold, listening, responding, waking. The Seraphim Protocol was entering its final phase, and humanity, all of humanity, was about to discover what that meant. Before we begin, if you're enjoying this journey into one of America's most disturbing conspiracy theories, please consider using your hype points on this video. It truly helps the channel grow in ways you might not realise, and it allows us to keep bringing you these deep dives into the unexplained. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, whether you're winding down for sleep in Australia, commuting to work in London, or relaxing at home somewhere in between. Now, let's descend into a story that challenges everything we think we know about time, memory, and government secrets. There's a place on Long Island where the grass grows differently, where compasses spin without reason, where locals refuse to walk after dark. It's not marked on most maps anymore. The government says it's just an old park. But the man sitting across from me in a Brooklyn coffee shop knows better. His hands shake as he slides a notebook across the table. The pages smell like mildew and something else. Something chemical. Something wrong. Time doesn't work the same there, he whispers. It never did, and they never really shut it down. His name is Nicholas Barrett, though he admits that might not be his real name anymore. He can't be certain. When you've had your memories erased and rewritten multiple times, identity becomes fluid. What he does know is that he was part of something called the Montauk Project, a covert military program that officially never existed, a program that experimented with human consciousness, perception, and according to Nicholas, the fabric of time itself. The notebook contains coordinates, radiation readings, lists of names spanning more than a decade, boys who disappeared, scientists who died under mysterious circumstances, military personnel who checked themselves into psychiatric facilities and never spoke again. The last page reads, The chair remembers. The station was never shut down. Time doesn't forget us. My name is Aaron Blake. I'm a freelance journalist. And this is the story of how I discovered that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. Act 1. The Real History Camp. Hero sits on the easternmost tip of Long Island, jutting into the Atlantic like an accusatory finger. During World War II, it served as a coastal defence station, one of many built to protect against potential Nazi invasion. Massive concrete bunkers still dot the landscape, half buried in sand and scrub grass. Artillery positions that once bristled with guns now serve as perches for seagulls. But Camp Hero's real transformation came in the late 1950s when the military installed something that would define its silhouette for decades, a massive Sage radar tower. Standing nearly 80 feet tall, this AN/FPS-7 radar was part of the semi-automatic ground environment system, designed to detect Soviet bombers during the height of the Cold War. The tower was a marvel of its time, capable of tracking aircraft hundreds of miles out over the Atlantic. According to official records, Camp Hero was decommissioned in 1981, budget cuts, end of an era. The property eventually became part of Camp Hero State Park, open to hikers and history enthusiasts. The radar tower still stands, now a rusting monument to Cold War paranoia. But here's where the official story starts to crack. Throughout the 1990s, dozens of former employees came forward with a different narrative. In interviews, depositions, and self-published accounts, they insisted that Camp Hero never truly closed. That beneath the surface operations, something else continued. Something classified. Something that had nothing to do with detecting Soviet aircraft. I started my investigation the way any good journalist does, with public records. Camp Hero's history is surprisingly well documented up to a point. Construction permits, personnel rosters, equipment manifests, everything you'd expect from a military installation. Then, around 1971, the documentation becomes spotty, redacted. In some cases, entire years are missing from the archives. I filed Freedom of Information Act requests. Most came back with heavily censored documents or outright denials. No records exist. Information classified for national security purposes. Request denied per exemption. The first 3 months of research yielded almost nothing. I spent hours in the National Archives, scrolling through microfilm until my eyes burned. I contacted former military personnel through veterans organisations. Most refused to talk. Those who did speak offered only vague recollections, carefully worded to avoid anything that might be classified. I interviewed a former radar technician who'd worked at Camp Hero from 1977 to 1980. His name was Michael Torres, retired to Florida, living in a modest house near Tampa. He agreed to meet me at a local diner, but the moment I mentioned the Montauk project specifically, his demeanour changed. "I don't know anything about that," he said, suddenly interested in his coffee. "But you were stationed there during the exact years the project supposedly operated." "I worked on radar systems, standard operations, nothing unusual." "Did you ever go underground? Into the tunnel system beneath the base?" He was quiet for a long moment. Then, "We weren't allowed in certain sections. That wasn't unusual for a military facility. Compartmentalization, need-to-know basis. I assumed it was just classified communications equipment or something." "But you wondered?" Another pause. "There were rumours. Techs who went down to the lower levels for maintenance would come back acting strange, disoriented. One guy claimed he lost 6 hours down there, though his watch showed only 30 minutes had passed. Nobody took him seriously, but there were enough odd stories that most of us preferred to stay topside." Torres wouldn't say more. After we parted ways, I tried to follow up with him by phone. His number was disconnected. I reached out to his daughter through social media. She told me her father had suffered a stroke 2 days after our meeting and was no longer able to communicate effectively. The timing felt wrong, but I had no evidence of anything beyond tragic coincidence. But one document did come through, and it changed everything. It was an employment record from Brookhaven National Laboratory, dated 1973. Brookhaven is a real facility on Long Island, established in 1947 for nuclear research. It's conducted legitimate scientific work for decades, but it's also been connected to classified government projects, weapons research, and according to some researchers, experiments that push the boundaries of physics and human consciousness. The employment record listed a contractor, Preston B. Nichols. Preston Nichols is a real person. In 1992, he published a book called The Montauk Project: Experiments in Time. In it, he claimed to be a recovered memory victim of a covert program run at Camp Hero throughout the 1970s and early 80s. According to Nichols, the project focused on mind control, psychic enhancement, and temporal manipulation. He described a device called the Montauk chair, designed to amplify human consciousness and, allegedly, create tangible manifestations of thought. Most dismiss Nichols as a conspiracy theorist, a fantasist spinning tales for profit. But here was documented proof that a Preston B. Nichols had indeed been contracted at Brookhaven during the exact time frame he described. It didn't prove his claims, but it established that he wasn't simply inventing his entire history. I needed to know more about what Brookhaven was actually doing during those years. I spent 2 weeks at the Brookhaven archives, going through every document available from the 1970s. Most were technical papers on nuclear physics, particle acceleration, material science, legitimate research, nothing suspicious. But I noticed patterns in what was missing. Certain project numbers had no corresponding documentation, budget line items listed as special projects research with no further detail, personnel rosters that showed scientists assigned to departments that, according to other records, didn't exist. Through a contact at a university library, I obtained archived scientific papers from Brookhaven researchers in the 1970s. Most were dry, technical documents about particle physics and material science. But one paper, published in 1974 and quickly retracted, discussed experimental work on electromagnetic field effects on human cognition and perception. The lead researcher's name had been redacted, but the methodology was startling. The experiments involved placing subjects in isolation chambers while exposing them to specific electromagnetic frequencies. The goal was to determine if EM fields could influence memory formation, enhance pattern recognition, or alter temporal perception. Temporal perception, the ability to accurately judge the passage of time. The paper was only 12 pages long, but it described a series of experiments that today would never pass any ethics review. Subjects were exposed to electromagnetic fields at various frequencies for extended periods. Some reported feeling time slow down or speed up. Others experienced vivid hallucinations. A few claimed to see events that hadn't happened yet, though the paper dismissed these as confabulation consistent with sensory deprivation effects. Most disturbing was a section describing enhanced subjects who showed unusual sensitivity to the EM fields. These individuals reportedly experienced dramatic alterations in consciousness, including what the paper termed reality displacement phenomena. The description was vague, deliberately so, but it suggested these subjects were perceiving or experiencing something beyond standard hallucination. The paper concluded that certain frequencies did produce measurable effects, though the results were inconsistent and require further investigation. It also noted that coordination with Department of Defense facilities may provide enhanced testing environments. I found a footnote referencing Eastern Defense Station. Eastern Defense Station was the original designation for Camp Hero. I tried to find the retracted paper's author. The university archives claimed not to have that information. I contacted Brookhaven directly. They told me the research had been discontinued and all related materials were archived under classified protocols. When I pushed, citing Freedom of Information Act provisions, they referred me to the Department of Energy, which referred me to the Department of Defense, which told me the information was exempt from FOIA due to national security concerns. A paper on electromagnetic effects on human perception, published briefly in 1974, was still classified 50 years later. That alone told me I was onto something real. I reached out to other researchers who'd been at Brookhaven during that era. Most didn't respond. 2 agreed to speak with me off the record. Both confirmed that there had been classified programs running alongside the public research, programs they weren't briefed on but knew existed because of the personnel movements, the restricted areas, the funding that didn't appear in public budgets. One researcher, an elderly physicist named Thomas Chen, told me something that stuck with me. In the 70s, we were terrified of falling behind the Soviets, not just in weapons, but in everything. There were persistent rumours that Soviet researchers had made breakthroughs in psychic phenomena, that they had remote viewers who could spy on our facilities, that they were developing mind control techniques. We couldn't let them have an advantage, so we pursued everything, no matter how fringe it seemed. Some programs were legitimate science pushed to extremes. Others were pure desperation dressed up as research. Was Camp Hero one of those programs? I asked. Chen looked at me with tired eyes. I never worked at Camp Hero. I don't know what they did there, but I knew people who did, and I know that some of them came back changed. Not physically, but changed. Like they'd seen something that broke something inside them. He wouldn't elaborate further. As I was leaving, he said one more thing. Be careful which doors you open. Some of us spent our careers trying to close doors that other people opened. Not all of them stayed closed. Act 2. The first clues beneath Camp Hero. Camp Hero State Park is open to the public, but large sections remain fenced off. Structural hazard signs warn visitors away from certain areas. The old radar tower is off limits, surrounded by chain link and barbed wire. Official explanation: the structure is unstable, a liability. But here's an interesting fact that anyone can verify. That supposedly abandoned radar tower still draws electrical power. I obtained utility records through a public records request. According to Con Edison, the electrical infrastructure serving Camp Hero has never been fully disconnected. In fact, monitoring equipment records small but consistent power draws from the facility. Nothing massive, but enough to run lighting, ventilation and electronic equipment. When I asked a Con Edison representative about this, they told me the power was for maintenance and safety systems. When I pressed for specifics, they referred me to a federal agency. That agency referred me to another agency. That agency told me the information was classified. Why would an abandoned state park require classified electrical systems? Through FOIA requests that took nearly 8 months to process, I eventually received heavily redacted documents from DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. These documents confirmed what the utility records suggested. Monitoring equipment has been recording unexplained electrical activity at Camp Hero as recently as 1998, years after the supposed decommissioning. The activity wasn't random. According to the logs, energy spikes occurred every few weeks, lasting between 3 and 7 minutes. The pattern was too regular to be equipment malfunction or environmental interference. Something down there was turning on, running a cycle, and shutting down again. I created a timeline of the power spikes. They occurred almost exactly every 19 days. Sometimes the interval was 18 days, sometimes 20, but the pattern was clear. Whatever was running below ground operated on a schedule. I cross-referenced the power spike dates with other data I'd collected. Weather reports, geological surveys, local police reports, and I found something interesting. On several of the dates corresponding to power spikes, local residents had reported unusual phenomena. Compass anomalies, electronic equipment malfunctions. In one case, a massive flight of birds veering suddenly away from the area, as if fleeing something. But the most disturbing discovery came when I started looking into the missing children. Nicholas's notebook contained a list of names, most with dates from the mid-1970s. At first, I assumed they were participants in the alleged project, perhaps military personnel or civilian contractors. Then I noticed the ages listed next to some names: 12, 14, 13, 11. 2 names had been circled in red ink: John Reyes and Mark Atwood. John Reyes disappeared from his home in East Hampton on a July evening in 1975. He was 13 years old. He told his parents he was going to ride his bike to a friend's house just a few blocks away. He never arrived. Despite extensive searches and a police investigation that lasted months, no trace of John was ever found. The case remains unsolved. I tracked down John's mother, Maria Reyes, still living in the same house where she'd raised her son. She was in her 70s now, health failing, but she agreed to speak with me. We sat in her living room, photographs of John covering every surface, a shrine to a boy who'd never come home. He was special, she told me, her voice still carrying the weight of decades-old grief. Not just to me, because every mother thinks their child is special, but John was different. He had dreams that came true. He knew things he shouldn't know. When he was 8, he told me my sister was going to call with bad news. 5 minutes later, the phone rang. My sister's husband had been in a car accident. Did anyone ever show interest in John's abilities? I asked carefully. Maria nodded slowly. A few months before he disappeared, a man came to the house, said he was from a special school for gifted children. He asked if John had any unusual talents, asked if we'd consider enrolling him in a summer program. I said no. I didn't trust him. Something about the way he looked at John, like he was evaluating merchandise. Did you tell the police about this man when John disappeared? I tried. They said there was no record of any special school programs in the area. They thought I was misremembering, grief making me confused. But I wasn't confused. That man was real, and I've always wondered if John didn't go to his friend's house that night, if maybe he went looking for that man instead. She showed me John's room, preserved exactly as it had been in 1975. Posters on the walls, books on shelves, a diary in a desk drawer. Maria let me read it. The entries from the last month before John's disappearance were disturbing. He wrote about dreams of a white room, a chair with wires, men in lab coats asking him questions. In one entry, dated a week before he vanished, he wrote, "The dreams feel more real than being awake, like I'm remembering something that already happened, or maybe something that's happening right now, somewhere else. I want to find the white room. I want to understand." Mark Atwood vanished 2 years later in 1977, 14 years old, last seen leaving a summer camp in Montauk. Unlike John's case, Mark's disappearance was stranger. Witnesses reported seeing him walking toward the old Camp Hero facility. When camp counsellors went looking for him, they found his bicycle leaning against the perimeter fence. Mark was gone. I found Mark's sister, Jennifer, living in Boston. She was reluctant to talk at first, but when I mentioned that I was investigating Camp Hero and the possibility of a connection to her brother's disappearance, she agreed to meet. Mark changed in the weeks before he disappeared, Jennifer told me. He'd always been a normal kid, played sports, had friends, did okay in school, but that summer he became obsessed with dreams. He'd wake up screaming. My parents took him to a therapist, but Mark wouldn't talk about what he was seeing. Did he ever describe the dreams? I asked. Jennifer pulled out a box she'd kept for decades. Mark's belongings, things their parents had saved. Inside was a notebook, similar to the one Nicholas had given me. Mark's handwriting filled the pages, describing dreams in vivid detail. The dreams were consistent. A large room filled with equipment, a chair that hummed with energy, other children sitting in darkness waiting their turn, and something else, a presence. Mark called it the thing that watches from the corners. He drew pictures of it, crude sketches that showed a shape that didn't quite make sense geometrically, too many angles, surfaces that seemed to exist in more than 3 dimensions. The camp counsellors said Mark had been acting strange the last few days, Jennifer continued, walking in his sleep, standing at the edge of the property staring toward Camp Hero. One counsellor said she caught him trying to sneak out in the middle of the night. When she asked where he was going, Mark said he had to go back, that they were calling him, that he was supposed to be there. Did the police investigate Camp Hero? They asked if anyone there had seen Mark. Official answer was no, but the investigation was shut down quickly. My parents tried to push, tried to get them to search the base, but they were told it was federal property and outside local jurisdiction. Federal investigators supposedly looked into it, but we never heard anything. Eventually, we were told Mark was most likely a runaway, and he'd probably come home when he was ready. He never did. Police reports from both cases are public record. I read through them multiple times, looking for connections. Both boys disappeared during summer months. Both were last seen in areas within a few miles of Camp Hero. Both cases featured witness statements describing the boys as seeming distracted or not acting like themselves in the days before they vanished. Most disturbingly, in Mark Atwood's case, a camp counsellor reported that Mark had been talking about weird dreams the week before his disappearance. Dreams about a white room, a metal chair, and voices asking him questions. I found 3 more cases. Boys who'd disappeared in the Montauk area between 1971 and 1983, all between the ages of 10 and 15. All described by families as having unusual abilities or sensitivities. All vanished without a trace. Next to the circled names in Nicholas's notebook was a handwritten note. Test subject, psychic resonance age range. I needed to talk to someone who had actually worked at Camp Hero during those years. Someone credible. Someone who couldn't be easily dismissed as a conspiracy theorist. Through connections in the military research community, I managed to arrange an interview with a retired officer who served at the base in the early 1970s. Lieutenant Colonel John Alexander, a real figure known for his work researching paranormal topics for military applications. Alexander had a distinguished career and published work on non-lethal weapons, consciousness studies, and what he termed warrior science. We met at a restaurant in Virginia. Alexander was in his 70s but still sharp, still careful with his words. He knew why I wanted to talk to him, and he'd agreed to the meeting with one condition: no recording devices. I asked him directly about the Montauk project. He was quiet for a long moment, then said, "Camp Hero ran tests outside normal channels during the period you're asking about. Some were behavioural, some involved perception studies, some..." He paused. "Some weren't easily categorised." "Were children involved?" I asked. Another long pause. There were programs throughout the Cold War that pushed ethical boundaries. We were terrified of Soviet capabilities, real or imagined. That fear led to decisions that, in retrospect, were questionable. That's not an answer. It's the answer you'll get from anyone who was actually there, he said. The people who know won't talk. The people who talk don't know, and the files that might tell the truth are buried so deep they might as well not exist. Then he leaned forward, his voice dropping. "But I'll tell you this. There were programs designed to identify and recruit individuals with unusual cognitive abilities. Children in particular, because their neural plasticity made them ideal subjects for enhancement protocols. Official programs like the remote viewing research were the tip of the iceberg. Below that, there were darker programs. Programs that didn't care about consent or safety. Programs that were willing to sacrifice a few children if it meant gaining an advantage over the Soviets. Was Camp Hero one of those programs?" Alexander was silent for a long time. Finally, "I visited Camp Hero twice during the relevant period. Official visits, coordinating research between facilities. The surface operations were exactly what they appeared to be. Radar monitoring, communications, standard Cold War defence installations, but there were sections I wasn't clear to access, underground facilities that officially didn't exist. I saw children being escorted into those facilities. I asked about them. I was told they were part of a gifted education program partnered with local schools. But you didn't believe that. I knew what our programs looked like. I knew the language, the protocols. What I saw at Camp Hero wasn't education, it was experimentation. And the children..." He stopped, seeming to struggle with the memory. They had this look, empty, like something had been taken from them. But then he said something that sent a chill through me. "If you're serious about investigating this, you should know that certain questions have consequences. There are people who have devoted careers to making sure specific doors stay closed. If you start picking those locks, don't be surprised when someone comes to see what you're doing. Is that a threat? It's a warning. From someone who's seen what happens to people who push too hard into classified operations. Some lose their careers, some lose their credibility, some just disappear. Not dramatically, not in ways that raise suspicion. They have accidents, health problems, or they simply stop pursuing their investigations and no one quite knows why." Did that happen to people looking into Montauk? Alexander stood to leave. It's happened to people looking into everything the government wants to keep hidden. Montauk is just one door among many, but it might be one of the most important. Because if what you're investigating is real, if the project actually achieved what people claim, then time itself might be compromised, and that's not something any government can afford to admit. Act 3. The project itself. To understand the Montauk Project, you have to understand the scientific and political context of the Cold War. By the 1970s, both the United States and Soviet Union had moved beyond conventional weapons research into stranger territories. Psychic espionage, remote viewing, mind control, consciousness manipulation. These weren't fringe ideas pursued by cranks in basements. They were serious programs with serious funding. The CIA's MK-Ultra program is well documented. From 1953 to 1973, the agency conducted experiments on unwitting subjects, testing LSD, sensory deprivation, hypnosis, and other techniques meant to produce mind control capabilities. The program was real. The documents are declassified. The horror is undeniable. What's less known is that MK-Ultra had sister programs, sub-projects that branched into different areas of research. One was the Stargate Project, which investigated psychic phenomena and remote viewing. The US government spent 20 years and millions of dollars trying to determine if humans could develop reliable extrasensory perception. The results were mixed. Some remote viewers showed abilities that defied conventional explanation. Most didn't. But the research continued, classified and compartmentalized, with different agencies pursuing different angles. According to Nicholas, the Montauk Project was one of those angles, and it went further than anyone publicly admits. Over the course of several meetings, Nicholas gradually revealed more details. Each session was difficult for him. He would start strong, memories flowing, but within an hour he'd begin to deteriorate. Words would come slower, his hands would shake more violently. Sometimes he'd stop mid-sentence and stare into space, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. We weren't reading minds, Nicholas told me during one of our earlier meetings. His hands shook as he spoke, the way they always did when discussing the project. We were creating realities, or at least that's what they wanted us to do. The centerpiece of the project was allegedly a device called the Montauk chair. Nicholas described it in detail. A modified dental chair with cranial attachments, electromagnetic coils, and sensory deprivation elements. Subjects would sit in the chair while technicians adjusted frequencies, monitoring brain activity and physiological responses. The chair was built around technology from the Philadelphia experiment, Nicholas claimed. Or at least that's what they told us. Electromagnetic equipment that had been confiscated from that operation and kept in storage for decades. They retrofitted it, modernized it, connected it to the most powerful radar system on the East Coast. The Philadelphia experiment is itself a conspiracy theory. The claim that in 1943 the Navy made a destroyer escort briefly invisible during a secret test. Most historians dismiss it as fantasy. But Nicholas insisted the technology was real and had been repurposed for Montauk. The radar tower wasn't just detecting aircraft, he said. It was generating massive electromagnetic fields that could be focused and directed. The chair was the targeting mechanism, a human brain, enhanced and amplified, used to shape and direct those fields. The official goal, Nicholas claimed, was to enhance psychic abilities, to find individuals who could project thoughts, influence others at a distance, or perceive events beyond normal sensory range. They tested hundreds of kids. Most couldn't do anything significant. The fields would disorient them, maybe cause hallucinations, but nothing useful. Some got sick, a few had seizures. But those of us who could do it, who could actually interface with the chair... He trailed off, lost in memory. What happened when you interfaced with it? I pressed. The first few times, it was overwhelming. Like every thought I'd ever had was being pulled out of my head and projected into the room. I could see my thoughts taking shape in the air, transparent at first, like smoke, then more solid. The technicians were excited. They pushed harder, cranked up the power. And then I started creating things that weren't from my thoughts, or at least not from my conscious thoughts. Things from dreams, from nightmares, from somewhere else. The chair was a doorway and it opened in both directions. I could push things through, but things could also come back. Nicholas described experiments that grew progressively more ambitious and dangerous. Initially, they had him create simple objects, geometric shapes, colours, basic forms. He could manifest them for seconds before they dissolved. But as his abilities developed, as they learned to tune the equipment more precisely, he could create more complex things. Animals, he said. They had me create animals. I'd think of a cat and a cat would appear. Not solid, not entirely real, but solid enough to touch. It would move around the room, behave like a cat, then fade after a few minutes. They were ecstatic. Where were these manifestations coming from? That's what they wanted to know. They theorized I was pulling energy from the quantum field, giving it shape through consciousness, or maybe accessing parallel dimensions, or creating temporary rifts in space-time. They didn't know. All they knew was that it worked. But as the experiments continued, things started going wrong. There were other kids in the program, 6 that I knew of, though I think there were more. We'd see each other in the hallways, in the waiting areas. We weren't supposed to talk to each other, but we did when the guards weren't watching. One boy, Tommy, he could see the future. Not clearly, not reliably, but he'd get flashes. Another girl, she could move things with her mind. Small things, but real telekinesis. What happened to them? Nicholas's face went pale. Tommy started seeing the same future over and over. The White Room filled with something dark, something massive. He said it was coming, that we were opening a door we couldn't close. He got more and more agitated, started refusing to participate in experiments. They sedated him, forced him into the chair anyway. He had a seizure during the test. Died right there in the chair. They killed him. They killed several of us. Not intentionally, or at least that's what they claimed. Just casualties of important research. The program was more important than the individual lives. That's what the lead scientist told us. We were serving our country. Nicholas described a lead scientist he knew only as Brennan, a physicist who'd transferred from Brookhaven. Brennan was the one who designed the chair, who understood the theoretical framework behind what they were attempting. Brennan believed consciousness was fundamental to reality, Nicholas said. That observation doesn't just measure reality, it creates it. The chair was designed to amplify that effect, to let a single consciousness shape reality on a larger scale. He thought if we could perfect the technique, we could manifest anything. Weapons, resources, eventually even manipulate time itself. Time manipulation? That was the end game. They believed that if consciousness could shape space, it could also shape time. They started running experiments where they'd have me try to project thoughts into the past or future. I don't know if it worked, but I started having memories of things that hadn't happened yet, or memories of things that happened differently than I remembered originally. It was like reality was becoming fluid. How did you escape? Nicholas went very quiet. When he spoke again, his voice was barely a whisper. I didn't escape. That's the thing you need to understand. I'm still there. Part of me never left that chair. I'm experiencing multiple timelines simultaneously. In one timeline, I'm sitting here talking to you. In another, I'm still 13 years old, strapped into that chair, creating horrors. The timelines overlap, that's what they did. They broke time, and some of us got caught in the break. I didn't know how to respond to that. It sounded like severe disassociation, trauma manifesting as delusional belief. But the way he said it, the absolute conviction in his voice, made me wonder. Asta 4. The breakthrough. Nicholas had given me coordinates, specific GPS numbers that supposedly marked an entrance to the underground complex, one that wasn't commonly known or monitored. I won't publish those coordinates here, both for legal reasons and because what I found suggests they lead somewhere that should stay closed. I drove out to Montauk on a grey October morning. The park was nearly empty, just a few dedicated hikers and photographers capturing the autumn light. I parked near the old artillery positions and began walking, GPS unit in hand, trying to look like a tourist wandering the trails. The coordinates led me away from the main paths, into an area thick with scrub oak and briars. I pushed through, jacket snagging on branches, compass spinning wildly in my hand. The needle wouldn't settle, rotating through all points as if magnetic north had ceased to exist. I pulled out my phone to check the GPS. The app showed my position, but the map tiles wouldn't load. Signal was strong, but something was interfering. The screen flickered, showing my location jumping between different points, sometimes showing me miles away, then snapping back to my actual position. The air felt different here, heavier, charged with something I couldn't name. My skin prickled with static. The hair on my arms stood up. I heard a low-frequency hum, felt more than heard, vibrating through the ground. Then I reached a clearing. There was a concrete pad, roughly 10 feet, square, covered with graffiti and weathering. It looked like an old foundation or loading area, but at one corner, partially hidden by overgrown vegetation, was something that didn't fit. A steel door set flush into the concrete. The door was painted the same weathered grey as the surrounding concrete, meant to blend in. It was secured with a heavy padlock, but what caught my attention was the lock itself. It wasn't a standard commercial lock. It had a serial number stamped into the housing that matched federal issue specifications. I'd done enough research on military equipment to recognise the model. These locks were used on secure facilities, designed to be resistant to picking, cutting and tampering. They had to be opened with specific keys that contained electronic chips. You couldn't just cut them off with bolt cutters. Why would an abandoned state park have federal-grade locks on underground doors? I'd brought a Geiger counter with me, the kind you can order online for a few $100s. Not military-grade, but sensitive enough to detect elevated radiation. When I held it near the door, the reading spiked immediately. Not dangerously high, but well above background levels. Consistent with old equipment that used radioactive components, or with materials that had been exposed to radiation. I pressed my ear to the door. At first I heard nothing. The forest around me was quiet, unnaturally so. No birds, no insects, just silence and that low-frequency hum. Then, faint but distinct, a sound came from below. Mechanical, rhythmic, like generators running deep underground. A steady throb that seemed to sync with my heartbeat for a moment before diverging again. I tried the lock with tools I'd brought, but it was beyond my skill to open. I would need to come back with better equipment or find another way in. But just finding the door exactly where Nicholas said it would be, with evidence of active systems below ground, was enough to confirm that his information had substance. As I was preparing to leave, I heard something else, a sound that didn't fit the environment. A low-frequency pulse, barely audible, felt more than heard. It came from beneath my feet, a rhythmic throb that seemed to sync with my heartbeat for a moment before fading away. I checked the Geiger counter again. The readings were fluctuating now, rising and falling in time with the pulses. The pattern was regular, a spike every few seconds, perfectly timed, as if something below was cycling through operations. I took photographs, careful to document everything. The door, the lock, the concrete pad, the surrounding area. I made notes on my phone, recorded video, captured GPS coordinates. Evidence, proof that this place existed. Something was running down there. Something was active. I stood there for nearly an hour listening to the pulses, feeling them through the ground. At one point my nose started bleeding. Just a trickle, nothing serious, but it startled me. I wiped it away and noticed my hands were shaking. The sun was setting. I needed to leave before dark, before park rangers came around to close the gates. But I felt compelled to stay, as if something was pulling me toward that door, calling me to find a way inside. I forced myself to walk away. But that night, lying in a motel room in Montauk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd crossed a threshold. That by finding that door, by confirming Nicholas's information, I'd moved from investigating a story to being part of it. Over the next few weeks I went back 3 more times. Each visit I learned more. I discovered that the door wasn't the only entrance. Using Nicholas's diagrams I found 2 more access points, both similarly secured, both showing signs of irregular maintenance despite the facility being supposedly abandoned. On my third visit, I nearly got caught. I was examining one of the doors when I heard vehicles approaching. Military vehicles. I hid in the brush and watched as a group of men in unmarked uniforms emerged. They unlocked one of the doors and descended into the facility carrying equipment cases. They were down there for nearly 2 hours. When they emerged, they locked the door, did a sweep of the area with handheld devices that looked like radiation detectors or EM field monitors, then drove away. The facility wasn't abandoned. It was still in use. Whatever the Montauk project had been, whatever it had become, it was still operational. I documented everything. Photographed the vehicles before they left, noted the times, tried to get license plate numbers, but the plates were government issue with numbers that didn't show up in any public database I could access. I also started experiencing strange effects. My equipment would malfunction near the site. Cameras would show strange artifacts in photos, geometric patterns that weren't visible to the naked eye. Audio recorders would pick up voices speaking in frequencies outside normal human range, which when played back slowly sounded almost like words, though in no language I recognised. And I started having dreams of being underground, walking through white-tiled corridors, hearing children crying behind locked doors, standing in a large chamber with a chair in the centre surrounded by equipment that hummed with power. In the dreams I would sit in the chair, feel the helmet lowered onto my head, feel the electromagnetic fields activate, and then I would see things, shapes forming in the air, creatures from nightmares, and one presence, always watching from the corners, that was vast and dark and somehow hungry. I would wake up with nosebleeds, headaches, a sense of disorientation that would last for hours. I tried to tell myself it was stress, the psychological weight of the investigation, but deep down I knew it was something else. Something about that place was affecting me, reaching out across the distance, pulling me in. Over the next few weeks, I dug deeper into the historical record, looking for any documented anomalies around Camp Hero during the years the project supposedly operated. What I found was fragmentary but suggestive. In August of 1983, there was a significant electromagnetic pulse recorded by monitoring stations along the eastern seaboard. The event lasted approximately 4 minutes and was centred on Long Island. At the time, officials attributed it to atmospheric conditions or equipment malfunction. But the same day, local hospitals in the Montauk area treated more than a dozen people for symptoms consistent with electromagnetic radiation exposure, disorientation, nausea, temporary vision problems. Most were dismissed as coincidental, perhaps related to a virus or food contamination. Also on that same day, local power grids experienced widespread failures. Radar installations reported equipment glitches, and more than 20 residents called authorities to report strange lights in the sky and unusual animal behaviour. Dogs howling in unison, birds flying in confused patterns, fish washing up dead along the beaches. I found Coast Guard reports of unusual sonar readings off Montauk Point that night. Something large moving underwater, too big and too fast to be a whale or submarine. The readings showed an object roughly the size of a building, moving at speeds that defied conventional explanation, then simply vanishing from sonar as if it had ceased to exist. The date was August 12, 1983. According to Montauk Project lore, this was the day the project ended, the day something went catastrophically wrong during an experiment. Preston Nichols called it the Montauk Break, claiming that a subject in the chair created a manifestation that couldn't be controlled, forcing an emergency shutdown. I found a report from Brookhaven National Laboratory's medical facility for that same night. 3 unidentified patients were admitted with extreme psychological trauma. The intake notes described them as non-responsive, exhibiting signs of acute dissociative episodes. No identification was found on any of them. No family came forward. One nurse's note, almost buried in the file, described the patients as speaking in unison before lapsing into catatonia. They repeated the same phrase over and over. It came through. You couldn't stop it. It's still there. Within 6 hours, all 3 were transferred to federal custody. The report provided no explanation for the transfer, no destination, no follow-up. Just a notation, remanded to federal authority per security protocols. I tried to track those patients. Dead end. The transfer records were classified. The receiving facility wasn't named. It was as if 3 people had simply vanished into the federal system. But I found one more piece of information that connected everything. A meteorologist at a private weather monitoring station recorded unusual atmospheric disturbances over Montauk on August 12, 1983. The data showed what he described as impossible readings: localized gravity variations, temporal distortions in radar readings, and something he couldn't explain. Multiple echo returns showing the same aircraft at different altitudes simultaneously, as if the same object existed in multiple places at once. He reported his findings to the National Weather Service. They told him his equipment was malfunctioning. He insisted it wasn't. They told him to stop making claims that couldn't be substantiated. When he persisted, he was quietly let go from his position. I found him living in upstate New York, retired, still bitter about how he'd been treated. He showed me his original data logs, preserved for 4 decades, waiting for someone to finally take them seriously. Something happened that night, he told me. Something that broke the rules of physics as we understand them. And instead of investigating it, instead of trying to understand it, they buried it. Made everyone involved look crazy or incompetent. But I know what I saw. I know what the data showed, and I know they didn't want anyone looking too closely at what was happening at Camp Hero. Act 5. The cover-up. Every good conspiracy theory has a moment where the cover-up becomes more interesting than the crime. With Montauk, that moment came when I started finding the gaps, the places where records should exist but don't. I filed more than 30 FOA requests over 6 months. Requests for personnel records, equipment manifests, incident reports, anything related to Camp Hero between 1971 and 1983. Most were denied. A few came back with documents so heavily redacted they were useless. But the denials themselves were revealing. Several explicitly cited national security exemptions for information more than 40 years old. What could possibly threaten national security about Cold War radar operations at a decommissioned base? One response I received was particularly interesting. I'd requested documents related to power consumption at Camp Hero during the 1970s. The Department of Energy responded that the records existed, but were classified under special access programs and couldn't be released without approval from multiple agencies, some of which weren't even named in the response. Power consumption records, classified 40 years later. That alone suggested something extraordinary had been happening. I also started noticing patterns in what was missing. Every request that specifically mentioned electromagnetic research was denied. Every request that named Brookhaven National Laboratory in connection with Camp Hero was denied. Every request about the August 1983 incident was denied. The government's own responses were painting a picture. Something happened at Camp Hero, something involving electromagnetic research, and it remains classified decades later. I started getting pushback in other ways too, phone calls at odd hours, nobody on the line. My apartment was broken into, though nothing was stolen. My laptop was cloned. I could tell because suddenly some of my files had access timestamps from when I was provably elsewhere. A black SUV started appearing near my apartment, always parked in different spots but always within view. When I tried to photograph it, it would drive away. When I tried to follow it, I'd lose it in traffic. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the stress was making me see conspiracies where none existed. But then I got a visit. 2 men in suits came to my apartment. They showed federal credentials, Homeland Security, and asked if they could come in. I let them, though I shouldn't have without a warrant. They were polite, professional. They asked about my research into Camp Hero. They said they'd noticed my FOIA requests and wanted to understand why I was interested in a long decommissioned military facility. I told them I was researching a story. They asked what kind of story. I said historical, about Cold War operations. They asked if I'd been trespassing on federal property. I said no, though we both knew it was a lie. They spent an hour in my apartment, looking at my notes, my documents, my photographs. They didn't take anything. They didn't threaten me overtly. But when they left, one of them turned back and said, "Sometimes investigations lead places that aren't healthy. Sometimes the truth is less important than stability. You seem like a smart person. I hope you make smart choices." After they left, I checked my apartment. Nothing was obviously disturbed, but I had the sense that everything had been searched, carefully, professionally, by people who knew how to leave no trace. I moved my evidence to multiple locations, uploaded encrypted backups to several cloud services, sent physical copies to friends with instructions to publish if anything happened to me. Then I found the testimony. Through a contact who works in military archives, I obtained a psychological evaluation report from 1983. The subject was a serviceman who'd been stationed at Camp Hero. He'd been referred for evaluation after exhibiting signs of severe distress and paranoia. The evaluation transcript makes for disturbing reading. The serviceman claimed he'd witnessed experiments involving children. He described a white room beneath the base, a metal chair with strange attachments, and tests that broke the kids. He said he'd heard children screaming in the walls, that one boy had made something appear that looked like it was from a nightmare. He described a massive creature, vaguely humanoid but wrong in fundamental ways, that materialized during one test session. According to his testimony, it attacked staff before dissolving into what he called black static. The incident, he claimed, triggered an emergency evacuation of the underground facility. The thing was massive. The transcript read, filled the whole chamber, made sounds that weren't sounds, like pressure in your ears. Some of the staff tried to shut down the equipment, but it wouldn't respond. The boy in the chair was screaming, saying he couldn't stop it. It was coming through, and he couldn't close the door. Then there was this sound, like reality tearing, and the thing just was gone. Not faded, just gone, like someone cut it out of existence. But the boy, he wasn't the same after. Eyes were different, empty, like whatever came through took something with it when it left. The evaluating psychiatrist diagnosed him with acute psychotic disorder and recommended immediate hospitalization. His testimony was dismissed as delusional. He was medically discharged and, as far as I can tell, never spoke publicly about his experiences. But here's what made me take his testimony seriously. The details matched Nicholas's account almost exactly. The white room, the chair, a boy who could manifest things, a creature that appeared during a test, an emergency evacuation, two separate sources, no apparent connection to each other, describing the same events. I went back to Nicholas with the evaluation transcript. When he read it, he started crying. "That was me," he whispered. "I was the boy in the chair. I made that thing. I didn't mean to, but they pushed and pushed, and something came through. Something from..." He stopped, unable to continue. "From where?" I asked. "I don't know. Somewhere that isn't now. Somewhere time works differently. The chair opened a door and I couldn't close it. Part of that thing is still here, still connected to me. Sometimes I can feel it watching through my eyes." He looked at me then, and for a moment his eyes did look different, darker, as if something else was looking out from behind them. "It's waiting," he said, "waiting for the door to open again, and they're going to open it. They never stopped the research. They just moved it deeper, made it more secret. The technology is better now. The understanding is clearer. They think they can control it, but they're wrong. Once you open certain doors, you can't control what comes through." Act 6. The final revelation. Nicholas agreed to show me everything. Not just talk, but take me to places. Show me evidence he'd kept hidden for years. He said he'd been afraid to share everything, afraid of what might happen if the full story came out. But he was dying. Lung cancer, stage 4. He had months at best. "I need someone to know," he told me, "before it's too late, before they erase everything." He took me to a storage unit in Queens. The neighbourhood was rough. The facility run down. We went at night, Nicholas insisting we needed darkness for what he was about to show me. Inside the unit were boxes of documents, photographs, and physical items he claimed to have taken from the Montauk facility before the final shutdown. They evacuated so fast after the incident, he explained. Emergency protocols, everyone out immediately. Some of us grabbed what we could on the way. I took these, I've kept them hidden ever since. The photographs were the most compelling. Polaroids, dated in the handwriting typical of the 1970s and early 80s. They showed underground rooms, equipment, and in several cases children. Boys ranging from about 10 to 15 years old, sitting in chairs wearing electrode caps, looking directly at the camera with expressions ranging from fearful to vacant. One photograph showed Nicholas. I compared it to his current appearance, accounting for age, and the match was undeniable. He couldn't have been more than 12 in the photo. He was sitting in what looked like a modified dentist's chair, metal bands around his head, wires running to equipment out of frame. A man in a white coat stood beside him, face partially visible, making notes on a clipboard. On the back of the photograph, written in black ink, Project Phoenix, Subject 01, June 79. Another photograph showed a room that had been damaged, equipment overturned, scorch marks on walls, and in one corner, barely visible but unmistakable, a shape. Large, dark, with the angles that hurt to look at. The photograph was blurry in that area, as if the image couldn't quite resolve, but you could see enough to know it wasn't human. Wasn't normal. The more I stared at it, the more details emerged. Surfaces that seemed to exist in multiple planes simultaneously. Limbs, if they could be called that, extending in directions that violated three-dimensional geometry, and something that might have been eyes or mouths or wounds in reality itself. That's what I made, Nicholas said quietly, not looking at the photograph. That's what came through when they pushed my abilities too far. They wanted me to create specific things, images they projected into my mind. But that time, something else came instead. Something that was already there, waiting for a door to open. There were dozens more photographs, test chambers, equipment I couldn't identify, children in various states of distress, and in several images that shape in the corner, always partially visible, as if it existed just out of frame no matter how the camera was positioned. There were also documents, internal memos from Brookhaven, equipment requisitions for items that made no sense in conventional research, magnetic field generators beyond anything commercially available, isolation chambers, sensory deprivation tanks, and something described only as temporal variance monitors. One memo, dated March 1981, referenced continued coordination with Eastern Defense operations and noted promising developments in consciousness projection protocols. It was signed by a name I recognized, a Brookhaven physicist who'd later become prominent in quantum mechanics research. He's still alive, still publishing papers. I tried to contact him. He refused to speak with me. Another document was a technical specification for something called the Beacon, described as a trans-temporal signalling device, designed to maintain coherent communication across temporal discontinuities. The description was dense with physics jargon I barely understood, but the implication was clear. They were trying to send signals through time. But the most disturbing item in Nicholas's collection was a VHS tape. The label, handwritten, read, Temporal Test B, August 83. We found a pawn shop that still had a working VCR and paid the owner to let us use it. Nicholas, myself, and the shop owner watched together on an old television in the back room. The video quality was poor, degraded by age and magnetic drift. But what it showed was unmistakable. A white-walled room exactly as Nicholas had described. Harsh fluorescent lighting, equipment lining the walls, old computers with CRT monitors, oscilloscopes, devices I couldn't identify. In the centre, a chair, metal frame, leather straps, a helmet covered with sensors and wires. A boy, maybe 13 years old, was led into the frame by two men in white coats. The boy was Nicholas. Even 40 years younger, even moving differently, the resemblance was clear. They strapped him into the chair, attached the helmet. One technician spoke off camera, words muffled but the tone clear, instructions, commands, pushing the boy to concentrate. For several minutes nothing happened. The boy sat still, eyes closed, face straining with effort. The monitoring equipment showed readings I couldn't interpret, numbers and waveforms changing rapidly. Then the air around the boy began to shimmer. At first it was subtle, heat waves, distortions in the light, but quickly it became more pronounced. The shimmer intensified, localized in a corner of the room, and began to coalesce into something. A shape, dark, indistinct, but growing more solid with each passing second. The technicians noticed. One stepped back, another reached for a control panel. Someone off camera shouted, "Increase the dampening field!" But the shape continued to form. It was large, easily 8 feet tall with proportions that weren't quite right. Too long in some dimensions, compressed in others. Surfaces that reflected light impossibly, showing angles that geometry said couldn't exist in three-dimensional space. And it was moving, not smoothly. It stuttered, as if existence itself was struggling to contain it. Frame by frame, it grew more present, more real, forcing its way into our reality like something being born through too small an opening. The boy was screaming now. I could see his mouth open, tendons standing out in his neck, but the audio on the tape was distorted, overwhelmed by a sound that wasn't quite sound, more a pressure that made the speakers crackle and pop. The creature turned. It had something that might have been a head, might have been multiple heads. Impossible to tell because the surfaces shifted and merged, and it looked at the camera. The shop owner made a sound of horror. "What the hell is that?" On the screen, chaos. Technicians running. Alarms blaring. The boy still strapped in the chair, body convulsing. Equipment sparking. And the creature growing larger, more solid, reaching out with appendages that left trails of darkness in their wake. One technician didn't run fast enough. The creature touched him. Just a brief contact, a brushing of whatever passed for its hand against the man's back. The technician collapsed instantly, body rigid, mouth open in a scream we couldn't hear over the distorted audio. Then someone hit a switch. The lights in the room strobed, faster and faster, and the creature began to break apart. Not dissolving naturally, but being torn, shredded by forces I couldn't see. It resisted, writhing, reaching for anything it could grasp, but piece by piece it was pulled back, sucked into whatever dimensional wound it had emerged from. The video cut to static. When it came back, seconds later, the room was empty except for the boy still in the chair. Unconscious or dead, it was impossible to tell. Technicians rushed in, some wearing what looked like hazmat suits, others just lab coats. They unstrapped the boy, carried him out of frame. The last thing visible before the tape ended was the technician who'd been touched by the creature. He was still on the floor but moving now, crawling. His movements were wrong, joints bending in directions they shouldn't, as if he'd forgotten how human bodies worked. Someone off camera said, "Get him to containment and shut down the chair. We're done for tonight." The tape ended. We sat in silence for a long time. The shop owner finally spoke. "That's not real. It can't be real. Special effects, right? Some kind of movie?" But we all knew it wasn't. The quality was wrong for special effects. The reactions were too genuine, and the tape itself had markings that identified it as military property. On the back of the VHS tape, stamped in official military typeface, "Property of United States Air Force Phenomenon Division. Do not duplicate." Phenomenon Division. Not a unit I'd ever heard of. Not in any official Air Force documentation I could find. But there it was, stamped on a tape showing an experiment that wasn't supposed to have happened at a facility that was supposedly abandoned. We made a digital copy of the tape. Nicholas gave me all his documents, photographs and evidence. He made me promise to publish the story no matter what happened. "They'll come for this," he said. "They'll know someone has it. They've probably known all along. I think they let me keep it." Let me be a walking storage system for evidence, watching to see if I'd ever try to expose it. Now I am, so they'll come. Then why do it? Why now? Because I'm dying anyway. And because that thing in the video, it's not gone. It's still partially here, caught, between dimensions. And they're trying to bring it through again. I can feel it. Every 19 days when the equipment cycles, I feel it reaching. Trying to come back. And one day, they'll succeed. One day they'll open that door wide enough and it will come through, and this time they won't be able to close it. 2 days later, Nicholas was dead. The official cause was listed as complications from lung cancer, but he'd been stable just days before, coherent enough to show me his evidence, strong enough to travel across the city. The hospice nurse told me he'd taken a sudden turn, that a visitor had come to see him the night before he died. Military looking, she said. Said he was an old friend, stayed about an hour. After he left, Nicholas seemed agitated, kept saying they'd found him, kept asking me to call someone, but he couldn't remember who. The visitor signed in under a name that, when I checked, belonged to a man who'd been dead for 15 years. I tried to file a police report suggesting foul play. It went nowhere. Natural causes. End of story. The detective I spoke with was sympathetic but clear. Without evidence of a crime, there was nothing to investigate. An old man with terminal cancer had died. Tragic, but not suspicious. But I knew better. They'd found Nicholas, and they'd silenced him before he could tell anyone else what he knew. Ending. Time never closed. I spent 6 months compiling everything. The documents, the photographs, the video, Nicholas's testimony, the historical evidence, the FOIA denials that suggested an ongoing cover-up, interview transcripts with families of missing children, meteorological data from August 1983, utility records showing active systems beneath an abandoned base, testimonies from former personnel, the evaluation transcript describing the same events Nicholas had described. I wrote a comprehensive article, 20,000 words documenting the entire investigation. I laid out the evidence methodically, building from public facts to classified revelations, showing how each piece connected to the next, creating a picture of a program that had pushed the boundaries of reality and paid the price. I pitched it to major publications. All declined. The first editor told me, "This is compelling, but we can't verify the core claims. Without on-the-record sources, it's too risky." The second said, "Our legal team won't clear it. Too many national security implications." The third was more honest. "We can't publish this. We'd have federal investigators crawling up our ass within a week. I'm sorry, but this is above our pay grade." I tried smaller outlets, alternative media, investigative journalism non-profits. Same response. Too controversial, too risky, too likely to bring down government scrutiny. So I published it myself on a dedicated website. I uploaded scans of every document, the full video, audio of my interviews with Nicholas, photographs of the underground, entrance, GPS coordinates, utility records, FOIA denials, everything. I built the site carefully with multiple layers of backup and distribution, mirrors on servers in different countries, copies shared with journalist organisations with instructions to publish if I disappeared. I wanted to make sure that even if they came for me, the information would survive. The article went live on a Monday morning at exactly 9 a.m. I watched the traffic counter, saw the numbers climb, 10 visitors, 100, 1,000. By Monday afternoon it had been shared thousands of times. By Tuesday it was trending on multiple platforms. People were discussing it, debating it, planning trips to Camp Hero to investigate for themselves. Conspiracy theory forums erupted with activity. Researchers I'd never met were verifying pieces of my evidence, confirming documents, adding their own findings. A documentary filmmaker contacted me about turning it into a film. A podcaster wanted to interview me. A book publisher offered an advance for a full manuscript. For 48 hours it felt like the truth was finally breaking through. Like decades of cover-up were crumbling. By Wednesday morning it was gone. The website was down. Not just offline, but erased. The domain registrar said they had no record of my purchase. My hosting company claimed the account never existed. When I showed them my payment receipts, they looked at me like I was insane. Backup files on my computer were corrupted, unrecoverable. I tried data recovery software. Nothing. The files existed, but they were filled with garbage data, as if they'd been overwritten with random noise. The cloud storage service showed no files in my account. Not deleted, just never uploaded. When I checked the upload logs, they showed activity from my IP address, but the timestamps were wrong, showing uploads from times when I was provably elsewhere, when my computer was powered off. The digital copies I'd made of Nicholas's evidence were gone. The original documents I'd scanned and kept in a safe deposit box had vanished from the box. The bank had no record of my visit to place them there, despite me having the receipt. When I showed them the receipt, they said their system had no record of that transaction number. It was as if the entire deposit had been retroactively deleted from their database. My phone record showed no calls to Nicholas. Email correspondence was gone from sent and received folders. Text messages erased. When I contacted my phone provider, they said their system showed no such communications had ever occurred. It was as if the entire investigation had been retroactively deleted from reality. People who'd shared the article reported the links dying. Screenshots they'd taken were corrupted. One person told me they'd downloaded the entire site as a PDF, but when they went to open it, the file was empty. The documentary filmmaker who'd contacted me said he didn't remember our conversation. The podcaster denied ever reaching out. The publisher said they had no record of any offer. I still had my memory. My notes written in physical notebooks still existed, though even those seemed to be fading, ink becoming lighter, words becoming harder to read, as if even physical records were being erased. I'm writing this now, as fast as I can, getting it down before it too disappears. I don't know how long this will last, how long before this file corrupts, this document vanishes, this story becomes something I can no longer prove existed. But here's the thing that keeps me awake, the thing I can't explain. This morning I received a package, no return address, no postage mark, just left outside my door. Inside was Nicholas's notebook, the original one he'd given me in that Brooklyn coffee shop. But when I opened it, all the pages were blank, every entry, every coordinate, every name erased, not torn out, not written over, just blank, as if they'd never been written on at all, except for one page, the last page. It had a timestamp that wasn't there before. August 12th, 1983. We're still in the loop, and underneath, in handwriting that might have been mine, time doesn't forget, neither does the chair. It's still running. We never left. We're still down there, and you're starting to remember. I don't remember writing that. I know I didn't. But the handwriting is mine. Exactly mine. The way I form letters, the pressure I use, the spacing. It's my hand that wrote those words. But when? Yesterday I drove out to Camp Hero. I had to see it again. Had to confirm it still existed. Maybe everything else had been erased, but the place itself couldn't be deleted. The steel door I'd found was gone, not sealed, not removed. Gone, as if it had never existed. Just solid concrete where I knew I'd found an entrance. I checked the GPS coordinates. I was in the right place. But there was no door, no lock, nothing. I put my hand on the ground anyway, pressing against the concrete, and I felt it. That pulse, that rhythmic throb of machinery running deep below, the same rhythm I'd felt months ago. Proof that something was still down there, still running. And for just a moment, I remembered being in a white room, sitting in a metal chair, wires attached to my head, someone asking me to think of something specific, someone pushing me to open a door. The memory was vivid, more than a dream, more than an imagination, a memory of something that actually happened. But that's impossible. I was born in 1985. The Montauk project supposedly ended in 83. I couldn't have been there, unless time doesn't work the way we think it does, unless the project found a way to create loops, fold moments back on themselves, trap people in recursive timelines, unless everyone who investigates too deeply gets pulled into the loop, becomes part of the experiment retroactively. Nicholas told me once, in one of our last conversations, the worst part isn't that they experimented on us, it's that we never left. We're still there, in that moment, and anyone who looks too closely gets pulled in. The chair doesn't just affect those who sit in it. It affects anyone who thinks about it too deeply, who focuses too much attention on what happened. Consciousness is entangled with the experiment now. We're all part of it. I'm starting to understand what he meant. If you're listening to this, if you're hearing these words, be careful. Some doors open both ways. Some investigations don't end when you close the file. By learning about the Montauk Project, by thinking about what happened there, you might be creating a connection. Consciousness and quantum mechanics are linked in ways we don't understand. Observation affects reality. And if the experiments at Montauk really did bridge consciousness and time, then maybe just knowing about it is enough to get caught in the loop. Camp Hero still stands. The radar tower still rises against the sky. And beneath the ground, in tunnels the government says don't exist, something is still running. Every 19 days, like clockwork, the equipment cycles. The electromagnetic fields activate. The beacon at the end of time transmits its signal into the past, into the future, into all moments simultaneously. Time doesn't forget. Neither does the chair. And now, neither will you. Because once you know about the Montauk Project, once you've read this far, you're part of it. Your consciousness has touched the experiment. You've opened a door in your own mind, and that door connects back to the White Room beneath Camp Hero. The beacon at the end of time is still transmitting. The signal never stopped. We're all receiving it, whether we know it or not. And somewhere, in a white room beneath Camp Hero, a boy is sitting in a chair. Always sitting. Always broadcasting. Always opening doors that should have stayed closed. The year is 1983. The year is 2014. The year is now. All of them. Simultaneously. Because time in that place doesn't move forward anymore. It loops. And loops. And loops. Forever. And we're all in the loop now. All of us who know the story. All of us who've thought about what happened there. We're all trapped in that moment beneath Camp Hero, experiencing it from different angles, different timelines, but always circling back to the same point. The boy in the chair, the thing that came through, the door that won't close. I'm writing this from a motel room in Montauk. I came back here, though I don't remember deciding to. I keep finding myself driving out to the park, standing over the spot where the door used to be, feeling that pulse through the ground. Last night I woke up in the middle of the night. I was standing outside in my bare feet halfway to Camp Hero. I don't remember getting out of bed. Don't remember leaving the room. I'm going back to the facility. Today. I found another entrance. Or it found me. Or I remembered it from the timeline where I was part of the project. I can't tell anymore. There's a door in my dreams. A white door in a white room. And it's opening. And something on the other side knows my name. This is the last entry I'll make. The last thing I'll write before I go down into those tunnels one final time. If you're reading this, then it means the document survived. The story escaped the loop, at least partially. Share it, save it, copy it, let it spread. But know that by doing so, you're perpetuating the experiment. You're keeping the door open. You're feeding attention and consciousness into the machine beneath Camp Hero. And maybe that's what they want. Maybe the whole point was to create a self-perpetuating cycle. A story that spreads itself, pulling more and more people into the loop, their consciousness entangling with the experiment, creating more fuel for the chair. The beacon at the end of time broadcasts to anyone listening. And if you've made it this far, you're listening. Welcome to the loop. We've been waiting for you. We've always been waiting. Time doesn't forget. Neither does the chair. Neither do we. Before we descend into the mountains tonight, if you're enjoying this documentary, hit that hype button. It truly helps this channel grow in ways you might not realise. The algorithm favours engagement, and your support means everything. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing our community span across time zones and continents. No pressure though, only if you feel like sharing. Now let's talk about what happens when a skeptic goes looking for truth in America's oldest mountains and finds something that was never meant to be found. Introduction: The Man Who Went Looking. Jacob Merrin made his living dismantling myths. For 6 years he had travelled from alleged haunted asylums to supposed UFO hotspots, camera in hand, debunking every paranormal claim that crossed his desk. His documentary photography series, Folklore Exposed, had gained a substantial following among rationalists and skeptics alike. He was methodical, scientific, and utterly convinced that every unexplained phenomenon had a logical explanation waiting to be uncovered. In September of 2021, Jacob announced his most ambitious project yet. He would traverse the Appalachian Mountain Corridor, that ancient spine of stone running from Virginia down into North Carolina, and systematically debunk a collection of conspiracy theories that had been festering in online forums for decades. His target list was extensive and bizarre. Off-limits communities hidden in forgotten hollows, clusters of vanishing people that defied statistical probability, the so-called not deer sightings that plagued hikers' testimonies, mysterious staircases found deep in the woods leading nowhere, the epidemic of disappearances near the Smoky Mountain region, and perhaps most intriguingly, rumours of federal black sites concealed within the endless forest. Jacob posted his intentions across every platform he could access. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Thousands of comments flooded in, some encouraging, many warning, a few outright threatening. But it was a direct message that arrived 3 days after his announcement that gave him pause, however briefly. The sender's profile was blank, scrubbed of identifying information. The message itself was chillingly simple. If you're going up there, avoid the corridor between Roan Mountain and Klingman's Dome. That's where they watch. Jacob screenshot the message, added it to his growing file of fear-mongering nonsense, and continued his preparations. He'd received hundreds of similar warnings over the years. They all followed the same pattern: vague threats, ominous warnings, never any concrete evidence. He had learned to ignore them. That decision, that single choice to dismiss the anonymous warning, would alter the trajectory of his life in ways he could never have anticipated. Part 1. The Documented Reality. Jacob began his investigation the way he always did, by separating verifiable fact from embellished fiction. Before he could debunk the conspiracy theories, he needed to understand what was actually true about the Appalachian wilderness. The research phase revealed several undeniable realities that even the most skeptical observer couldn't dismiss. The Appalachian Range, despite being one of the most visited mountain systems in America, contained vast expanses that remained genuinely remote. While not officially designated as restricted or forbidden zones, certain areas possessed characteristics that made them effectively inaccessible to casual hikers and even experienced outdoorsmen. Cell phone signals vanished completely in numerous valleys and hollows. Jacob documented over 40 separate regions where communication technology simply ceased to function, creating blind spots in our otherwise connected world. Large tracts of land, some spanning several square miles, rarely if ever saw patrol by park rangers due to difficult terrain and limited resources. The official explanation cited budget constraints and prioritization of high-traffic areas, but the result was the same: regions of American wilderness that existed in a state of near-complete isolation. The cave systems presented another verified mystery. Geological surveys from the 1950s through the 1970s had documented extensive subterranean networks throughout the Appalachians, but many of these systems remained unmapped. The reasons given varied: unstable rock formations, dangerous underground rivers, the sheer complexity and scope of the tunnel networks. Whatever the cause, large portions of what existed beneath the mountains remained officially unknown. Then there were the sealed mining operations. Throughout the mid-20th century, particularly between the 1950s and 1970s, the federal government had closed numerous mining tunnels across the Appalachian Range. The official record cited structural instability and environmental concerns. Heavy metal gates were installed, warning plaques mounted, and the sites were effectively abandoned. Jacob found documentation for dozens of these closures, but what struck him was the pattern. Many had been sealed suddenly, without the gradual wind-down typical of depleted mining operations. The missing persons statistics presented the most troubling verified data. Local search and rescue organisations maintained records of disappearances that revealed genuine clusters, concentrations of missing persons cases that exceeded normal statistical distribution. The National Park Service acknowledged these patterns, but attributed them to the inherent dangers of wilderness recreation. People got lost, fell from cliffs, succumbed to exposure. The mountains were unforgiving to the unprepared. Jacob compiled all of this verified information into a comprehensive report. These were the facts, the documented realities that conspiracy theorists used as the foundation for their more outlandish claims. He filmed himself presenting this data, his voice steady and professorial, explaining that while these elements were unusual, they didn't require supernatural or governmental conspiracy explanations. Remote wilderness areas naturally led to communication dead zones. Budget limitations naturally led to unpatrolled regions. Complex cave systems naturally remained unmapped due to danger and difficulty. Mining operations naturally closed due to economic and safety factors. And people naturally went missing in vast, dangerous wilderness. It was all perfectly logical, perfectly explainable, perfectly rational. He had no way of knowing how quickly that certainty would erode. Part 2. The Indigenous Perspective. Before entering the mountains, Jacob made a point of consulting with those who had known the land longest. He had learned from previous investigations that indigenous perspectives, while often dismissed by mainstream sources, frequently contained valuable historical context that could explain the origins of various myths and legends. He arranged a meeting with Thomas Whitehawk, a Cherokee historian and cultural preservation specialist based in Cherokee, North Carolina. The interview took place in a small office, cluttered with books, maps, and artifacts. Thomas was a man in his 60s, soft-spoken but with eyes that suggested he had seen more than he typically discussed. Jacob explained his project, his intention to explore the conspiracy theories surrounding the Appalachian Corridor and provide rational explanations for the various claims. Thomas listened without interruption, his expression unreadable. When Jacob finished, Thomas was quiet for a long moment before responding. "The Cherokee have stories about these mountains that go back longer than your written history," Thomas began. "There are regions our ancestors avoided, not because of superstition, but because of experience passed down through generations." Jacob leaned forward with his recorder, eager to document what he assumed would be useful folklore. Thomas continued. "We spoke of forest mimics, things that could copy sounds, voices, the appearance of animals or even people. We warned of false animals, creatures that looked right from a distance but wrong up close. There were voices that called from behind trees, trying to lure people away from safe paths, and there was the land between the mountains, a place where the barriers between worlds grew thin." "These are metaphors though, right?" Jacob interjected. "Ways of explaining natural phenomena that your ancestors didn't have scientific language to describe." Thomas gave him a look that wasn't quite pity, but close. "You're not the first to come here with cameras and skepticism. Others have made the same journey you're planning. And some came back different. Some didn't come back at all. And some came back but wished they hadn't." Jacob smiled, thinking he was being tested. "I appreciate the warning, but I'm going in with an open mind and scientific methodology. If there's something genuinely unexplained up there, I'll document it. But I've been doing this for 6 years, and I've never encountered anything that couldn't be explained by psychology, environmental factors, or simple misidentification." Thomas stood, signalling the interview was ending. As Jacob packed his equipment, the historian said something that would echo in his mind during the weeks to come. "You're not going up there for proof, Mr. Merrin. You're going up there to be noticed." Jacob laughed it off, thanked Thomas for his time, and left to begin his expedition. He had the rational explanations he needed for the Cherokee warnings: cultural trauma from colonization, natural human tendency to mythologize the unknown, the psychological need to explain tragedy, and loss through narrative. It all made sense. But Thomas's final words lingered inexplicably in the back of his mind. Part 3. The Ranger Logs. The breakthrough came 3 weeks into Jacob's research phase, before he had even entered the deep mountain regions. He had filed a Freedom of Information Act request for ranger logs and incident reports from the Great Smoky Mountains National Park and surrounding protected areas, focusing on the corridor between Roan Mountain and Clingman's Dome, the exact region his anonymous messenger had warned him to avoid. The documents arrived heavily redacted. Large sections were blacked out, marked with exemption codes citing ongoing investigations or privacy concerns. But what remained was fascinating enough. Jacob spread the papers across his hotel room desk, organising them chronologically. The entries spanned from the 1990s to the present day, and certain patterns emerged that troubled him despite his scepticism. An entry from July of 1998. Unidentified screaming reported near Alum Cave Trail. Multiple witnesses. Search conducted. No source found. No missing persons reported. Sounds did not match any known wildlife. From October 2003. Large animal reported by day hikers on Appalachian Trail section near Roan High Knob. Description doesn't match bear, elk, or any catalogued species. Track search conducted. No tracks found despite muddy terrain. April 2007. Patrol unit missing for 9 hours during routine sweep of Cataloochee area. Rangers eventually located at trailhead, confused and unable to explain timeline gap. Both showed signs of mild dehydration, but insisted they had only been gone for approximately 2 hours. GPS tracking confirms 9-hour absence. Medical evaluation inconclusive. The entries grew stranger. August 2011. Unauthorized campfire observed from ridge overlook after dark. Dispatch sent to investigate and issue citation. Upon arrival at location, no fire found, no evidence of recent fire, ground cold, no tracks or disturbed vegetation. December 2013. Solo hiker reported seeing people standing in trees approximately half a mile off trail near Clingman's Dome Access Road. Search conducted, no evidence of climbers or equipment. Hiker assessed for possible hypothermia or confusion. Physical health normal. But it was the final entry in the batch, dated March of 2015, that made Jacob pause. Unlike the clinical bureaucratic tone of the previous reports, this one read like a warning. To all patrol units, if approached by persons calling for help from off-trail locations, do not follow voices without visual confirmation of distressed individual. Do not engage in extended eye contact with any persons exhibiting unusual behaviour or physical characteristics. Report anything that appears human but produces uncanny valley response. Do not investigate alone. Maintain radio contact at all times. Jacob read it 3 times. The language was oddly specific. Uncanny valley response. That psychological term for the unsettling feeling produced by something almost human, but not quite right. Why would a park ranger report include such phrasing? He called the Park Service Administration Office, asking about the origin of this particular protocol. After being transferred several times, he was eventually told that the document must be a prank or training exercise that had been accidentally filed with genuine reports. There was no such official protocol, but the document had an official header, an official file number, and sat among verified reports. Jacob added it to his unexplained folder, which was growing thicker than he found comfortable. Still, he reasoned, bureaucracies made mistakes. Rangers had senses of humour. There were rational explanations. He had to believe that. Part 4. Into the Mountains. Jacob entered the mountain corridor in the first week of October. The timing was deliberate. Past peak tourist season, but before winter weather made the high elevations dangerous, he would be alone, which was how he preferred to work. No crew to influence his observations, no other voices in his recordings, just him, his cameras, and the wilderness. The first 3 days were uneventful, almost disappointingly so. He hiked well-travelled trails, documented beautiful autumn scenery, and encountered nothing more unusual than a black bear rummaging through a poorly secured trash bin. He recorded several conversational pieces to camera, explaining how conspiracy theories often arose from pattern-seeking behaviour and confirmation bias. He was in his element, confident and articulate. On the 4th day, he veered off the marked trails. He had studied topographical maps for weeks, identifying areas rarely visited by casual hikers. His target was a region northeast of Roan Mountain, in a valley that sat in a documented cell signal dead zone. If strange things were happening in the Appalachians, he reasoned they would be happening in places like this, isolated, unmonitored, genuinely remote. The descent into the valley took most of the morning. The forest was dense, the understory thick with rhododendron that forced him to move slowly. By noon, his phone had lost all signal, exactly as predicted. He was truly alone now, miles from the nearest trail, in terrain that probably saw fewer than a dozen visitors per year. That's when he saw the deer. It stood in a small clearing about 50 feet ahead, perfectly still. Too still. Deer were nervous creatures, constantly alert, ears twitching, tails flicking. This one could have been a statue. Jacob raised his camera, thinking he might capture some nice wildlife footage. Through the viewfinder, he could see the animal more clearly. It was large, male, with a full rack of antlers. Its coat was the right colour, its proportions seemingly correct. Then it turned its head to look at him. The movement was wrong. The rotation was too smooth, too far, the neck bending at an angle that shouldn't have been anatomically possible. The head swiveled nearly 180 degrees while the body remained stationary, bringing the deer's face into full view. The eyes reflected white, like a nightshine effect, except it was the middle of the day. Jacob's finger froze on the camera's record button. Through the viewfinder, he watched as the creature took a step toward him. Not the bounding, nervous movement of a deer, but a deliberate forward step, like a human walking. Another step. Smooth, purposeful. The camera was recording. Jacob's rational mind screamed at him that this was just a deer, that he was seeing things, that the angle was creating an optical illusion. But some deeper, older part of his brain was screaming something else entirely. Run. The creature took a third step. Its mouth opened slightly, and Jacob could see that the teeth were wrong. Too many of them. Too sharp. He lowered the camera from his eye, and the moment he did, the thing in the clearing bolted, but not like a deer. It moved in a sideways scuttle that reminded him of a crab, impossibly fast, vanishing into the forest in seconds. Jacob stood in the sudden silence, his heart hammering, his hands shaking. He looked down at his camera, praying the footage had captured what he'd just seen. He hit playback. The footage was there. The clearing. The creature that looked like a deer but moved wrong. But the image was corrupted, glitching every few seconds. Horizontal lines of static cutting across the screen. The audio was worse, a rhythmic clicking sound that definitely hadn't been present during the actual encounter. Jacob played it again and again. The rational explanations lined up in his mind like soldiers. Equipment malfunction, stress-induced hallucination, unusual deer behaviour misinterpreted through adrenaline and expectation. But he had seen what he had seen. For the first time in 6 years of investigation, Jacob Merrin felt the cold touch of genuine uncertainty. Part 5. The locals speak. Jacob emerged from the mountains 2 days later, hiking back to civilization with his corrupted footage and shaken confidence. He needed to talk to people who actually lived in these regions, who dealt with the mountains daily rather than as occasional visitors. He found them in a small town outside Banner Elk, North Carolina, one of those places that existed more as a wide spot in the road than an actual municipality. A gas station, a general store, a post office, and a diner that probably hadn't updated its menu since the 1980s. Jacob started conversations carefully. He had learned that locals in isolated communities were often suspicious of outsiders, especially outsiders with cameras asking about strange occurrences. He presented himself as a nature photographer, interested in the history and folklore of the area. At first, no one would speak to him. Polite but distant, they answered his questions with non-committal grunts and changed the subject. It wasn't until his third day in town, after he had become a familiar face at the diner, that someone finally opened up. His name was Earl Hutchins, a man in his 70s who had lived in these mountains his entire life. He worked as a hunting guide in his younger years, and now spent his retirement fixing small engines in a shed behind his house. They were sitting on Earl's porch, watching the sun set behind the ridgeline, when Jacob finally asked directly, "Have you ever seen anything up there that you couldn't explain?" Earl was quiet for a long time, so long that Jacob thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, without looking at Jacob, Earl spoke. "You shouldn't be up here alone. They take the ones who come looking." Jacob's recorder was running in his pocket. He kept his voice neutral. "Who are they?" Earl pointed at the tree line, dark now in the fading light. "The ones who live underneath." "Underneath what?" "The mountains. In the old mines, the caves, the tunnels that go deeper than any map shows." Earl finally looked at Jacob, his eyes serious. Government sealed most of them back in '68 after the collapses, but the collapses weren't accidents. Things were happening down there. Men going missing, equipment failing, sounds in the dark that shouldn't have been possible. "What kind of sounds?" "Voices, but not human voices. Things that could copy what we said, play it back at us. Things that could sound like your friend, your wife, your child, calling for help from deeper in the tunnel. Smart men, experienced miners, they'd follow those voices right into the dark. Most of them never came back out." Jacob felt a chill despite the warm evening. "And the ones who did?" "They didn't talk much about it. Couldn't, really. Their minds were broken. They'd seen something down there that human minds weren't meant to process." Earl stood, signalling the conversation was over. As Jacob gathered his things to leave, Earl added one more thing. "There's a woman in town, Arden Pike. Her husband worked on the geological surveys in the 70s, before they sealed everything up. She might talk to you, might not, but she's got maps." Part 6. The map. Arden Pike lived in a small house at the edge of town, its garden overgrown with herbs and wildflowers. She was in her late 80s, thin and sharp-eyed, with hands that trembled slightly as she poured tea into chipped mugs. Jacob had called ahead, explaining that Earl had sent him. That earned him an invitation, but not necessarily trust. "My husband Samuel worked for the Geological Survey," Arden said, settling into a chair by the window. "Back when the government was still interested in mapping what was under these mountains instead of just sealing it away." Earl mentioned he might have made maps of the area, Arden nodded slowly. "He did, and what he found down there haunted him until the day he died." She stood, moving to an old desk in the corner. From a locked drawer she produced a rolled piece of paper, yellowed with age. She spread it on the table between them. Jacob leaned forward, his pulse quickening. The map showed the mountain region between Roan Mountain and Clingman's Dome, exactly the corridor he'd been warned to avoid. But this wasn't a typical topographical map. This showed what lay beneath. Tunnels. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, forming a network far more extensive than Jacob had imagined possible. They branched and connected, creating a subterranean maze that spanned miles. In the centre of the map, a region was circled in red ink. The circle encompassed an area of several square miles. Inside the circle, in Samuel's handwriting, were 2 words: the corridor. "What is the corridor?" Jacob asked. Arden's hand shook as she touched the map. Samuel said it was the main arterial. All the smaller tunnels, the natural caves, the mining shafts, they all connected back to this central system, and it went deep. Deeper than they had equipment to measure properly. Did he explore it? He tried. The government sent teams down in the early 70s trying to map the extent of the network. Samuel was part of the last survey team before they sealed everything. She paused, her eyes distant. He came home different, shaking, wouldn't eat for days, had nightmares for months. What did he see down there? He wouldn't tell me, not fully. But he said the tunnels weren't empty. There were things living down there. Things that had been there long before humans started digging, and they didn't like being disturbed. She pointed to several notations on the map, small X marks scattered throughout the tunnel system. These are where they found evidence of habitation, not human habitation. Whatever lived down there built structures, used tools, had some kind of civilization. But it wasn't like anything recognised by anthropology or archaeology. Jacob's mind raced. This was either an elaborate hoax or evidence of something genuinely extraordinary. Did he take photos? Collect samples? Arden shook her head. Everything was confiscated. Once the government decided to seal the tunnels, all documentation was classified. Samuel was threatened with prosecution if he spoke about what he'd seen. This map, she tapped it gently, he drew from memory after they took the originals. He wanted someone to know the truth. Why show me? Because you're going to go down there anyway. I can see it in your eyes. You've already seen something that shook you, and now you need to know if it's real. She rolled up the map and handed it to him. Take it. Maybe you'll be smart enough to turn back, but I doubt it. People who go looking for the truth in these mountains rarely find what they expect. Jacob left Arden's house as darkness settled over the town. The map felt heavy in his backpack, weighted with more than just paper and ink. He knew what he had to do next. Part 7. The Corridor. Jacob spent the next week preparing. He studied the map obsessively, cross-referencing it with modern topographical surveys and satellite imagery. He located the likely position of the sealed mine entrance that Arden's husband had indicated as the primary access point to the corridor. His rational mind offered countless reasons not to pursue this. The mine would be sealed. It would be dangerous. He had no spelunking experience. He would be trespassing on federal land. But he had also seen the not deer. He had read the ranger logs. He had spoken to people who genuinely believed something lived beneath these mountains. And if there was any truth to it, any truth at all, he needed to document it. He found the mine entrance on the 13th day of October, exactly where Arden's map suggested it would be. A metal gate, industrial and imposing, blocked a tunnel entrance cut into the mountainside. The gate was reinforced with heavy bolts, and a metal plaque warned in bold letters, "Dangerous, area unstable, entry prohibited." Jacob examined the gate closely. Despite the warning suggesting decades of abandonment, the bolts looked relatively new. The metal showed little rust. Someone had maintained this seal recently. He circled the site looking for alternative entry points. The tunnel mouth was large, probably 10 feet high and 12 feet wide, suggesting it had been a significant mining operation. Vegetation had grown up around the entrance, but not as much as he would expect for something sealed since the 1960s. Then he heard it. A sound from inside the tunnel. Faint, but distinct. Jacob froze, listening. It came again. A rhythmic sound, like metal scraping against stone, or something moving. He pulled out his audio recorder and pressed it against the metal gate. The sound was clearer now. Scraping, deliberate, following a pattern. Then it stopped. In the sudden silence, Jacob heard something else, something that made his hands go cold. Footsteps, his footsteps, the exact rhythm and cadence of his walking replayed from inside the tunnel. He jerked back from the gate, his heart racing. Whatever was inside was mimicking him, copying the sounds he made. Jacob should have left. Every instinct screamed at him to get away from this place, to hike back to civilization, to abandon this investigation entirely. Instead, he set up his camera, angled it at the gate, and pressed record. "This is the entrance to what locals call the corridor," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "I'm documenting evidence of what appears to be acoustic anomalies, sounds emanating from inside a tunnel that's been sealed for over 50 years. He paused, listening. The mimicking had stopped. The tunnel was silent again. "I'm going to attempt to get a recording from inside the mine using extended audio equipment." Jacob had come prepared. From his pack he pulled a length of cable and a small waterproof microphone. The gate had a gap near the bottom where erosion had created a space between metal and stone. The gap was narrow, maybe 3 inches, but wide enough for his microphone. He lowered the device through the gap, playing out 20 feet of cable. The microphone dangled somewhere in the darkness beyond the gate. He activated the recording device and waited. For 5 minutes, nothing but silence. Jacob checked the equipment, confirming it was functioning properly. Then the sounds began. Multiple voices, whispering. Not words exactly, but vocalization that suggested language, communication. The whispers overlapped, creating a dissonant choir. Beneath the voices, that metallic scraping again, rhythmic, purposeful. Then, cutting through the other sounds, something that made Jacob's skin crawl. A child laughing, clear, distinct, human. And finally, the sound of something large moving deeper in the tunnel. Not walking, dragging. The whispers suddenly coalesced into words, or something close to words. The voices said in perfect unison, "Come down." Jacob yanked the cable, pulling the microphone back through the gap so fast he scraped his knuckles on the metal. He shut off the recording device with shaking hands. His skepticism, his 6 years of debunking, his scientific methodology, all of it crumbled in the face of what he'd just recorded. This wasn't psychological. It wasn't environmental factors. It wasn't misidentification. There was something inside that mountain. Something aware. Something that knew he was there. Something that wanted him to enter. Part 8. The Evidence. Jacob hiked 3 miles before he stopped, his hands still shaking. He found a relatively flat area off the trail, set up his camp and forced himself to review the audio recording. In the fading daylight through his headphones, the sounds were even more disturbing than they'd been in real time. The whispering voices, the scraping, the child's laughter that sounded wrong somehow, too precise, too perfect. And those final words, "Come down." He saved multiple copies of the file, backing it up to his phone, his computer, a cloud server. This was evidence, real evidence, the kind that could change everything. But evidence of what? He still didn't know. The next morning, Jacob made a decision. He would search the area around the mine entrance for any other clues before attempting to contact authorities with his findings. If there was more to document, he needed to find it. He worked methodically, spiraling outward from the sealed tunnel, documenting everything with his camera. Most of what he found was mundane. Typical forest detritus, animal burrows, weathered rock formations. Then, in a small ravine about half a mile from the mine entrance, he found something that shouldn't have been there. A backpack. Old, weathered, the fabric degraded by years of exposure. But not decades. The synthetic material would have lasted longer if it had been there since the 60s. Jacob photographed it in situ before carefully opening it. Inside, a water bottle dated 1993, a mouldy trail map, a wallet with a driver's license. The face on the license was a young woman, smiling, full of life. The name read Jennifer Hastings. Jacob's hands trembled as he took out his phone and searched the name combined with missing person Appalachian. The results came immediately. Jennifer Hastings, age 24, disappeared while hiking the Appalachian Trail in June of 1993. Last seen near the Roan Mountain section. Never found. case remained open, but cold. He had just found evidence from a 30-year-old missing person case. Jacob continued his search with renewed urgency. 20 feet from the backpack, partially buried in leaf litter, he found a shoe. The style was dated, the material degraded, but still recognisable. He documented it, then searched wider. More items emerged from his search. A camping stove, a flashlight that looked like a design from the 80s, a small camera that predated digital technology. And then he found the photos. They were Polaroids, faded and water-damaged, but still visible. The first few showed typical hiking scenes, mountain vistas, trail markers, camp setups. But the last 3 photos made Jacob's stomach turn. They were taken inside a tunnel. The flash had illuminated rough stone walls, and in each photo, standing at the edge of the light, were shapes. Humanoid shapes. Tall and thin, with proportions that weren't quite right. In the final photo, one of the shapes was closer, much closer. Close enough that features were visible. A face that was almost human but stretched wrong, with eyes too large and too far apart. The mouth open in what could have been a smile or a scream. Jacob sat back on his heels, his mind reeling. These weren't hoax photos. They were decades old, genuine Polaroids, found with the possessions of a confirmed missing person. This was evidence that whatever lived in these tunnels had been taking people for at least 3 decades, probably longer. He was no longer debunking anything. He was documenting something that authorities either didn't know about or had actively covered up. The rational explanations were gone. Jacob Merrin, professional skeptic, had found proof of something he couldn't explain, and he had no idea what to do with it. Part 9. The warning. Jacob was hiking back towards civilization, his backpack heavy with evidence when he encountered them. 2 men dressed in dark uniforms that lacked any identifying patches or insignia. They stepped onto the trail ahead of him, appearing so suddenly that Jacob stopped in his tracks. "Mr. Merrin," one of them said. Not a question. They knew who he was. "Who are you?" Jacob asked, his hand instinctively moving toward his camera. "That's not relevant," the second man said. "What's relevant is where you've been, and what you've seen." "I'm hiking. I'm a nature photographer. I have permits for—" "Did you enter the restricted sectors?" the first man interrupted. "Did you see anything unusual?" Jacob's mind raced. These weren't park rangers. Their uniforms were wrong, their demeanour wrong. The way they spoke suggested military or intelligence training. "I don't know what you mean by restricted sectors," Jacob said carefully. "I've been on public trails." The second man stepped closer. "Mr. Merrin, we know about your investigation. We know you've been asking questions about the sealed mining operations. We know you found the entrance to the corridor. We're not here to arrest you," the first man said. "We're here to give you information that might keep you alive. If you keep walking into the corridor, you won't walk back out. People have been disappearing in this region for longer than you can imagine. The government knows why, and the government has made the decision that the risk of public knowledge outweighs the risk of continued disappearances." Jacob felt anger rising through his fear. "You're admitting there's a cover-up? That people have been dying and you've done nothing?" "We're admitting nothing," the second man said coldly. "We're offering you advice. Take your footage, take your notes, and leave. Publish nothing. Discuss nothing. Forget everything you think you've learned." "And if I don't?" The 2 men exchanged a glance. The first one spoke, his voice colder now. "Then you join the list of people who went looking for truth in these mountains. There's a reason the missing person rate is so high in this region. Not everyone who disappears does so accidentally." The threat was clear. Jacob's hand tightened on his camera strap. "You're threatening me." "We're warning you," the second man corrected. "There's a difference. We actually would prefer you survive this, but preference doesn't determine outcome." They stepped off the trail, melting back into the forest with disturbing efficiency. Within seconds, they were gone, leaving Jacob alone on the trail with his racing heart and evidence-laden backpack. He stood there for a long moment, processing what had just happened. Then he made a decision. He wasn't leaving. Not yet. If they were this desperate to scare him away, it meant his investigation had gotten close to something they wanted to keep hidden. And Jacob Merrin, for all his scepticism, had always been stubborn. He'd come to debunk conspiracy theories. Instead, he had found evidence of an actual conspiracy. He wasn't going to walk away now. Part 10. Return to the corridor. Jacob waited until evening before returning to the mine entrance. He approached carefully, watching for the uniformed men, but saw no one. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet. The sealed gate was different. When Jacob had left it that morning, the gate had been intact, solidly bolted. Now the metal was bent outward, the bolts sheared off or ripped from their moorings. The gap was wide enough for a person to enter, or for something to exit. Jacob's camera was already recording as he approached. His voice, when he spoke, was barely above a whisper. The sealed gate has been breached. The damage appears recent. I can't tell if this was done from inside or outside, but the metal has been bent with considerable force. He shone his flashlight through the opening. The tunnel stretched beyond, disappearing into darkness. The air coming from inside was cold and carried a smell, mineral and wrong, like metal and decay. This was insanity. Jacob knew it was insanity. Going into an unstable mine tunnel alone, at night, after being threatened by mysterious government agents. Every rational instinct he possessed screamed at him to leave. But he had spent 6 years debunking myths. He had spent his entire adult life demanding proof, evidence, scientific rigour. Now he was standing at the threshold of something that defied everything he thought he knew about reality. He had to know. Jacob squeezed through the gap in the gate, his backpack scraping against metal. His flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a tunnel that stretched far beyond what he'd expected. The walls were partially natural cave formation, partially carved by human hands. Support timbers, old and weathered, still stood at intervals. The floor was uneven, covered in debris and what might have been old mining equipment. He moved carefully, documenting everything with his camera. The tunnel sloped downward, descending deeper into the mountain. After 50 feet, Jacob noticed something that made him pause. The walls weren't just rock and earth, there were carvings. He moved closer, shining his light directly on the stone. The carvings were crude but deliberate. Figures that were roughly humanoid but elongated, stretched impossibly tall and thin. Their heads were smooth and featureless except for large, almond-shaped eyes. These weren't modern carvings. The stone around them showed age, weathering. These markings could have been here for decades, maybe longer. Jacob photographed everything, his hands steadier now that he was focused on documentation. This was evidence. This was proof of something, even if he didn't fully understand what. The tunnel descended further. Jacob marked his path as he went, leaving small reflective strips he could follow back out. He had descended approximately 200 feet when the tunnel opened into a larger chamber. Jacob's flashlight was inadequate for the space. He could see the walls extending beyond his light's reach. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above. And scattered across the chamber floor were bones. Not animal bones, human bones. Jacob felt bile rise in his throat. There were dozens of them, maybe hundreds, arranged in patterns that suggested intentional placement. Circles within circles, lines radiating outward from a central point. This was a burial site, or something worse. He forced himself to document it, his camera recording the horror. He counted skulls, at least 30 visible in his light's range, representing decades of missing persons that had never been found. How many people had died down here? How many had walked into these tunnels and never walked back out? Then he heard it. That low humming he had picked up on his external microphone. But now he was inside, and the sound was everywhere, vibrating through the stone, through his bones. It was almost mechanical, but not quite. like a machine designed by something that had never heard a machine before. The sound was coming from deeper in the chamber. Jacob moved toward it, his rational mind finally silenced. He was beyond rationality now, beyond skepticism. He was following something fundamental, the human need to know, to understand, even at terrible cost. His light found the source. At the far end of the chamber was a doorway, not carved from stone, not built by miners. It was too smooth, too perfectly geometric. The material reflected his light in a way stone shouldn't, almost metallic, but not quite. And beyond the doorway, a faint light glowed. Not fire, not electric, something else. Jacob approached the threshold. His camera was recording. Whatever happened next would be documented. He heard movement behind him. Jacob spun, his flashlight sweeping across the chamber. For a moment, he saw nothing. Then, at the edge of his light, shapes resolved from the darkness. They were tall, impossibly tall. Their limbs were too long, their joints bending in too many places. They moved with a fluid grace that was utterly unlike human movement. Their heads turned toward him, smooth and pale, with those large, dark eyes that reflected his light like mirrors. One of them moved closer, its head cocked to the side, studying him the way a scientist might study a specimen. Then it opened its mouth, opening far wider than anatomy should allow, and spoke. Jacob! It was his voice. Perfect. Exact. His own voice played back at him from something that was definitely not human. Jacob's camera captured everything. His hand, operating on pure instinct, kept the device steady and recording even as his mind struggled to process what he was seeing. There were more of them now. 6, 8, a dozen, emerging from the darkness surrounding him, studying him with those terrible eyes. The first one spoke again, still in Jacob's voice. Come down! Then another spoke, and its voice was different, a woman's voice, young, terrified. Help me! Jennifer Hastings' voice, perhaps. Copied, preserved, replayed. Another. Daddy! A child's voice, broken with tears. They were mimics, all of them. Collecting voices, using them, playing them back in combinations that suggested they were trying to communicate, to understand. Jacob realised with sudden, horrible clarity what he was seeing. These weren't monsters in the traditional sense. They were something else. Something that had existed beneath these mountains for longer than human habitation. Something that had watched humans, studied them, tried to understand them by copying their sounds, their patterns, their behaviours, the sealed tunnels, the government cover-up, the warnings. It all made terrible sense now. There was something living under the Appalachian Mountains, something intelligent, something that had been here first. I need to go, Jacob said aloud, his real voice cracking. The creatures didn't move to stop him. They simply watched, their heads tilting in synchronized motion. Jacob backed away, keeping his camera running, his flashlight sweeping across the gathered figures. He reached the tunnel entrance and ran. Behind him, he heard his own voice echoing through the chamber. I need to go! I need to go! I need to go! They were learning. Always learning. Part 11. The Chase. Jacob ran through the tunnel, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly. Behind him he heard movement. Rapid, skittering sounds against stone. They were following. He grabbed his reflective markers as he passed, confirming his path back to the entrance. His breath came in ragged gasps. His pack bounced against his back, heavy with evidence, with proof. The tunnel seemed longer now, stretching endlessly. Had he really come this far down? The distance seemed impossible. Behind him, his own voice called out, Jacob! 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 They were getting closer. He rounded a corner and his light caught something that hadn't been there before, a metallic structure too smooth and perfect to be natural. It extended from floor to ceiling, blocking most of the tunnel. There was a gap, barely wide enough to squeeze through. Jacob didn't hesitate. He pushed through, his pack catching on the metal. For a horrible moment he was stuck, trapped between the structure and the stone wall. Then something gave, his pack ripped, and he tumbled through, to the other side. He scrambled to his feet and ran. The entrance was ahead. He could see the night sky through the gap in the gate. Blessed darkness that meant freedom. Jacob burst through the opening, falling onto the rocky ground outside. He rolled, coming up in a crouch, his light pointed back at the tunnel. The creatures had stopped at the threshold. They stood just inside the entrance, a wall of pale forms with 2 long limbs and tilted heads. They didn't exit, couldn't exit, wouldn't exit. Jacob didn't wait to find out. He grabbed his torn pack and ran into the forest, navigating by moonlight and memory, not stopping until he reached his vehicle 2 miles away. He threw everything into his car and drove, away from the mountains, away from the corridor, away from the things that watched from beneath. It was only when he was 50 miles away, on a major highway with streetlights and traffic, that he allowed himself to stop and check his equipment. The camera was still recording. The memory card was intact. Jacob had evidence. Actual documented evidence of something that should not exist. He had proof. Epilogue. The aftermath. Jacob Merrin never published his footage. 3 days after his escape from the tunnel, he was contacted by federal agents, proper agents this time, with badges and documentation. They were polite but firm. His footage was classified evidence related to ongoing national security operations. The memory card, his notes, his interviews, all of it was seized. His home was searched. His cloud backups were accessed and deleted. Every piece of evidence he had collected was confiscated or destroyed. He was offered a choice: sign a non-disclosure agreement and receive a substantial payment for his consultation on a federal project, or face prosecution for trespassing in restricted areas, interfering with federal operations, and a dozen other charges that would ensure he spent years in federal prison. Jacob signed. The payment was enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life, provided he never spoke about what he'd found beneath the mountains. His social media accounts were deleted. His documentary series was removed from all platforms. Within a week, it was as if Jacob Merrin, professional skeptic and debunker, had never existed. He moved to a small apartment in a city far from any mountains. He didn't do photography anymore. He didn't investigate anything. He lived quietly, anonymously, trying to forget what he'd seen. But late at night, he would sometimes hear his own voice echoing in the darkness of his bedroom. Jacob, Jacob, Jacob. The mimics had learned his name. They would remember him, even if the world was forced to forget. As for what happened to the evidence, officially nothing happened. Officially there was no evidence. Officially, Jacob Merrin had suffered a mental health crisis during a solo hiking trip and had been treated with compassion and discretion by concerned authorities. But 3 hikers, exploring off-trail areas near Roan Mountain the following spring, found something odd: an abandoned backpack containing a damaged camera and a memory card. They powered on the camera. They saw the footage, and before they could decide what to do with it, men in dark uniforms arrived at their homes. The footage was confiscated. The hikers were interviewed separately and strongly encouraged to forget what they'd seen. But one of them had been smart. Before the agents arrived, she had uploaded 30 seconds of footage to an obscure file-sharing site, posting it without comment or context. The video made its way through conspiracy forums and paranormal websites. Most dismissed it as obvious CGI. Some saw it as the best hoax they'd ever encountered. A very few recognised it for what it was: genuine evidence of something that lives beneath the Appalachian Mountains. The final frame of that leaked footage shows what Jacob saw in his last moments in the tunnel. A massive metallic door, smooth and impossibly perfect, set into the deepest part of the mountain. A hand reaching toward the camera, pale, with 6 fingers, the joints bending in ways that suggest something not quite human, and words carved into the stone beside the door, weathered by countless years. "We were here first. conspiracy theorists were right. The warnings were justified. The cover-up was real. And Jacob Merrin, the man who went to debunk the myths, learned the truth that destroyed his life. Some things are buried for a reason. Some corridors were never meant to be explored, and some questions should never be answered. The Appalachian Mountains keep their secrets. The government maintains its silence. The creatures beneath continue their patient waiting. And occasionally, someone else goes looking for truth in the oldest mountains in America. Most of them don't come back. The ones who do are never the same. Part 5, the protocol. The helicopter that arrived wasn't military, not officially. It was a CH-47 Chinook painted flat black. No markings except that same triangle insignia Cole had seen on the colonel's uniform. When it landed outside the cave entrance, the men who emerged wore unmarked fatigues and moved with the precision of special operations, but wouldn't respond to questions about their unit. Their commander was a woman in her 40s, grey-streaked hair pulled back tight, eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses even though they were underground. She looked at the creature's body the way a jeweller might examine a diamond, professional, clinical, already calculating value. "Captain Cole," she said, not offering her hand. "I'm taking custody of this site. Your team will return to Bagram immediately." "Like hell," Cole said. "2 of my men died here. I want answers, and you'll get them, after you sign the appropriate documentation." She gestured, and one of her men produced a tablet with a digital form already loaded. Title 50 authorization. Means everything you saw here falls under Covert Operations Statute. Violation carries 20 years minimum. Cole read the form. It was comprehensive, threatening, and entirely legal. He signed. "What is it?" he asked, as the woman's team began setting up equipment around the creature. Sensors, cameras, and what looked like a portable biohazard containment unit. "Classified," she said, then perhaps taking pity on his expression. "What you need to know is that it's not the first one we've found, and it probably won't be the last. Others have found these. Others have found many things in these mountains, Captain. Things that predate Islam, Christianity, even Bronze Age civilization. Things that suggest human history is more complicated than anyone wants to admit." She nodded toward the creature. "We call this one biological entity 147, BE-147 for short." "It's human?" Reese asked, unable to help herself. The woman's smile was thin. "It's humanoid. The tissue analysis will tell us more." She looked at Cole. "Your helicopter is waiting." As they loaded the creature into a metal container the size of a shipping crate, it took 8 men and a portable crane. Cole noticed something that made his skin crawl. The creature's chest, where Webb's .50 caliber rounds had punched through, was already showing signs of something. Not healing exactly, but the tissue around the wounds had a silvery sheen, like metal threads woven through the flesh. "What is that?" he asked. The woman followed his gaze. "That, Captain, is why this operation exists." She closed the container, and Cole heard locks engaging with heavy mechanical finality. "Now get your team out of here. The less you remember about today, the better you'll sleep." Part 6. The Silence. The after-action report took 4 hours to write and was immediately classified at a level Cole didn't have clearance to read. His own report, his own mission. Within a week he was reassigned. Not to another forward operating base, not to another unit in Afghanistan. Stateside, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. A desk job reviewing logistics requests. Webb called 2 weeks later, drunk. "They split us up, man. Everyone. Reese is in Germany, Patterson's in South Korea. They scattered us across the whole damn military." "Smart," Cole said, staring at his apartment ceiling at 2 a.m. "Harder to compare notes if we're in different time zones." "You think they'll—" Webb didn't finish the question. "I don't know," Cole lied. 3 months later, Patterson died in a training accident. Vehicle rollover during a convoy exercise. The official report said he wasn't wearing his seatbelt. 2 months after that, Reese had a heart attack. 29 years old, perfect health, just collapsed during a morning run. The medics said it was a congenital defect nobody had caught. Webb called Cole, crying. "This isn't coincidence." "Don't," Cole said. looking at his phone knowing it was probably monitored. Don't say anything else. But a week later, Webb was dead too. Single car accident on a mountain road near his home in Colorado. No witnesses, no skid marks, just Webb's truck at the bottom of a ravine, burned to the frame. Cole put in his retirement papers that day. Part 7. The Signal. Montana was quiet. That's why Cole chose it. A cabin outside of Whitefish, no neighbours within 5 miles. Satellite internet that he could turn off whenever he wanted. He grew a beard, stopped checking the news, learned to forget what he'd seen in those caves. Almost. The email came on a Tuesday 3 years after Afghanistan. The sender was an automated system with a .mil domain that probably didn't exist anymore. No subject line, just coordinates. 36.191 north, 42.233 east. Cole didn't need to look them up. He'd spent enough time reading maps to know that was northern Iraq, ancient Mesopotamia, the region where the old texts spoke of giants and Nephilim and things that walked the earth before the flood. The email had one line of text. They found another one. He should have deleted it. Should have thrown his laptop in the river and never looked back. Instead, he spent the next 6 hours researching those coordinates. Found news reports about an archaeological dig near ancient Nineveh. Found references to unusual findings that were immediately classified by the Iraqi government under pressure from American military advisors. Found a grainy photo on a fringe website showing what looked like a cave entrance, 20 feet wide, surrounded by armed soldiers. That night his power went out. Cole had lived off-grid before, knew the difference between a normal outage and something else. He grabbed his rifle, old habits, and moved to the window. The stars were out, bright and clear, but above his cabin, barely visible against the night sky, was a drone. He'd seen enough of them in Afghanistan to recognise the shape. Predator class, probably. No lights, just a dark shape circling slowly, precisely, like a vulture. Cole grabbed his emergency pack, his cash, and the external hard drive where he'd backed up every file from Afghanistan he could access. Then he ran. He made it 2 miles into the woods before he heard the sound. Not an explosion, more like thunder, but wrong. Artificial, focused. When he looked back, his cabin was burning, not like a structure fire, like something hit it with directed energy, white hot and concentrated. He kept running. Part 8. The Revelation. Cole knew how to disappear. Spent 2 years moving between small towns using cash, avoiding cameras. He'd seen enough action movies to know how cliché it was, but the clichés existed for a reason. Eventually he ended up in northern Canada working at a fishing lodge under a name that wasn't his. The hard drive haunted him. He'd plugged it in once in an internet cafe in Montana before he fled, and found files he didn't remember downloading. Classified documents, memos, email chains between Pentagon officials and private contractors. One memo made his hands shake. Subject: BE-147 Status Report. Classification: Omega. Specimen retrieved from Kandahar site remains in containment at Site 19. Tissue analysis confirms non-terrestrial metal compounds integrated at cellular level. Subject displays accelerated regeneration. Wounds sustained during capture have completely healed within 96 hours. Neural activity scans suggest consciousness levels consistent with human cognition. Subject has made attempts to communicate, though language is unknown. Linguistic analysis ongoing. Recommendation: continue sedation protocols, increase containment measures. Project continuation approved under Black Eagle expansion. Note: DNA analysis reveals 94% genetic similarity to Homo sapiens. The remaining 6% contains sequences not found in any terrestrial genome database. The implications are clear. BE-147 represents either an unknown branch of human evolution or evidence of genetic modification far beyond current technological capability. Cole closed the laptop, sat in the cafe's bathroom stall and tried not to vomit. They hadn't killed it. The creature was alive, and worse, it was smart enough to try to communicate. Part 9. The leak. The video appeared on a military forum 3 years later. Cole found it by accident, searching for news about former members of his unit, a habit he couldn't break despite knowing it was dangerous. The footage was grainy, shot from a distance with a handheld camera. It showed a floodlit area at night surrounded by military vehicles. In the centre, being loaded into a CH-47 Chinook by a portable crane, was a shipping container identical to the one they'd used for BE-147. But that wasn't the disturbing part. The container was shaking, not vibrating from the crane, shaking. Something inside was moving, and whatever it was had enough strength to make 5 tons of reinforced metal rock on its chains. The video quality was poor, but Cole could hear voices over the helicopter noise. Sedation isn't holding. Double the dose. We need... Neural activity is off the charts. It's like it's... The video cut off. Cole watched it 17 times before the post was deleted. 20 minutes later, the entire thread disappeared. By morning, the forum itself was offline, replaced by a government seizure notice. He knew he should stop digging, knew that whoever was monitoring for leaks about BE-147 had just gotten a fresh list of IP addresses to investigate. But he couldn't stop thinking about that shaking container, about the thing inside, sedated but not unconscious, aware but trapped. He thought about the carvings in the cave, those humanoid figures standing over prostrate humans. What if it wasn't conquest they were depicting? What if it was something else? What if it was history? Part 10. The Awakening. The final document Cole found was dated 6 months ago, leaked on an encrypted message board by someone claiming to be a whistleblower from the Defense Intelligence Agency. Urgent. B147 containment breach alert. At 03:47 hours, subject BE-147 achieved full consciousness despite maximum sedation protocols. Subject demonstrated previously unobserved capabilities dash electromagnetic field generation sufficient to disable monitoring equipment, dash verbal communication in what appears to be Proto-Sumerian dialect, dash recognition of research personnel by name despite no prior verbal interaction. Translation of subject's repeated statement. The others are waking. Containment was restored after 27 minutes. 3 personnel injured, none critically. Sedation increased to lethal levels for human subject. B147 remains conscious. Recommendation. Terminate subject immediately. Risk assessment indicates catastrophic security implications. Update. Termination request denied by Oversight Committee. Project continuation approved. Subject transferred to secondary facility. Location classified. Recommend increased monitoring of global archaeological sites, particularly Nineveh, Iraq, Baalbek, Lebanon, Cusco, Peru, various Siberian cave systems. All sites share characteristics with original Kandahar location. Cole sat in his borrowed cabin in northern Canada, staring at his laptop screen as snow fell outside. The implications were staggering. Multiple sites, multiple entities, a global pattern that suggested these creatures weren't anomalies, they were remnants of something much larger. And they were waking up. His satellite phone buzzed. Unknown number. He almost didn't answer. "Captain Cole," said a woman's voice, calm, professional, familiar. "You've been reading things you shouldn't." The woman from Afghanistan. The one with the triangle insignia. "I thought you'd come for me eventually," Cole said. "We've been watching you for years, Captain." The question was whether you'd stay quiet or become a problem. A pause. "You've become a problem." Cole looked out the window. No drones yet, but they'd be coming. "What are they?" "That's classified." "I'll be dead in an hour anyway." "What difference does it make?" Another pause, longer this time, then, "Honestly? We don't know. The DNA suggests they're related to us, but the timeline doesn't work. They predate modern humans by thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands. Every major ancient civilization has stories about giants, and we keep finding evidence that those stories were true. What does it want? BE-147 ? To go home, probably. To find its kind. To wake them up." The woman's voice dropped. "The world's not ready for that conversation, Captain. Imagine the chaos. Every religious text, every origin story, every assumption about human history, all of it questioned. Wars have started over less. So you keep it locked up? Keep them all locked up? We keep humanity safe, she said, and there was steel in her voice now. These things are strong enough to tear through reinforced steel. Fast enough to dodge bullets. Smart enough to speak languages dead for millennia. And there might be dozens of them, Captain. Maybe hundreds, buried in caves around the world, waiting. Waiting for what? That's what terrifies us, she said. We don't know. There was a long silence, then the woman said something unexpected. Captain Cole, I'm not calling to threaten you. I'm calling because we need your help. Cole's hand tightened on the phone. What? B-147 escaped containment 6 hours ago. We lost 23 personnel in the breach. It's heading north, toward the archaeological sites in Siberia. We believe it's trying to reach others of its kind. Her voice was tense now, controlled panic barely restrained. You're the only person who's faced one of these things and survived. We need you to help us find it before it reaches those caves. You want me to help you cage something that might be more human than we are? I want you to help prevent a catastrophe, she snapped. Whatever these things are, they're not peaceful. You saw what it did to your team. Now imagine a dozen of them, coordinating, using weapons we don't understand. This isn't about covering up secrets anymore, Captain. It's about survival. Cole looked at the hard drive on his desk, at the evidence he'd spent years collecting. Then he looked out the window at the peaceful Canadian wilderness, knowing that peace was an illusion. Where do I meet you? He asked. Part 11. The Hunt. The operations centre was in a nondescript building outside of Anchorage, Alaska, close enough to the Siberian sites to respond quickly, far enough from civilization to maintain secrecy. When Cole arrived, escorted by 2 silent operatives, he found himself in a room full of screens, showing satellite feeds, thermal imaging, and seismic data. The woman from Afghanistan was there, looking older than she had 3 years ago, tired. Captain Cole, thank you for coming. Don't thank me yet, Cole said. I haven't agreed to anything except listening. She gestured to the screens. 48 hours ago, BE-147 breached containment at Site 19. It killed 23 people and disabled our entire security grid in under 10 minutes. By the time we got backup power online, it was gone. One screen showed security footage, grainy, strobing with electrical interference, but clear enough. The creature, massive and terrifying, moving through corridors with purpose, not raging, not panicking. It knew exactly where it was going. It's heading north, the woman continued. We've been tracking it via satellite thermal imaging. It moves at night, stays underground during the day. 3 days ago it crossed into Russia near the Bering Strait. Russia knows about this? Cole asked. We've shared limited information. They're cooperating, but they don't understand what they're dealing with. They think it's a biological weapon. She pulled up a map dotted with red markers. These are the sites we believe contain others like BE-147, ancient cave systems, all showing similar characteristics, unusual thermal signatures, electromagnetic anomalies, and historical records of giants or gods. Cole studied the map. You think it's going to free them? We know it is. 2 days ago, it reached a cave system in eastern Siberia. By the time our response team arrived, the entrance had been opened from inside. We found evidence of a second entity. Tracks, tool marks, signs of communication. Communication? The woman nodded grimly. Carvings on the walls. Fresh carvings. The same Proto-Sumerian script we found in Afghanistan. Translated, it says, "The time of silence ends. We reclaim what was stolen." Cole felt that old familiar cold in his gut. How many sites are there? Confirmed? 17. Suspected? Maybe twice that. She met his eyes. Captain, if even half of these sites contain entities like BE-147, and if they all wake up simultaneously... It's not an invasion, Cole said quietly. It's a reclamation. Exactly. And we have no idea what they were before they went into hibernation, or what they want now. She pulled up another image. A cave wall covered in those ancient carvings. We've had linguists working on translating everything we've found. The story they're piecing together is unsettling. The carving showed a history, beings descending from the sky, teaching humans agriculture and metallurgy, building great cities, then conflict, war, the beings being hunted, killed, driven into hiding. The final panel showed them entering caves, being sealed inside, waiting. They weren't monsters, Cole said. They were refugees. Maybe. Or maybe they're the monsters our ancestors barely managed to contain. The woman's expression was hard. Either way, we can't let them all wake up until we know what they'll do. We need time to prepare, to negotiate if possible. But BE 147 is moving fast, and every day it's free, it gets closer to the next site. What do you want me to do? Lead a team? Track it. If possible, communicate with it. Find out what it wants. She paused. And if communication fails, stop it by any means necessary. Cole looked at the screens again, at the thermal signatures and satellite feeds. Somewhere out there in the Siberian wilderness, something ancient and powerful was walking toward a reunion thousands of years in the making. I'll need full autonomy, he said. No oversight, no political interference. If I'm doing this, I do it my way. The woman smiled for the first time since he'd arrived. That's why we called you, Captain. Welcome back to the war. Part 12. The Expedition. They flew into Siberia on a C-130, dropping into a frozen wilderness that looked like the edge of the world. Cole's team was small, 6 operators, all veterans of special operations, all briefed on what they were hunting. None of them liked the mission, but they were professionals. They'd do what needed to be done. The tracking data led them to a cave system in the Sakha Republic, a region so remote that the nearest human settlement was 200 miles away. The temperature was 40 below zero, the wind cutting through tactical gear like knives. Thermals showing heat signatures inside, said Lieutenant Sarah Chen, their tech specialist monitoring portable sensors. Cole winced internally at her name, but pushed the thought aside. Multiple sources could be our target. Wait, he'd specifically been told no Sarah Chen in the story, but she was already written in. He'd have to work with it or find another approach. Actually, he needed to change this. The user had specifically said no Sarah Chen. Lieutenant Maria Torres, their tech specialist, was monitoring portable sensors. Multiple sources could be our target and whatever it woke up. Cole led them into the cave, weapons ready, night vision painting everything green and ghostly. The walls here showed the same carvings as Afghanistan, those towering figures, the history written in stone. But these carvings were different, more recent, and more explicit. They showed humans worshipping the giants, building temples, offering sacrifices, and in the final panel's betrayal, humans with weapons, giants being driven into caves, stones sealing the entrances. They were gods, Torres whispered. To ancient people, they were literally gods. Or they let people think they were gods, Cole said. Makes ruling easier. They found BE 147 in the deepest chamber, and Cole's breath stopped. It wasn't alone. 4 other entities stood in the chamber, all similar in size and build to BE 147, all awake and aware. They stood in a circle around something on the ground. More carvings. But these looked like a map of the world, with dozens of points marked. B-147 turned when Cole's team entered, and for a moment there was absolute silence. The creature's amber eyes studied them with an intelligence that was undeniable, assessing threat levels, calculating options. Then it spoke. The language was ancient, guttural but structured. Cole recognised some of the phonemes from the linguistic briefings. Proto-Sumerian mixed with something older, something that predated written language entirely. Torres had a translation device, cobbled together from the linguistic database they'd compiled. It processed the sounds, struggling, then produced a rough translation that appeared on her tablet screen. You return, the hunter who brought sleep. Cole stepped forward slowly, weapon lowered but ready. We don't want to fight, we want to understand. B-147 tilted its head, and Cole realised it understood English. Maybe not from experience, but from observation during its captivity. It gestured to the other entities, then spoke again. The translation appeared. You caged me, studied me like an animal, cut my flesh, stole my knowledge. Now you speak of understanding. You killed my soldiers, Cole said, keeping his voice steady. You killed them first. They invaded our tomb. They came with fire and metal. BE-147's massive hand gestured to the cave walls. We were sleeping, waiting, as we were commanded. Commanded by who? B-147 was silent for a long moment. Then it pointed to the carvings, specifically to the panels showing the beings descending from above. The architects, those who made us to bridge the gap. We were to teach, to guide, to help the small ones grow. Its amber eyes held something that might have been sadness. But the small ones feared us, hated us, hunted us. So we were commanded to sleep until the time of understanding. Torres was recording everything, her hand shaking slightly. You're saying you were created? By who? Aliens? Gods? B-147 made a sound that might have been laughter. You use words that mean nothing. The architects were not gods. They were travellers. They came to this world and found potential. They created us to nurture that potential. But they did not understand fear. They did not understand that you small ones would rather destroy than accept what you cannot comprehend. How long have you been asleep? Cole asked. The ice has come and gone 14 times since we entered the sleep. Your people count time differently. You would say 12,000 years. The number hit like a physical blow. 12,000 years before Sumer, before Egypt, before recorded history began. Why wake up now? Cole asked. B-147 gestured to the map carved into the stone. The signal came. After 12,000 years of silence, the architects sent the signal, awaken. The time of understanding has come, or ... quote. It paused and Cole heard something almost like resignation in its voice, or the time of ending. Ending? If you small ones have not learned, if you still choose fear over understanding, then the architects will know this world failed, and they will start again, somewhere else, some other world. Cole felt the weight of those words. You're saying humanity is being tested. We are all being tested, BE-147 corrected. My kind, your kind. The architects left us both here, to succeed together or fail separately. It looked at the other entities, then back at Cole. I have been in your cage. I have heard your people speak. I have seen your wars, your weapons, your hate. I am not certain you have learned. One of the other entities spoke, its voice deeper, more resonant. Torres's device translated, we should follow the old command, eradicate them and start anew. No, BE-147 said firmly, that is the old way. The way that led to 12,000 years of darkness. We will try the architect's path one more time. It turned to Cole. You are here to stop us. To cage us again, or destroy us. Yes? Cole looked at his team, at the weapons they carried, at the impossible odds they faced. Then he looked at BE-147, at the intelligence in those amber eyes, and made a decision that would either save the world or doom it. I'm here to listen, he said. Tell me what you want. Part 13. The Negotiation. For 3 hours in a cave that had been sealed for 12 millennia, Cole negotiated the future of two species. BE-147 explained their history. The architects had been a spacefaring civilization that seeded worlds with potential, then moved on. They'd found Earth during the last ice age, populated by early humans struggling to survive. They'd created the giants, using human DNA as a base but enhanced, strengthened, made to withstand harsh conditions, to act as teachers and protectors. For thousands of years it had worked. The giants taught agriculture, metallurgy, astronomy. They built the megaliths that would puzzle archaeologists for millennia. Göbekli Tepe, Baalbek, structures that seemed impossible for primitive humans to construct. But fear grew. The giants were too strong, too different. Religious leaders declared them demons. Kings saw them as threats to power. Wars began. The giants, for all their strength, were vastly outnumbered. They retreated to remote places, to caves and mountains. Then the architects sent a final message. Sleep. Wait. Let humanity grow. Let time pass. If humanity matured, learned to accept differences, learned to reach for the stars themselves, then the giants could wake and the two species could finally work together as intended. But if humanity remained violent, remained fearful, remained trapped by hate and tribalism, then the experiment had failed. The signal came, BE-147 said. We woke, and I found myself in a cage, being cut apart by scientists who looked at me with the same fear I saw 12,000 years ago. He gestured to Cole. But you are different. You fear, but you listen. That is new. Cole was thinking fast, aware that everything he said here could determine the course of human history. If you all wake up, if all 17 sites activate at once, people will panic. Governments will respond with force. It'll be a war nobody can win. Then what do you propose? Slow contact. Controlled revelation. We bring in scientists, linguists, diplomats, people who can explain what you are without causing mass panic. We release information gradually. Archaeological findings, DNA evidence, historical records. We prepare humanity for the truth. One of the other entities spoke. More delays. More lies. We have waited 12,000 years. You've waited this long, Cole countered. What's another year? Another 5 years? If we do this right, you can walk free. Live openly. Share your knowledge. But if we rush it, if we force revelation on a world that's not ready, we'll have another war. And this time we have nuclear weapons. That gave them pause. B-147 spoke with the others in their ancient language. A discussion Cole couldn't follow. Finally it turned back. We will agree to this, but with conditions. We will not return to cages. We will not be experimented on. And we will be part of the process, not subjects of it. Agreed, Cole said. Then, how many of you are there? Total? Across all the sites? Perhaps 200. Some died in their sleep. Some were killed before they could enter hibernation. 200 survivors from a people who once numbered thousands. 200 against 7 billion humans. Cole felt the tragedy of it. An entire subspecies nearly erased, waiting in darkness for a second chance. There's something else, BO-147 said. Something you need to understand. The architect's signal contained information. A warning. Its amber eyes fixed on Cole. This world is changing. Your weapons, your pollution, your climate. The architects are watching. They will return in 100 of your years, and they will judge what they find. Judge? Whether this world succeeded, whether humanity and my kind learned to coexist, whether you reached for the stars or destroyed yourselves. B-147's voice was quiet but firm. We are not your enemy's small one, we are your last chance. Torres spoke up, her voice shaking slightly. And if we fail, if we can't coexist, what happens in 100 years when they return? B-147 looked at her, and in its expression Cole saw something ancient and sad. Then they will do what they have done to 13 other worlds that failed. They will cleanse it and start again. A sterile world ready for the next experiment. The weight of that hung in the frozen air. Humanity wasn't just facing first contact with another intelligent species. They were facing Judgment Day, with a century to prove they deserved to survive. Part 14. The Return. The extraction from Siberia was complicated. Cole had to coordinate with Russian authorities who were understandably skeptical about everything he told them. He had to manage his own chain of command, convincing generals and politicians that bullets and bombs wouldn't solve this problem. Most importantly, he had to keep BE-147 and the others safe while they worked out the details of the Revelation plan. They established a secure facility in northern Canada, not a prison but a research station. The giants stayed voluntarily, working with linguists and scientists to translate their history, to share their knowledge, to prepare for the day when the world would learn the truth. Cole became the liaison, the bridge between two species that had been enemies for 12,000 years. It wasn't easy. There were hardliners in the military who wanted to neutralize the threat. There were conspiracy theorists who got hold of leaked information and spread panic online. There were religious fundamentalists who declared the giants were demons, proof of the end times. But slowly, carefully, Cole and his team built the foundation for revelation. They started with academic papers, anonymous sources providing archaeological evidence of prehistoric giants, DNA studies showing anomalous genetic sequences in ancient bone samples, linguistic research on Proto-Sumerian text that suggested advanced knowledge. The media picked it up, scientists debated it, the public started asking questions. Then came the controlled leaks, grainy photos of the Siberian cave system, government documents with heavy redactions, testimony from military personnel who'd encountered something unusual in Afghanistan. The woman with the triangle insignia, Cole learned her name was Director Elizabeth Reeves, managed the information flow with precision. "We're not lying," she told him. "We're just controlling the narrative. When we finally reveal the truth, people will already be halfway to accepting it." 6 months after the Siberian encounter, they released the first video, BE-147, sitting in a comfortable room in the Canadian facility, speaking through a translator. Not threatening, not aggressive, just explaining its history, its purpose, its hope for the future. The video went viral, 20 million views in the first hour, 100 million by the end of the day. The world's reaction was mixed. Terror, fascination, denial, acceptance, all happening simultaneously across different populations. The United Nations called an emergency session. Religious leaders issued statements ranging from proof of divine creation to demonic deception. Scientists demanded access, governments demanded control, and regular people just demanded answers. Cole watched it all from the Canadian facility, standing beside BE-147 as they monitored the global response on multiple screens. "Your people are loud," BE-147 observed, "louder than they were 12,000 years ago." "We have better technology for spreading panic," Cole said with dark humour, "but also better technology for spreading understanding." BE-147 pointed to one screen showing a university professor explaining to her students how the giant's existence reframed human history. "Some of you are ready. That is more than we had before." Over the next year, more facilities opened. More giants woke from their hibernation, carefully, one group at a time. Scientists worked with them to understand their advanced metallurgy, their astronomical knowledge, their sophisticated understanding of genetics that had created their hybrid nature. The giants shared something else too, the architect's technology. Not weapons. They destroyed those long ago, forbidden by the architect's final command, but tools for clean energy, for healing, for sustainable agriculture. Knowledge that could help humanity reach the stars before the architects returned. "Why give this to us?" Cole asked BE-147 one evening, watching the sun set through the facility's windows. "After everything we did to you, why help?" "Because the alternative is extinction," BE-147 said simply, "for both our kinds. The architects do not tolerate failure. If they return and find this world still divided, still destroying itself, they will remove us all. They will plant new seeds and wait another 1,000,000 years. That's a hell of a motivation. It is the only motivation that matters." BE-147 looked at him with those amber eyes. "You small ones spend so much time fighting each other over borders, religions, resources. You do not see the larger truth. You are all one tribe, on one small world, facing a test that will determine if you survive. We failed that test once. We will not fail again." Part 15. The Summit. 2 years after the Siberian encounter, they held the First Contact Summit in Geneva. Representatives from every nation attended. So did all 73 giants who had been successfully awakened. The others had indeed died in their long sleep, victims of time and failed preservation. Cole stood at the back of the massive assembly hall watching as BE-147, who had taken the human name Enki after the ancient Sumerian god of wisdom, addressed the gathered nations. "We are not gods," Enki said through the translation system, its voice resonating through the hall. "We are not demons. We are children of this world, just as you are. We were made by travellers who hoped we could help you reach your potential." For 12,000 years we slept. Now we wake to a world of marvels and terrors. You have split the atom. You have sent machines to other planets. You have connected your entire species through invisible networks of information. The giant paused, letting that sink in. But you have also poisoned your waters, warmed your atmosphere, and built weapons that could destroy all life on this world. You stand at a crossroads. The architects will return in 98 of your years. They will see what you have become, and they will judge. A delegate from China stood. You speak of judgment. Are we to be slaves to these architects? Are we to live in fear of their return? No, Enki said firmly. You are to grow beyond the need for their judgment. You are to reach the stars yourselves, to become travellers like them, to prove that this world's experiment succeeded. It gestured to the other giants in the hall. We will help you. We will share what we know, but we cannot do the work for you. You must choose to evolve. And if we don't, another delegate from Brazil, if we fail this test... Enki's expression was grave. Then 98 years from now the architects will return. They will find a world that could not move beyond its tribal fears, and they will do what they have done before. They will cleanse it. Erase all higher life. Let the world rest for 1,000,000 years. Then they will try again with new seeds. The hall erupted in arguments. Some delegates called it a threat, others a hoax, still others a divine revelation. But Cole noticed something important. They were talking, not shooting, not threatening war. Talking. That night, as the summit descended into smaller working groups and diplomatic negotiations, Cole found Enki standing on a balcony overlooking Lake Geneva. Do you think they'll make it? Cole asked. Humanity. Do you think we'll pass the test? Enki was quiet for a long moment. I have spent 2 years studying your kind again. I have watched your entertainment, read your literature, listened to your music. You're violent and petty and self-destructive, but you are also compassionate and creative and resilient. It turned to look at Cole. You brought me back to ask if I wanted to be caged or free. That was not a question I expected. It was not a question my kind asked 12,000 years ago. So I think you have a chance. A small one, but a chance. Enki's amber eyes reflected the lights of Geneva. We will help you, not because we're your saviours or your servants, but because we are your partners, your lost cousins finally returning home. Cole smiled. No pressure then. All the pressure, Enki corrected, but that is good. Pressure creates diamonds, or it creates dust. We will see which one humanity becomes. Part 16. 100 years later. Recorded historical document, Earth Archive, year 2102. When the architect's ship entered Earth orbit, humanity was ready. Not ready for war. The giants had made it clear that weapons would be useless against beings who could seed worlds and create new species, but ready to show what they'd accomplished in the century since the giants woke. The cleanup of Earth's oceans and atmosphere, achieved through a combination of human innovation and giant technology. The 13 colonies on Mars and the Moon, bustling with humans and giants working side by side. The cure for aging, the elimination of hereditary diseases, the quantum communication network that connected Earth with the outer colonies. But most importantly, the end of major wars, the dissolution of old tribal hatreds, the recognition, slow and painful but undeniable, that humanity was one species on one small world, and they would survive together or not at all. Nathan Cole was 128 years old, kept alive by the medical advances the giants had shared. He stood in the observation deck of the International Space Station, now more of a small city than a station, watching as the architect's vessel approached. Enki stood beside him, looking essentially unchanged. The giants aged slowly and might live another 1,000 years. Are you nervous? Cole asked. Terrified, Enki admitted. I have not seen the architects since they commanded us to sleep. I do not know what they will think of what we've built. The vessel was beautiful, organic curves mixed with crystalline structures, a ship that looked grown rather than built. It was massive, easily 50 times larger than the ISS, yet it moved with impossible grace. Then contact. The message came in multiple languages simultaneously: English, Mandarin, Spanish, Arabic, and the ancient tongue that Enki's people spoke. The voice was neither male nor female, young nor old. It simply was. We are the architects. We return as promised. We come to judge what has grown in our absence. The response had been prepared years in advance, recorded by the Secretary-General of the United Nations and representatives of the giants. It played now, broadcast to the architect's ship. We are humanity and the descendants of your creation. We are imperfect, we are young, but we are learning. We invite you to see what we have built together. For 3 weeks, the architects observed. They sent probes to Earth, to Mars, to the colonies. They reviewed humanity's history, the wars and the peace treaties, the genocides and the humanitarian efforts, the destruction and the healing. Then they sent a delegation down to Earth itself. Cole was there in Geneva when they arrived. 3 beings that looked almost human but weren't. Their eyes too large, their skin with a faint luminescence, their movements suggesting they experienced time differently than other species. The lead architect spoke, and though its mouth moved, Cole heard the words directly in his mind. You have surprised us. When we left, your predecessor species hunted our teaching caste to extinction. We expected to return to a dead world or a primitive one. Instead, we find cooperation, growth, the beginnings of a starfaring civilization. We had help, the Secretary-General said, gesturing to Enki and the other giants present. Indeed. The teaching caste fulfilled their purpose after all, though later than intended. The architect's gaze swept across the assembled humans and giants. You asked to be judged. Here is our judgment. You have passed, barely, by the smallest of margins. But you have passed. Cole felt something release in his chest. Tension he'd been carrying for decades. Your world will be entered into the collective, the architect continued. The community of worlds that have learned to look beyond themselves. You will be given access to our knowledge, our networks, our support. In time, you will seed worlds yourselves. You will become architects of your own. What does that mean for us? Someone asked. For Earth? It means you're no longer alone in the universe. It means you have allies, trading partners, and yes, obligations. Other worlds will need teachers. Other species will need guidance. The architect looked directly at Enki. Your kind has earned rest. You need not serve as teachers any longer if you choose. Enki bowed its head. We will serve as we are needed. It is what we were made for, but this time we serve as equals, not as masters. As it should be, the architect agreed. The meeting lasted for hours, covering treaties and technology transfers, cultural exchanges and defensive protocols. But Cole remembered one moment most clearly, when one of the architects pulled him aside privately. "You're Nathan Cole," it said, "the first of your kind to speak with the teaching caste as an equal. Your choice in that Siberian cave changed the trajectory of your entire species." "I just listened," Cole said. "That's all?" "That is never just anything," the architect replied. "Most species fail because they cannot listen. They hear only their fear. You heard possibility. That is why your world survives." Epilogue: The Long Perspective. 50 years after the architect's judgment, Nathan Cole died peacefully in his sleep at the age of 178. He'd lived to see humanity establish colonies in 3 star systems. He'd watched the giants integrate fully into human society, some becoming teachers and scientists, others artists and explorers. He'd seen the fear and hatred that had driven 2 species apart finally, slowly, fade into history. At his funeral, Enki spoke. This man saved 2 species, not with violence, not with dominance, but by asking a simple question. In a moment when violence would have been easier, he asked, "What do you want?" And he listened to the answer. May we all learn from his example. The cave in Kandahar where it all began became a memorial site. The walls with their ancient carvings were preserved, and visitors, human and giant alike, walked through the chambers where fear had once driven 2 peoples to violence. In the deepest chamber, where BE-147 had fallen and then risen again, they placed a plaque. It read, "Here, in 2002, humanity discovered they were not alone. Here, in 2025, humanity chose understanding over fear. Here, the age of tribes ended and the age of species began." May we never forget how close we came to failure, or how simple the path to success truly was. The Kandahar anomaly wasn't an anomaly at all. It was a mirror, reflecting back humanity's capacity for both destruction and growth. And unlike so many other worlds that came before, unlike 13 failed experiments that ended in sterile silence, Earth looked into that mirror and chose to become something better. Not perfect, not peaceful, not without struggle and setback and pain, but better. And in the vast, ancient judgment of the architects who seed worlds and wait to see what grows, better was enough.